Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus, no jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more. And we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables.
But last week, I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What's that?
Afternoon, friends, and welcome back to Championship Sunday here. The NJCAAE Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Championships. It's Rod, it's my good friend Sensor, and we're going to bring you the action. Sensor, talk to me, my friend. How are you feeling?
You know, right now, I'm feeling happy. We get to kick the day off with some Smash actions. Always nice to have that to start today. We're coming in with Ray, who Game 7 yesterday pulled out Roy of all characters when he was playing Fox the whole set to pull out the W versus Derek. And then we have Milcery on the other side who decided to pull out Jigglypuff in his last game to take out Julu.
Yeah, it was a very interesting finish. You know, after playing a character like Fox to switch over to somebody like Roy and do damage. It's kind of crazy, but at the same time, it's kind of not, because both of those two characters kind of comprise of some similar ingredients, like, you know, same neighborhood, just different houses. But Milcery is kind of the one I really want to talk about. I mean, you know, you brought it up just a moment ago. Milcery, of course, busting out the jigs, but that wasn't the only Pokemon they were playing. You know, the Pokemon trainer was absolutely phenomenal. And to get all three characters kind of on the same page, I think really made for an awesome time. The Charizard was a little lackluster Friday, but Saturday, the Charizard was working with the right energy, and let's see if we can apply it here. I mean, this is for all the chips. This is for all the marbles.
Man, for all the chips and all the marbles, we are bringing Rob out. Yeah, I don't know what character Ray plays. At this point in time, I think we're just gonna give him the random button, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting like touch to death vibes. You know what I'm saying? So obviously Rob has a little bit of that in him. But of course the long range gameplay is much better than Fox and my goodness, and Royce will ever be. But even as I say that, we got ourselves an even game here now. I like this matchup on paper. I think both of these two right here can certainly. Oh, well, Charizard's here. Forget what I was saying about Ivysaur. Charizard is Mr. Take Your Stocks. So we will see if he can apply that here.
Ooh. All right. Ooh. Okay, nice. Ran across the stage. Got the down tilt on Charizard. Oh, in the back air, he's going to turn the edge guard around.
Yeah, I like that down air attempt. People forget that there's a bit of armor on Charizard's up B, my goodness, but you can't sleep on a Rob's up smash at all. As great of an option as Flare Blitz is, not just Flare Blitz, a lot of characters that have side special that shoots them back to the ledge. Yeah. It's really awesome, but of course you don't want to overshoot the ledge because characters like Rob can definitely get up underneath you. Great down tilt, ultimate temperature checker right there.
Ooh, all right, Squirtle's on Rob right now.
Uh-oh.
On the side platform. I like that there. Turn around and down tilt, anticipating a roll. Didn't get it, but still a nice thought.
Wow, and really getting overzealous here with these Squirtle combos. They are dangerous, and of course, coupled by the fact that Rob has such a big body, I'm sure you get a little bit more bang for your buck. But, you know, again, Rob, one of those characters you don't want to overextend too much on. Great down tilt into the back throw.
Turned around. Then went for the grab or the up air from Ivysaur, taking the stock, only sitting at 82%.
Yeah, these are just two characters, man, that, you know, despite the ceiling here on Town and City, they don't seem to mind it too much, especially Ivysaur. You know, up air is going to take your stock on pretty much most stages after a certain percent. But, you know, that's not to say that, you know, Rob doesn't have great options from above as well. I mean, just to throw right into the up air is that patented Rob setup. Oh, great stall outs. Oh,
down throw. Up smash is going to end that stock. All right, Ray only sitting with 21%, so this is definitely still a game that he can pull out. Shout out to Squirtle, able to low profile the gyro there.
Yeah, man, this is just, again, just a classic case of good manageability of your characters, good manageability of your tools as well. Of course, Ray here on his behalf getting a lot of money's worth out of that gyro gameplay, and for obvious reasons. You know, sometimes the attack doesn't even have to actually hit. You know, just the presence of mind to know that it's there is enough to get the job done. The double dunk, you mad man.
All right, got the double dunk there to end the game. But what I want to speak on is I feel like he hesitated after he hit him with the gyro there on that platform. He hesitated before he hit the side B. And that slight hesitation actually gave him the time to get out of that. And then he ended up flipping the script and getting the W.
Yeah, that was just, again, great situational awareness all around. I mean, man, that up special right there, just as you're on top of that platform, it just makes it seem like it's cool to hang out when it's really not. Now, I like that directional air dodge in. He probably felt like, okay, he's going to try to side beat me into the blast zone. Let me try to get through this. And again, if you overshoot, you're welcome on either two of those characters, or either three, really, particularly, you know, Charizard, Ivysaur, and Rob. They can turn it around very quickly on you. Now, even just before that, when Charizard was out, I think he went for what looked to be either an up B into the stage, you know, trying to hit Rob's recovery because there's no hitbox on it. He was just kind of like, yeah, nah. When I get back onto the stage, I'm grabbing you, and I'm probably going to up smash you afterwards. So, anyway, interesting game number one right there. Milcery was able to clutch that one out, but let's see how this played.
I like that he stayed calm, got the grab. Sadly, no follow-up afterwards. Got a solid mash coming out from Squirtle there. All right, nice quick easy damage.
Yeah, I like these combos. Yeah, most definitely. I like these combos, man, as they kind of, oh my god.
Gosh, bro.
Blast was on the side, just criminally short. But I guess that's okay, man. You can't have high side blast zones or high, you know, vertical blast zones and horizontal blast zones. All right, we got to pick and choose, I suppose. So, great stuff there, man.
Going for yet another side special.
I like the, oh my goodness, I love the Charizard gameplay. I was going to say I liked it, but after Friday's performance, I actually am starting to fall in love with it, man. I mean, this Charizard has come such a long way. You know, getting a little bit more handsy off stage is what you have to do as Charizard. You know, again, Rob a big target out there. You can certainly just literally jump off stage and flick that C stick. I bet you'll hit Rob.
Oh gosh, and on the platform there, both of these guys have lost very early stocks due to Town and City's short side blast zones.
and I like this character switch. You can certainly tell. Okay, I was gonna say, please do not get up, because that's gonna be an up smash and some more. But you can certainly tell here that Ray is very up to date on what Milcery can bring to the table. You know, it's very wise of him to not go a character like Fox, you know, which all 3 characters of Pokemon Trainer, if played properly, can deal with well. Same with Roy as well. You know, I think Rob has just enough, oh my God, projectile zoning to keep Charizard at bay. Has just enough quick buttons up close to do stuff like, can we get a third one?
Oh, no third one, man.
Okay, not a trilogy here, but still gets great damage.
He got the run back and still lost.
Oh my God.
GG's, Ooh, oh, wow.
A bear, no platforms, but that's okay. Charizard has a couple jumps and great get off me tactic, just tossing out the forward air, the up B out of shield.
Gosh. We got a forward throw there for stage positioning. Things are really getting out of hand here for Ray. All right, that up smash is gonna hit. So you know what? Maybe this time let's not grab. Let's just throw it out.
Right.
Oh my wow! And that just straight up killed Ivysaur with the down air.
I like that. I like that a lot. Again, it's just when you play a character like Pokemon Trainer, I think all 3 have the ability to apply some great ledge pressure. You know, obviously, predominantly Ivysaur and Charizard, but the off-stage gameplay I feel like is equally as nasty with all 3. And given the type of up special your opponent has, I mean, that was really smart by Ray. You know, despite getting hit with downer, again, it's gonna happen. You don't have a hitbox on that up special, but I like the fact that he kind of try to kind of cut into the stage a little bit to try to mess up the timing on up smash, or not up smash, excuse me, down air.
But sadly, that thing doesn't care about stages, bro.
No, it most certainly doesn't. It hits through the ledge, so great awareness right there by Milcery as always. But my goodness, I gotta say that Rob ain't bad. And in the best of 7 format, you know, you have time, of course, to mess around with some of your other characters. So if one doesn't get it done, let's see what the other one can. And so we got Fox McCloud here.
All right. I like the decision that he made here. Switching back to Fox, the character that got him through a majority of the set yesterday.
Yeah, this character here just has the ability to smother the competition. But, you know, and as I'm speaking about how well he smothers the competition, I think all 3 of these characters can certainly smother Fox as well. You know, Fox is just one of those characters that really shows you that even if your character doesn't have confirmed combos, or, you know, combos that work a little well for them, versus Fox, they just seem to be I mean, you really sometimes question, like, yo, can my character actually body, or is Fox just easy to hit?
Ooh, all right. Got the up air's coming out. Charizard trying to make it back to the stage here. Ooh. All right, aggressive option with the fair that's going to get blocked, and that back air is going to finish off that first stock.
Oh my goodness. Okay. But still has Fox illusion, and of course the Magnet Hands as always helping Fox get back to stage.
It's wild. We talked about towards the end of that last game how all the Pokemon Trainer characters can go off stage and edge guard, and we're finally seeing Squirtle going off and trying to do his thing.
Right. I mean, we kind of seen a shades of that, excuse me, to be first game. You know, again, Squirtle is going to combo you pretty well. You know, big or small type of character, you know, you're going to get comboed, and a lot of those combos are probably going to end with up special, but a lot of Ray's combos are going to end with up smash. No surprise here. That's the Fox special. And another Fox special is, of course, not having your jump. While a character is up underneath you, that's going to be a lot of percents. Good lord, big damage here on the left side of the stage.
All right, Firebox onto the stage. Oh, gosh. I thought it was a forward smash coming, man.
I was afraid for his little Fox life right there. Ivysaur, the lettuce dog here, doing a great work. But as I say that, though, the up tilts on these platforms, Fox is home sweet home. I don't want to be home anymore.
Special there, but the up smash is going to take that stock. Sitting on 88%. And now we got to see if Charizard is going to be able to land and get anything going versus this Fox. Oh gosh, didn't even let the man come back to the stage. He's like, I know you're off stage right now, but you can still catch this up smash.
Yeah, man, that's just a temperature switch there. And I think that temperature switch was just too abrupt, you know, for Milcery that game. I think, you know, the touch of death, all the characters that we've seen pretty much from Ray have that. to some degree, but Fox, of course, just being the biggest culprit, being able to turn one hit into many hits. I mean, let's take a look at these replays here, courtesy of Death Wish Coffee. Big shout out to the homies. Again, you know, just Charizard, you know, some pretty decent buttons, you know, out of shield, surprisingly enough for being a big guy. Like, you have up B, not the quickest move in the world, but has the armor, has the strength. Of course, you have up smash as well, but when Fox is on you, it just feels like you can't press any button. See, there's that up smash there. I do like that. Very situational, but it is a great option. And then, yeah, just, again, home on these platforms. It's like Fox is just a kid on the jungle gym. I mean, he can move.
All right, so heading into game number 3, I expect to see a stage with a little less platforms. All right, no, we're actually going to run this one back.
And, you know, that's okay. You know, Charizard, Ivysaur, you know, Squirtle, 3 characters that do pretty okay when platforms are here for different reasons. Of course, Charizard could use an extra platform despite the jumps to get back onto solid ground, especially after looking at how that last match wrapped up. But, you know, there's that false sense of security that you get with being on a platform up underneath Ivysaur. He can pressure from up underneath really well, so I'm sure he's looking for that. And, of course, Squirtle is Squirtle. I mean, we've seen what quick characters do on platforms. But same could be said, right? Oh, my Lord. Yeah,
right,
so smart by Bryant.
He was actually able to block in time for that one.
Yeah, because we see them take a lot of stocks Friday and Saturday. Just, again, F smash at the ledge, the cock back right there on Ivysaur on that swing. Messes the opponents up, but the swing right there on that up smash once more, taking another stock here. And Ray looking to turn this set around. I mean, again, a bit of a cold start, but it's not about how you start, man. It's about how you finish. And I'm going to be real. It's not very many characters that can finish a stock like Fox, my lord.
Oh, gosh. Poor Charizard. All right, trying to get that up smash out of shield. Ray has an up smash of his own in that back air to stop the bleeding. We've got Squirtle out. The character that you want to have versus Fox right now. Small character, able to combo well versus Fox, who's been notorious all throughout Smash of being combo food.
Oh, for sure. We can certainly see that idea come to life right now. I can't lie. I'm a little worried because, yes, when I say Fox is a conversion character, I mean, he is, you know, he needs one hit to kind of open the door for the next one. But, man, like, some characters need, like, a couple hits. Like, you know, Ike at certain percents needs, like, Nair a few times into up air or whatever. But, dude, given the right opportunity, all Fox really needs is just a small hit of something, like a soft Nair into up smash. A couple, he doesn't even need all the hits of down there. Literally one or two.
Yeah, just a couple.
I mean, bro, look at this. Look at this. Into the taunt. Hope that doesn't come back to bite him, though. Okay, I like the Nair. Off stage, and then a slightly missed position with the second Nair. That certainly could have been enough to get Fox off stage. The Vine Whip gets the red stuff.
Oh, man. Oh, okay. He was going for the down air. He thought he was going to go straight towards the stage.
Great relief for coverage. Up air should do it. Very great gameplay right here. The immediate switch to Charizard, wasting little to no time.
Dang, and that grab was point blank. Oh no, the throw into the back air. Almost got a second back air, but sadly not making it back to the stage. Just as he was trying to mount the comeback. You hate to see it.
You really do, man. I hate it had to be Milcery right there, but he was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot because I think that was regrab. So had he got back to ledge anyway,
down smash probably would have met him.
And then, surprisingly enough, Charizard, you would expect him to have the magnet hands of the 3, but he kind of doesn't. So yeah, look at this. I like that back there. We've seen that take stocks of all percents. And then he waited a little bit because he knew down smash was coming. He said, I know Ray is a phenomenal player. He's going to try to punish this regrab. But kind of like a frame trap there. There wasn't really much he could do. But again, the fact that he was at least able to analyze that situation was coming shows that he's playing steps ahead. You just have to execute a little bit better here. Oh my God, look at Squirtle. Look at Squirtle do damage. Look at this.
All right, and this here should put Ray up 2-1, right? Because he lost one game as Rob, and then he just won the last 2 as Fox, right?
I believe so. Or maybe this is tied. Yeah, it's actually a tied set. And now we have a character switch here. So, VSS?
Zero Suit Samus. We've seen a lot of Zero Suit Samus.
I like it versus Fox. I don't know if I love it, though. It's just one of those, these are two characters where your finesse has to be on point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be proficient. You should not be dropping combos. Like, you cannot afford, especially just looking at like the raw power that Fox has at later percent versus what ZSS has. You really can't afford to miss any of your conversions. So, let us see right here if Milcery has what it takes right here.
Oh no!
Back out into outer space you go.
The only thing I see happening in this game is up smash is killing at earlier percents now. Okay, got the jab action going. Ooh!
Oh my goodness. Like I said before, man, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If you are a character from outer space in this game, your back air is probably ridiculously strong. I'm talking Captain Falcon, the Star Fox characters, Kirby, both of the Samuses, you name it. Hell, even Ridley. If you come from outer space, back air is going to obliterate you.
They just built different out there.
Man, literally. Okay, good frame one jabs. And I like that ZSS also has another kind of get off me option up close too. She has up tilt. Not exactly sure the frame data on that, but we've seen it, take the stocks, at later percents, and of course comes out relatively quick. The frame one jab though, oh my god, so afraid. Every time I see down air come out, I'm like, which way is this going?
Ooh, went for the down air. Gosh, feeling himself there. Shortly after getting punished, got Ray up, sitting at 67% on his second stock. Things looking really good.
Okay, Milcery here on stage. Yeah, Milcery needs to milk a lead and fast, man, because Ray again just smothering ZSS. Not the best options out of shield. She has some great tools up close to combat Fox, predominantly like looking at frame one jab, but that has to of course be implemented correctly, off the mark with the up smash. And we're just gonna up B because you know what? Why not?
And Ray's done a wonderful job of not jumping right next to Zero Suit Samus when coming out of shield. Oh gosh, another up smash to kill, but has done a wonderful job of not jumping next to Zero Suit Samus because we've seen multiple times this weekend, next to Zero Suit Samus, you try to jump next to her and you just get hit with that up smash.
Yeah, she has a really great anti-air option, but I just feel like Fox's tools are so fast, that you just don't even get the opportunity to drop shield and toss it out. But I like the fact that you brought that up. That is certainly something to stay on the lookout for. Yeah, oh my god, I love this little interaction right here. Yeah, it's going to get back to the ledge. Of course, the nair, and then you got to tech those. Yeah. It's tough, though, because sometimes you get hit by nair, like, this one didn't knock me down. Then the next nair is like, this one did. So and it almost gives you, like, again, another false sense of security type of ideology that you can just, you'll always be okay after nair.
Consistency.
It's a consistency thing, but with Ray, I mean, he's just been so consistent with these conversions as Fox, and this is what you have to do. Fox has the ability to put on percent very well, and he has the ability to close out stocks very well. Now, in closing stocks, you just have to make sure that you can get that one hit into that final hit, and he has just been on the money all weekend. But I don't want to take anything away from Milcery, though. Milcery, has kind of turned some stuff around for themselves after Friday. Had a bit of a shaky performance, was still able to clutch it. Here, though, ZSS is going to need a little bit more help. My Lord, Jesus Christ.
Bro, as I'm listening to you talk, I'm just watching Fox dash attack, nair, dash attack, nair, not even realizing he did not get touched on that first stock.
Look, man, that looked like, I don't know what that was. Was that Summer Games done quick? That was Summer Stocks done quick. Man, got speed ran. Oh my Lord.
No.
Come on, ZSS. Come on, Milcery. I mean, I could imagine that this map, would be very difficult for both players. No platforms, of course, so it makes it very hard for land. Very hard to land, I would have thought that this would have been home sweet home for Milcery, just in terms of punishment. But that's neither here nor there. Here at this point, your grand finals champion is Ray. Wow. Can production even throw replays together quick enough for that match?
True. We don't need the replay. Just put the whole match in there, bro.
I mean, good Lord, that whole match could fit in an Instagram story. Well, in a very odd turn of events, and I only say that because there was a couple of SDs there in that last game. I mean, we've seen the adjustments. We've seen, of course, this adaptation. Maybe not so much in that match, but just the idea of switching characters in grand finals isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, we've seen just this weekend, we've seen Ray play a plethora of characters, but we've seen, we've seen Roy, we've seen Fox, we've seen Rob, we've seen 3 characters that are very prominent in not just the online era, but just Ultimate's current meta. But we've seen ZSS, and I just feel like ZSS is just a big switch from Pokemon Trainer. None of the 3 characters are alike in that trio, but ZSS isn't like any of those 3 at all. She's a very trap-based character. You could maybe apply some of your Squirtle movement to ZSS, but at the end of the day, those 3 characters, even Squirtle, has some reliable kill setups, and ZSS does. But like when you're just getting steamrolled and you need to shut down the competition, or you just need that one move to answer back, like, yo, I'm still in the money. ZSS just doesn't have that. And wow, Ray just a juggernaut. Big shout out to Ray. Good Lord.
I don't even know what to say to that, bro. Like that last game just threw me for a loop, man. I was actually really surprised to see Milcery stay Zero Suit Samus for the very last game. Just feeling that he's a Pokemon trainer. Your back's against the wall. This is the last opportunity. You'd normally feel that they would stay with Pokemon Trainer. And I think when you play Pokemon Trainer, having a secondary is kind of hard because you technically already, are tri-maining, playing Squirtle, Ivysaur, Charizard, and that's just one more character that you have to add into your repertoire, that you have to keep fresh, that you have to practice with, that you have to train. And then Zero Suit Samus was a character that he pulled out, and it just wasn't an answer, man.
Yeah, it's tough. But in this game, Pokemon Trainer, 3 characters don't share the same stamina where like in Brawl they did. So I'm sure that probably added a bit of resurgence to the character on top of course, Ivysaur just not being absolute garbage anymore in this game. Of course, Squirtle, we've seen what Charizard could do in the previous installment. So, of course, the character is very formidable, but I just feel like the 3 pretty much cover a majority of matchups in this game. Now, to the degree in which they cover them, we can leave that up to the people in the chat, to edge that out for themselves. But for the most part, they cover a good chunk of matchups. But ZSS, I just felt like there's no universe where if I'm playing Pokemon Trainer versus Fox, that I should switch to ZSS. And if there ever was a stage to really turn it up on, I would imagine it would be Final Destination, just due to the fact that ZSS can kind of keep Fox off of his feet. If he doesn't have the ability to land, ZSS, of course, will expose that and just, take it to the bank and cash it out. I was expecting a lot more compares, just a lot more harassment in general, but we didn't get a chance to quite see that there, as unfortunate as that was. So really quick, because I believe that was our only match for Grand. So I just want to do a quick shout out to some of our sponsors again. The Army National Guard, just providing yet again another platform to turn gaming not only into a hobby and not only into a job, but more into a lifestyle. Providing another platform for gamers to really take their skills and just who they are as people, young or old, to the next level. So if you want to find out more about how to get involved with the Army National Guard's esports program, please check out twitch.tv/Army National Guard, okay? They have a lot of great opportunities for you to not just only play Smash, but to play all types of games, which is what we need in this day and age. We need a little bit more of that. Once again, another big shout out to Barbasol, saving young people's lives, especially young men's lives, since 1919. Because good Lord, there's been some interviews and some, some dates I've been on, and I'm just like, I look like hell today. I need to Barbasol myself, and I need to shave. Okay, it is the ultimate shaving product. All right, if you have hair on your face, you have hair on your body, and you need to get rid of it. All right, check out Barbasol. If you just want to do something to your hair, and you want it to smell good, check out Barbasol. Okay. Let's keep it real. You want that barbershop smell? Nobody can do it quite like Barbasol, all right?
Man. They honestly just need to bottle it and make it into a cologne.
Man, seriously. So K-Yow. So yes, the K-Yow brand. Every minute in the U.S., a woman is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Okay, last I checked, we all have at least one of those 3 in our life somehow. Help us stop the clock on cancer. $1, one drug, one life. This week's event is stopping the clock against all cancer-affected women. Thank you for supporting the 2021 Collegiate Esports National Championship. It was Coach Yao's vision to be a part of finding an answer to the fight against cancer. With your help, we are giving hope for a future without cancer, and that is a future I certainly want to be a part of. My friends out there, To donate or learn more, visit www.kout.com. Okay, I'm sure that there's plenty ways to donate, and if nothing else, plenty ways to just stay informed. Okay, that is the first step into defeating anything, is knowledge. So let's get in there and let's share some links. Let's share the love, all right? Because cancer does not need to exist, and with your help, we can help that out. All right, we can get rid of some cancer. And last but certainly not least, because there's actually a lot of sponsors here, and that's the biggest thing.
That's really nice to see, having a lot of sponsors. That just shows growth, and all these different businesses or organizations really care about esports, man. You know, it's here to stay.
That's right. And I actually, as I'm doing this, I think we're going to have. Are we having an interview? Is that what's happening?
I think we're gonna have Ray.
Oh, okay. Well, we're actually going to have Ray in here for an interview, friends. So with that in mind, keep it locked here. We're going to go to a quick break and pay some bills. But when we come back, we got Ray on the line with us. Stay tuned. What's going on, friends? Welcome back to our post-game interview of Grand Finals here at the NJCAAE Championships. Smash for Smash Ultimate, excuse me, for Nintendo Switch. Almost said Smash for Wii U, but I wouldn't mind playing that game these days either. But we have Ray on the line. Ray, talk to me. How you feeling about that performance?
Feeling pretty good. It was a lot shakier since I kind of just woke up. It was 11, and I warmed up through it, and I'm good now.
Yeah, I could tell it was a little rocky in the beginning, but nothing a slight character switch can't fix, right? What kind of incited you to like switch your character? Like, I mean, you were doing so well yesterday with Fox, and then today you came in with a completely different character. But what kind of forced you to switch back?
I spent a couple hours talking to some friends last night, and just the general matchup overall, we kind of figured that Rob was a lot stronger against Pokemon Trainer than Fox, since there's a lot more footage for that on YouTube too of like top level players. So we were watching those, and that's kind of why we decided on doing that.
Huh.
How do you feel about Fox as a character overall on Wi-Fi? I know I've seen players such as Comet talk about how he's just like, this character on Wi-Fi is just not a thing.
Yeah, that's my boy. We're on the same wavelength there. The Fox is terrible.
Man.
Yeah, but you know what though, when you're piloting him, he looks double S tier, man. You know, a lot of your conversions today were on point. You know, Nair up smash, downer up smash. I mean, it really seemed like it threw Milcery for a loop. How did you feel, you know, when he switched characters? You know, we seen, you know, of course he was playing Pokemon Trainer, but then we seen the ZSS. Were you worried, or were you like, I got this at this point?
Did you even know that was a thing, Zero Suit Samus?
I didn't know that he had a Zero Suit, actually. I was super prepared for Pokemon Trainer and Jigglypuff. But once he switched to Zero Suit, I felt a lot more comfortable, since one of my main practice partners, his tag is Kaysen. He's really good Zero Suit from Wisconsin, so I'm a lot more practiced in that matchup.
Nice. Well, let's talk about the future, man. After this is all wrapped, I mean, here you are, Grand Finals champion. What's your next step after, you know, doing well here?
I'm actually going to take a bit of a break, maybe a couple of weeks. My hands have been really struggling lately. I also play Melee, and I think that's where a lot of it comes from. But definitely going to take a bit of a break. Once it's safe to go to things again, I'll definitely be competing. But as of right now, I think I'm just going to relax a bit. It's been a long season.
Yeah, I bet. You know, how long have you been competing for? I mean, if I didn't know you and I just watched your gameplay today, I would say you've been playing for like, you know, 20 years. I mean, the way you've been playing Fox, but really, how long have you been doing this?
Including Smash 4, I've been playing since 2016.
Okay. Nice. And Fox main all the way through, or were there other characters along the journey?
I played Fox and Bayonetta and Sheik in Smash 4. And in this game, I'm actually a Wolf main. I never got to play Wolf this entire season.
Whoa.
Wow. Wait. Are you saying you were saying you're so powerful you had to nerf yourself by playing Fox?
Maybe.
Oh no!
What the heck? Whoa.
We need Thug Finals. We're Swift. Get in here and make him pull the wolf out.
Yeah, we need one more game. But no, all jokes aside, you know, the gameplay was really great from start to finish. Let's talk about Friday, like up until now. Like, how are you feeling Friday? Because, you know, we watched your matches and we were just kind of like, you know, I know this Ray guy has to be good, but he's just kind of chilling today. Like, what's I guess, you know, you just kind of kept it to yourself until Sunday, or like, what's up?
So Friday I actually played my teammate, and he's Viper or Baxter, I've known him since like 4th grade, so we've been playing forever, and it's really hard to take each other seriously when we play each other. So we kind of we just want to have a good time. So that's kind of what we did.
Yeah, I can definitely tell. Because the dittos to start the stream off and just everything, I was like, this is different. But I feel like at a collegiate level, I was talking about it on stream, the camaraderie is a little different. You know, like at a traditional major, it's kind of every man for themselves. But at this level, you know, you're playing with your friends. Of course, there's a lot of pride on the line. You know, if you rep your school, if you choose to rep your school that type of way, some people play for self, but there's just more of an opportunity that you might have to play one of your homies. And so you might want to maybe relax a little bit on the sticks before it gets intense, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, really quick before we let you go, my friend, because I'm sure you got more people to down there up smash. Where can we find you in the future? I mean, do you have social media links? Do you stream? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, actually, my Twitter's on the screen, like right there. It's Rezo with an extra U, and my Twitch is Rezo with an S at the end, so REIZOUS. My Instagram's just my name, Caden.Crockett, and I think that's about it. That's all I have for social media.
Well, there you go, my friend. Look, it was a pleasure, of course, casting your matches today. You gave us like at least 8 different characters between Friday and today that we got to see. But
so I was convinced at the end of the first day. I was like, "Oh, he's a Wario main." Like within the first 5 seconds, I was like, "All right, I see the movement." He's a Wario main.
Yeah, I actually officially like dropped Wario when they nerfed him in the last patch.
Oh, come on, man.
But I might keep playing him once offline's back, but online it's so hard.
I bet, man. You know, people have been talking about the Wario nerfs and whatever for quite some time, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, without the waft, you know what I'm saying? The waft kind of offsets the fact that Wario is not like a super long character and he has to kind of be up on you. So it's like even the long characters kind of have to fear the fact that they might get wafted. But the fact that that's a little, just everything about Wario is really different now. People just don't have that same fear for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know there was a lot of questions, a lot of W's in the air. I felt like some Wario mains was like, hey, it's not, you know, the world's biggest deal. Some of them were in shambles talking about dropping the character. I know the Kansas event that your practice homie Kaysen went to, the Level Up Arena event, had 2 Wario's in top 8.
Yeah.
Had both Loaf and Toffee. And I'm just like, I thought they nerfed this character, man. What happened?
Loaf's just that good.
Man.
Yeah, Wolf is, those characters, man, that you played were just on another level, dude. Hero, do you have like any real history playing Hero, or is it just kind of like, let's just run the ditto?
Me and Baxter hang out pretty frequently, and we actually don't really actively practice that much. We do the the online quick play doubles, and we just like to mess people up on there, and double Hero is one of the things that we enjoy the most, so we thought it'd be fun.
Yeah, that was definitely that was different. You know, I mean, because fighting against Hero is already like fighting against Hero, but you very rarely ever see both characters played against each other. And I'm like, all right, the match kicks off and we just kind of stand there and go through our menu, and then whoever gets the craziest move, we just throw it out first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, actually, it's funny how the game ended since he misinputted Kamikaze on his last stock.
Yeah.
And we actually ran the exact same match last season, and it ended the same way, except I did it last time. So it's a little bit of karma.
Oh my goodness. Well, I guess karma overall kind of worked more in your favor here this weekend because, you know, and I don't want to attribute all of it to karma, but the Smash guys were definitely on your side, plus coupled by the fact that you're just absolutely phenomenal at this game, Ray. It's been a complete pleasure, commentating your matches, like I said before, and of course, kicking it with you here this morning. Really quick, do you have any parting words before we let you go?
Big shout outs to Madison College and Wolfpack Esports. They've been super supportive throughout this entire season. Shout outs to Baxter for being my teammate and practice partner, keeping me motivated. Actually, big thanks to Comet and Abat actually for they gave me some notes on certain matchups that I wasn't super comfortable with, like Snake, like Fox Snake, Roy Snake. And shout outs to Wizrobe for keeping me sane playing this.
There you go, Wizard the legend. And of course, you're an absolute legend as well. Ray, we bid you farewell and good luck on the rest of your Smash journey. We hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and thanks for commentating my sets.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
We'll be for all the chips and all the marbles. We are bringing Rob out. Yeah, I don't know what.
We will see if he can apply that here.
Ooh. All right. Ooh. Okay, nice. Ran across the stage. Got the down tilt on Charizard. Turn the edge guard around.
Yeah, I like that down air attempt. People forget that there's a bit of armor on Charizard's actual hit. You know, just the presence of mind to know that it's there is enough to get the job done. The double dunk, you mad man.
All right.
Yeah, most definitely. I like these combos, man, as they kind of, oh my god. Target up there, you can certainly just literally jump off stage and flip that C stick. I bet you'll hit Rob.
Things are really getting out of hand here for Ray. Oh
my
wow. The up air's coming out. Charizard trying to make it back to the stage here. Ooh, see Oil going off and trying to do his thing.
Right. I mean, we kind of seen a shady home. Charizard, I don't want to be home.
Special there.
Oh my
god.
That ledge, the cock back right there on Ivysaur on that swing. Mess the opponent.
Alright, trying to get that up smash out of shield. Ray has an up smash of his own, and that's
the idea come to life right now. I can't lie. I'm a little worried because yes, the one
goes straight towards the stage.
Ray relief for coverage. Up air should do it very
back air. Almost got a second back air. But sadly, the back
or maybe this is a tie. Yeah, it's actually a tie set. And now we have a pair. Let's see right here if Milcery has what it takes right here. This
went for the down air. Gosh. When coming out of shield. Oh gosh. Another up smash to kill.
Make sure that you can get that one hit into that final hit, and he has just been on the money all weekend. But I don't want to take anything away from Milcery though. Milcery, trying to turn some stuff around for himself after Friday. A bit of a shaky performance, was still able to clutch it. Here though, DSS is going to need a little bit more help. My lord, Jesus Christ.
But as I'm listening to you talk, I'm just watching Fox dash attack, nair, dash attack, nair, not even realizing he did not get touched on that first stock.
Look, man, that looked like, I don't know what that was. Was that Summer Games done quick? That was Summer Stocks done quick. Man, got speedy ran. Oh my lord.
No.
Come on, ZSS. Come on, Milcery. I mean, I could imagine that this map, would be very difficult for both players. No platforms, of course, so it makes it very hard for land. Very hard to land, I would have thought that this would have been home for
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it!
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, While battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis.
Hello and welcome back. We have the final day for the CENC Rocket League Grand Finals. We got Waubonsee, the Chiefs, taking on the Lincoln Land Loggers. I'm FBI Tugboat. Got my man Formal over here. I think that's the right way. No, that way. I did it wrong again. And we got Sam Price around there somewhere in the cosmos, producing away and making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate that. Formal, we're excited. We're awake and we're alive, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Awake being that key word. I mean, I haven't slept since the semifinals. Part of it in excitement to get to this finals, another part because time zones are a tricky thing. However, after that dominant performance I got to see yesterday or earlier today, depending how you want to word it, the Lincoln side, those loggers are still looking nigh unstoppable. And I'm hoping that the Waubonsee Chiefs, not only do I pronounce their name correctly throughout this broadcast, but that they give these defending champs a real challenge.
Yes, sir. Best of 7 action here. Standard 5 minutes, and let's go on through. I do believe we have a little bit of breakdown when it comes to these teams, so let's check out the Lincoln Land Loggers here first, Formal. Got Get Over, got Becky, got Sloth. They'll be coming through here. They got here like one of these teams. I think it's fair to say that one of these teams got here a little bit easier, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. When I sort of look at this Logger side, they still had to earn that spot. And I go back to that quarterfinal match, down 3-1, and then they, wind up taking that series. Not a true reverse sweep, but in a best of 5, it would have been, as you can see that lineup right here. The big names to watch out for, I feel, is that player at the very end, Ariel Noguez. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, my friend, but Get Over is his tag on the pitch, and he has been a phenomenal player to watch.
Slothish and Becky as well. That's Sam Newting and Tyler Beck, numbers 1 and 4 from the left to the right here. We're mostly showing up in play-wise, but King Wolf, Sniper, cannot be surprised if we see them in the lineup here today. They're on this team for a reason. Looking now at the Waubonsee Chiefs. Again, I really hope that I said that right. But looking at the Waubonsee Chiefs, that's Bungalow Bill, Cam Marino, and Wundy. We'll get some of their info, some of their names up here on stream in just a second. Now, before we talk about this team, of course, we got to talk about some of the organizations that do make this possible, of course, and that is the Army National Guard as well as Barbasol. Army National Guard, very storied and historic organization, as well as Barbasol. They're coming around with 100 years of the same shaving cream formula. There's a reason why they've been in business that long, Formal.
Yeah, and also the big thanks to some of our other sponsors, such as Legion by Lenovo. Get out there; they deliver some of those best monitors, and I would hope at least that these players are using those to get the best that they can out of their performance using that. And I hope they're dressing up well as well with some Reveal suits, the official suit provider of this entire event. Thank you to each and all of these sponsors for helping us put this all together.
Yeah, each and every one making it just that much more possible, as well as shout out to our production squad. Said Sam here, Sam Price producing away. We've had Jackie Boy, we've had we've had loads of different production members here in today, and that's I just want to give a shout out to all of them as well. We just had Smash on board. That was grand finals that went a little bit quicker, I think it's fair to say. Rocket League now. We'll have Overwatch next. That'll be leg day, and Lemon Kiwi bringing you that action across the grand finals for them. And then Valorant later with Tristan Cast and Trooper bringing you through those. You will not be in too better hands for the great newer esport of Valorant.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun as this day progresses. All of the matches that we're seeing are going to be those grand finals. So it really is the best of the best coming to play on this final Sunday. I made a little rhyme there, I suppose. Either way, though, I do believe we're getting ready to kick this match off. We are going to be going to Champions Field for our grand final. As mentioned before, it is a best of 7, just like every single match we've seen thus far. As I'm getting really keen for this. Any big predictions that you have coming into this? Because I think I already said mine. I'm leaning towards Lincoln.
As far as predictions, man, I'll go more so like player actions wise, and that's that. Game 1's going to be mostly used as a kind of a learning time right there. You have a lesson in the other team and what they really prefer to do. And then beyond there, games 3, games 4 will get much more physical. We're talking about tackles to take away balls, talking about demolitions to reset players back on their own side. Outside of that, both of these teams, again, Waubonsee had a little bit of an easier time here, but by that, I just mean that they didn't drop as many games getting here. They still won. They're still here. They're still in the grand finals. They still faced some incredibly talented teams. This is the number 1 seed, the Lincoln Land Loggers, who were the winners of the last NJCAAE and CENC tournament. Is that correct? Last season?
They were our defending champs, although the Chiefs have looked unstoppable. And we mentioned Get Over being a player to watch. Wundy was the one who stood out in my eyes back during the quarterfinals. We'll see if they can have a similar performance as we are on the pitch underway. Opening kickoff, it's a bump from Wundy that puts forth our first grand final goal.
There you go. Don't necessarily need demos. That's Wundy here getting it done with just a nice little tippy tap. Again, not everything in a bag of chips is needed. Don't have to fly on in these 6 seconds is the quickest goal on stream here today.
Yeah, it's always going to be those 6-seconders. That's going to be that reoccurring theme, I feel like, as we got a few of those in our first semifinal as well. Wundy, though, it wasn't just 1 bump, it was 2 bumps in order to push that one in. As we see Get Over slowing the pace down, looking to find Slothish. They're going to go for a very solo approach, I feel like. Interesting that already the Loggers, who were so fast when playing in the quarters and the semifinals, are now changing their offensive look.
Now it's a lot of pressure here against Waubonsee. Chiefs trying to get this one out. That's a double commit against their teammates' own ball, so kind of odder plays right here. Maybe a Waubonsee team that is just warming up a little bit. Not 100% sure. Slothish taking balls off the top, just as he is one to do. Get over. Forced to come on back. That's a weird angle, and Becky rears up and tees off at it. Now back to the middle. Slothish can't get a good hit on this one. Trying something from the side, but with no boost to speak of. That's decently on point, and just like that, the Lincoln Land Loggers offense kind of weak. And turns into a defense the other way. Nicely done. A slice across the middle as Camerino takes the second for Waubonsee.
So what was interesting about this entire setup and play out of the Chiefs was how they approached in a near horizontal line from defense all the way to offense, and how well spread out they were. By keeping it at a slower pace, it really limited Lincoln's chance to get a good banger pass, and it was going to be so tough for them to break that midfield position. Now, that didn't wind up being that relevant as the first shot turned into a goal. However, if the Chiefs are going to look like this on attack at the regular, this is going to be a very tough game for our defending champions.
Yeah, just this has been a swarm of action against this Lincoln Land Loggers squad. So far, they have not gotten a whole lot done. Do they even have a shot attempt? So, yeah, do have one shot attempt on. Chiefs have 2 shot attempts, and both of them made, so 100% completion ratio that weighs. Nothing else. There's literally only 1 shot attempt from Becky for the Loggers. That's it. No other points awarded here.
And Wendy has been the main proprietor of why things have been so difficult for the Loggers. The midfield play and positioning out of this player has been near phenomenal. I mean, you can see it again. Middle of the field, it's Wendy who's stepping up to make that first touch. Making these slower clears coming out of the Lincoln side that much more difficult. And when you're on offense more, you get more opportunities like this. Camerino gets a second of the game.
Speaking of opportunities, that's Camerino taking this one to the house. 118 kilometers per hour on that one. We're going to count it. Formal and I were joking around yesterday that you need to put up at least 100 kilometers per hour, otherwise it simply does not count. Fortunately, that one's going to go all the way. Fancy plays and more for the Waubonsee Chiefs. See if they can keep this action alive.
To be honest, I'm more impressed that you used the proper metric system right there and not, Imperial, as it should be, as Becky is going to get one back before our halfway mark, a 1-3 game off of the individual effort.
No, Formal. What we need is a unit of measurement that is on a base of 5,280. The next from that is a base of 12. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clearly.
That's how many feet are in a mile. Like, it literally just doesn't, and then 12 inches in a foot just literally does not make any sense, man. Like,
why make things complicated for yourselves? Get Over certainly doesn't like to make things complicated. He'll just drive it straight down the center with a nice little aerial dribble right here, and we're back within 1.
Yes, sir. You watch The Office at all?
I did, like, about 8 years ago.
That is entirely fair, but why do much math when small math do work? Something like that. I know, I guess he was talking about words there. Regardless, I think the base 10 just making a lot more sense. Halftime now. This is Waubonsee up by 1. Becky off to the corner here, trying to put it towards it. Camerino is there. You see a Lincoln Loggers squad that operates the same bumps and demo kind of plan on offense. Balls like that will go in a lot more often.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense why they all go for the bumps and demos. It really suits with their style of just sort of setting one person forward to control the ball. This slower pace that we're seeing bringing out benefits highly from having that lead blocker, and it has led to their second goal. Now, they still need one more, and when they've been on defense, we have seen this team struggle a bit at times. Bungalow Bill going to look for that pass across the middle. Slothish will be there. Becky had cheated forward, doesn't get power on the redirect, and the defense for the Chiefs are able to recover in time.
Ooh, a low shot, but don't call it slow. Bungalow Bill picking that one up as Becky tried to get the pass and pass into points. Slothish across the middle, one day in a good position here. About to the left side, bounces around, but plays with it for his life. Up, Bungalow Bill can't get to it. A flip action right in the middle, and that is the Lincoln Loggers now tying it up with 90 seconds left.
Yeah, that is a fantastic little goal right there as well to equalize things. After going down 3-0 to start off this game, they are able to bring it back, and they're doing it that same style that actually led to their early deficit. They have this game plan. They stuck through it, through some adversity, and that is a very promising sign. Not to mention, I love seeing tie games. I also love it when people respawn right in front of you, causing defenders to bump into each other. Somehow Get Over makes way through the chaos. Just 80 seconds left of this game. Next goal going to be oh so critical, and it is Lincoln on the attack.
One D with a back hit on that. Nice job just kind of slowing it down, realizing exactly where he needed to get to. 70 seconds! And get over, puts this one right up and over as the Loggers take the lead with 68 seconds left.
Camerino has been so good on the attack, but this time right here, I think it was the pressure from Becky behind that maybe threw off that angle. I'm not too certain. I feel 9 times out of 10 that save is made. Instead, the 3-goal lead has been fallen. It is now the Loggers out in front by 1 with just over a minute remaining.
High shot here, and that is Camerino now tying it up. 7 seconds between those 2 goals. This is the Chiefs that don't like being behind.
No, they do not, and it took them, as you said, just a couple of seconds to tie this one back up. A tie ball game going into our final minute, but we're sitting at 4 apiece. Offensive plenty, defense a little bit lacking. Dare I say the team that kind of calms down, I feel, a little bit first probably is going to see larger dividends in the end. Off the attack, though, it is the Chiefs. We're looking to create something. Camerino, again, though, has an awkward read. Wendy struggles with possession as well, and Get Over tries to punish. It's a weaker touch, but now Becky has a chance to play through the wall. One demo, no second bump. Becky still going to go for it. Gets the touch and puts it in. A 5-4 lead for Lincoln.
Just the aerial escort right here, and Becky's one for the task. Love to see it. This is really, really solid handling in the top, and the Loggers burned up 20 seconds doing that, so that's really for their advantage. No, it's not keep away times yet, Formal. We are going to be reaching there if Loggers put up another one in the next 40 seconds.
And what I'm finding interesting about the Loggers is this is going to be a throwback all the way to day one. They're finding ways to score off of these individual efforts, and that was something I wanted to see way back at the start, because I feel like sometimes with sort of this collegiate level in North America in particular, teams are very good at playing as a team, but sometimes they can struggle against these high mechanical style plays. Becky with that air dribble, Get Over had one as well. That's actually what I feel might be the X factor in this grand final, and right now Lincoln, they're delivering on it. It's really great to see it come to fruition as we hit our final 5 seconds.
Camerino up. This is the last real run here. Only going to get one more bounce. That's it. Grounded ball. Loggers take game number 1 after the comeback here with maybe on the last minute or so. 5-4, so this was not a blowout either way by any means. Let's take the attention here to the attempted shots. 9 there for the Loggers, 7 for the Chiefs. Bungalow Bill actually does not put up a single one. That was Camerino. Excuse me. That was Camerino in the lead there when it comes to shot attempts, goals on, and more. Every way, shape, and form. Bungalow Bill, only got, did get an assist on in there. And again, the game can be wonky with how it rewards stuff, but we would have known if he'd gotten a goal.
I feel like that game, though, sort of emphasized how much pressure is necessarily being put on Wendy, in particular on the Chiefs. As soon as Wendy was starting to get sort of bumped and demoed around and couldn't play that middle of the pitch quite the way that he would have liked to, that's when the team started to struggle a fair bit more. And Camerino, while looking very consistent on offense, had a couple defensive blunders right there, which did give up a couple of those goals and contributed to that pretty significant loss of a pretty major lead. So hopefully this doesn't get into their heads too much. Hopefully they can bounce back from these unforced errors. I still like the Chiefs' chances, especially if they can control the middle of the pitch like they did at the start of the game.
I like what you said, the unforced errors so far. Just slow it down a little bit. We saw a couple different whiffs out here, the kind of fans coming out. But end of the day, it's about passes, it's about team play. Even if you do miss, this doesn't always translate into points by any means. We do know this. 12 seconds in. Slothish off the wall here. Slothish out. Camerino keeping it alive, keeping it over. Becky not getting into it quite yet. Get over the last man back. Does try, but Wendy actually gets this one up and aerial. Stopping it before it really hits that dangerous centered ground. Slothish now bringing it out. Is that a... That's going to be on point. I love how Slothish kind of like turned right just like to see the angle to get like the true 180 degree down. And done that a million times before. And it's like, yeah, okay, that one's going in. It's all right. Don't have to follow this one up.
I mean, you saw it on the replay, though. It was the demo on Camerino that really just opened that door for that play straight down the middle. And it's a bit awkward because I liked what the Chiefs were trying to do in this. Lincoln, again, they're trying to slow down the pace on their own defensive half, set up these individual plays. And you saw Wendy and Bungalow Bill start to press forward and challenge their setups. However, that just left Camerino back on his own, and you need one bump, one demo, one breakaway, and then you got a 1-0 lead.
One shot, one opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted. 4 minutes, 8 seconds. Oh, no, the players missed it up top. Wendy is there, so picks this up. Not going to be points today. Wendy back on over. Wendy getting hit by his teammate. I guess that kind of assisted a little bit. And Bungalow Bill putting it up just a little bit too high. Not too high for Camerino, though. 1-1 now as a minute is burned out.
I feel as if in this one, Lincoln just kind of let the Chiefs take it. No one jumps up to challenge either the setup or the shot. They probably weren't expecting it to be that accurate, that high up. Either way, hey, if you're the Chiefs, you're going to take that and look for them to possibly attack that backboard again, especially if it's going to be given to them for free.
Yeah, and like where my mind goes is that Bungalow Bill's shot was not really challenged either. It's like, yeah, it ended up being a little bit high, but that just sets up the next. As it is, Loggers have to put their attention in defense a little bit more here in the future. Attempted back hit there. Bungalow Bill abandons it. Back on over. Loggers on defense now. 1D up to the side. This one's gonna roll to the middle if it goes uninterrupted. It does not. Get over getting a save on that one. Slothish hit out. Getting this ball out of center, clearing it for the time being. Now back to the middle. That's not fully on point, but 1D's still forced to pick it up. Back on over the corner. Big boost and more. Gets it past one. Big stuff. And get over expertly and easily takes this one off the bottom.
The game sense for both 1D and in the parallel side get over is so astounding time and time again. These two always just seem to know where the ball is going to be after every touch, and that's why I feel both of these teams are probably more comfortable with these slower clears. These deep lob shots, 9 times out of 10 are most likely going to be red, and that's why they're opting for that slower pace at times.
Yeah, I have to agree right there, and that is just more consistently turning into points than it seems like most anything else. Now, we had 9 scorers across these two teams in game number 1. But again, game number 1 always just kind of that, and then we have an own goal. Hate to see it.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Like, this is coming down. I'm like preparing for like a bunch of like deep analysis. Like, well, this is gonna bounce over here, and then I'll have to get it here and pass into points. And then nope, it's just this
I have to talk it in, though. You say you hate to see it. Again, I think it's an OCE thing, but we love own goals in Australia, all right? We take pride in them. We make compilations of them. If a stream doesn't have an own goal, it's a failed stream. So I kind of feel 1D is just doing a solid, all right? Trying to help me out, if no one else, by putting that one in there as another weak touch. Slothish is still going to take advantage of the 2 misses. And all of a sudden, it looks like the Chiefs might be falling apart.
Can we basically call this an own goal? Like, you have not one, but 2 kind of really slower whiffs on this one just to open it up for Slothish all day long. No, Waubonsee player didn't technically put that one in, but it was opened up as much as you get there for Slothish. Back on over.
That is one you want back, Camarino. Running into some traffic. This is going to be a breakaway and another goal for the Loggers unless Becky gets in the way of this own shot. That won't happen. Slothish makes it 4-1.
Yeah, so whatever it is, I mean, this triple-up defense into an offense after a breakaway is just huge stuff. Lower right here, Becky trying to get in there, just get ahead and make sure it goes a little bit faster or something, kind of assist it on the way in. No big deal.
Yeah, it's good to have that lead blocker. I mean, it's one of those situations where, like, even if you know you're going to get the goal, you still go through the motions. So think of it like a tennis serve, right? You go through the motions, the full swing, even if you miss the ball or bowling or something along those lines. And that's essentially what's happening there. The lead blocker is there to destroy anyone who happens to or doesn't happen to be there. And that's usually a sign of a well-coached and a well-practiced team, something that we know this Lincoln side absolutely is. A 4-1 lead, 100 seconds left to go. They are on pace right now for a 2-0 lead in our grand final, although 1D isn't able to get it through.
I guess it makes me feel good that both sides are whiffing on defense at least a little bit. That was just the Loggers that were able to pick it up, have that last man position to come forth on it and block this one away. Otherwise, we would have seen points definitely there again. Get over with a solid shot on. Isn't going to be fully on point. 1D's going to get up to it regardless. Slothish now bringing this one out. Back to get over. We will be hitting keep away situations soon for the Loggers. Maybe not quite so far. Maybe 60 seconds in or something.
I don't think they can afford to play keep away, really, because when the Chiefs are on the attack, like, they try to get in your face. As we have been saying time and time again, the keep away game could be dangerous, but the counterattack game, that's been money thus far. Slothish is going to get the waterfall set up. Becky waits for it to fall, but 1D does a good job reading that backward. Won't be able to get it past get over, however. Slothish is going to look for the dunk on Camarino. Didn't quite get that angle. Bungalow Bill needs this shot to hit its mark. Camarino tries to help out, and here comes 1D. Get over again. Just stopping everything 1D is trying to do.
Yeah, really nice hit right there. 1D has been coming in, just flying at these. Usually getting solid hits too, but some of these have been the result of just going a little bit too fast. As it is, back on the defense is Waubonsee Chiefs, and that's going to be 1D putting it in for Slothish. Now I'm going to say it's keep away situations and get game 2 is dusted.
Yeah, I mean, it is keep away, absolutely, and although 1D may have been the one who pinched it in, I'm still going to say that was 95% Slothish in that situation, just putting that ball in the most dangerous spot. This is going to be a tough one to bounce back from, I think, for the Chiefs. Again, after giving up that 3-0 lead, they looked so confident, so aggressive when they were able to dominate the middle of the field and keep Lincoln back. However, those opening 2 minutes, they've got 2 more games to bring it back, but at this, 5-1 our potential final scoreline in Lincoln. The defending champs, they are looking so in control right now.
From game 2 here, Formal, I think that's a fair statement. Whatever it is and do, whatever the conversation was, the subject of that conversation between games. Shots on here for the Chiefs, so it's not for matter. You have to go for these regardless because that was going, and that's a lot more manageable, and that's kind of lame. They make it a lot easier for ourselves. Game not done and dusted quite yet. Even after this,
take away the swing and the miss.
I mean, that's theory crafting, right?
So now, but this is all part of it. Like now we're down to 2-1.
Necessary. That's all that they need. So far, the Loggers
a lot about get over because I'm just really Becky and Slothish are no slouches either. I mean, Slothish had 8 shots last game and was able to connect on 3 of them. Most of those were just your capitalizing, but you've got to be fast in those moments. And Becky, I mean, we just saw that, the triple touch, one of the most rarest goals in all of Rocket League. Like, this is a team that is on point as Becky and Slothish connect yet again. 3-0 lead for Lincoln as they are looking to take ourselves possibly to a match point.
Yeah, this is now our fastest goal on stream, 122 kilometers per hour on that one. 3 minutes left. Waubonsee, not for lack of trying, but have not made any goals in so far. The Loggers defense just really been proven very, very stout. Back on over to it. Players flying in on this one. Bungalow Bill sets it up, but other two can't get to it, and then oh, man, a tiny little touch, though. Tiny little redirect. Slothish puts it up again. Nice pop play there. I think that was 1D. Maybe been Camarino who blocked it away. Not 100% sure.
It was Camarino, I believe. But the one thing I'm noticing right now coming from the Chiefs is they are playing with, the infamous trademarked panic mechanics. And we're seeing him come back to bite them at a couple times. When on the attack, everyone's moving forward. When on defense, all 3 members are triple committing to one side or the other. And that's leading to breakaway shots like this. This is just a team that, unfortunately, I feel has started to lose its composure. And now Slothish, who I've mentioned before is a little bit of a ball hawk, especially in this final series, is going to get the perfect 100-kilometer-per-hour shot. It's a 4-0 lead as we pass the halfway point.
Wow, yeah, a perfect 45-degree angle off the front left bumper right there. And without loss of momentum, fantastic shot, fantastic angle, just reading this one like a book. 4-0 now, plenty of time to make this a non-issue, but gonna be definitely hard. 1D trying everything there, get over, getting every kind of save in the book. Bungalow, nice redirect, right corner for right now. Teammates gonna have time to rotate on this one. They do not. They come on back on the defensive. Can't say that's a bad idea after Slosh just proved able to bring that one out in fine form.
So I feel like in so many of these situations, 1D is like Lamar Jackson, and get over is the linebacker playing spy. And just whenever 1D tries to make something happen, it is get over who is always in his face, always in his way, always stopping that play from happening, except for this one when 1D literally has to throw it backwards, because if he had gone forward in any position, get over was already there looking to make that read. Like, this player just sort of spotted him out and shut him down. And you can see the lasting impact that's had on the Chiefs. They've kind of lost a lot of their edge because so much of it was reliant on this one player. And as we hit our final 80 seconds of this game, 4 goals seems like such a tough ask.
Yeah, we have seen 2 come into the spaces of 10 seconds or so, but this really has been spread apart as far as when these goals come, and especially with the Chiefs just trying desperately to
oh no.
Okay, 1D. Okay, so we've talked earlier about how teammates should go for these regardless. That's 1D just with a bad angle every day. There's not really much of a reason for him to be there as well because teammate is right behind it with a much safer angle, right?
It's okay, though. It's only 99 kilometers per hour, so it doesn't count.
Ah, there you go. There you go. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that one.
Yep. That was, I mean, he drilled that one. Like, there are goals, and then there are goals. And Slothish is going to add another to their total. That's 4 in this game. I've tried to think back. Like, I think he's now hit double digits in this series alone.
Well, he's got 4 of these goals. It's been 2 other games. It's only, average of 2 on those just to hit 10?
Yeah, 3 in the last
on those. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so that's 7 if he got 3 in the first one, which would be a tough ask. There's only 5, so.
Yeah,
Either way.
I mean,
I can guarantee you he's hitting double before this is over. There's 1D, and there's the first for the side of the Chiefs. They will not go quietly into this night, and they will not be putting up goose eggs here in our game number 3.
That's good, too. I even like how Wendy was actually able to steal the boost away. Still having that competitive mindset, understanding the situation, what to do, steal boost, score goal. Like, that is how you're supposed to execute. It's a bit of a shame that it comes at a little bit of a too late of a time to really make a conceded comeback in this game. However, there's nothing more dramatic than a grand final reverse sweep, FBI, and I'm not going to go as far as to predict it at this stage, but if the Chiefs are going to win it all, that's how they're going to have to do it.
Yeah. Well, this is a game 3 at 5 scores. Kind of like you mentioned earlier. Not 100% sure if this is able to come back on it. It would just require a lot more time than what we simply have in the tank. Looking at game number 4, what is it really that the Chiefs have to do? You know, they've tried a couple different things here. What is it that they have to do to bring this back, at least start the reverse sweep?
I mean, it's getting this player more space to work with like this. This is what happens when 1D isn't immediately shut down by Get Over. This is a player who can make the plays happen, and I like the idea of trying to get them set up further back. Granted, they had been trying to do it before, yet Lincoln had been able to sort of press forward themselves, and as a result, even in their far back corners, they have been struggling to sort of create space and create plays for 1D. If they can find those avenues, if they can find those opportunities, 100% the Chiefs still have a chance. It's just going to be perhaps a little bit creative in how they get the ball to their player. Or, you know, they can score with sort of backward passes like this.
Yeah, this honestly is a masterclass in coordination right here. Yes, it was the 3rd here. Yes, they're still down by 3. Yes, they lost game number 3. But still, putting up numbers right here, especially after they only put up 1 previous game, there'll be a lot for the mental going into game number 4. So what I heard there is really just unlocking 1D. That is the key to success here for Chiefs, right?
I feel that is their best chance. Now, how you do it? Couple ways. Again, you can try to slow the pace down back in your own corner, but if you're going to do that, you're going to need to hit a bump in midfield. You're going to need to create some physical space and then keep that block moving forward. Kind of actually like how the Loggers have been finding a lot of the early success in this series. Another option, though, would be to, again, try to get 1D to press forward and challenge a little bit more. Maybe be a more aggressive player themselves on that individual effort. Like, you can't always rely on your team to make these plays happen as much as you want to, and I want to see more from 1D in our 4th and potential final game.
There you go. Formal getting blessed already with the 1D action. Slothish just right place, right time on that one. 1D again taking this one away, starting it up for the teammate. Oh, it looked kind of like some miscoordination there between 1D's 2 teammates, Bungalow and Camarino, about who was going to take that one out. As it is, 1D had to pick up that duty, go over to the corner when he was not ready for it, and that is a fantastic shot. Slothish actually does touch this one, but I believe that was going in regardless, right?
No, no, Slothish was...
Oh, wait, Slothish touched on both sides. Oh, my God.
Yeah. No, it was Becky just missed.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
Here's the thing. From 10 seconds in, Becky never went on their own side of the field. They spent the entire time on the orange side of the pitch just chasing Bungalow Bill, looking for bumps and demos, and stealing away the orange side boost, waiting and hoping for that deep clear. Now, Becky didn't get the goal, but 100% Becky made it happen. However, here comes Camarino to strike back.
There you go, tied up situation. Not something that Waubonsee has enjoyed in a little while. One more goal, and they'll actually be taking this lead moving forward. 81 kilometers an hour on that one. Not bad stuff. 42 seconds in. Plenty of time. Again, reverse sweep's going to happen for Waubonsee. It's got to start right now.
Yeah, they're going to need to put more points down, though. And I'm curious if the Loggers are going to risk another 20-second cheat like we saw previously. I don't think they will if these shots are bouncing off the backboard. Slothish, the lone defender, does get it to the corner where Get Over will back him up. 1D now going for that challenge. This is what we want to see, but has no immediate backup. That's all right. Bungalow Bill does get there. 1D tries to drop it underneath and just didn't quite get the touch that he may have been looking for. Now Slothish has space himself. Bungalow Bill misses it, and you can't afford to do that now. Fortunately, 1D is there to bail out his team.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost not necessary to say that 1D is there. This man is everywhere on this map. He's literally been showing up on offense, defense, and everything else. This is the best shot that Waubonsee has had so far across these 4 games. Love to see it so far. Camarino, nice challenge across the middle, taking this one away. Get Over back from the middle, keeping this offensive pressure alive. Comes flying in with a demo against Bungalow Bill as well as Camarino sends this one flying. Offense position now assumed as Sloth is trying to take this one out. Becky can't get to it. Bungalow Bill does, though. Nice redirect. Back on over the corner. Keeps this one out from danger for right now. Camarino will be accepting this one now on the corner shot. Back down 1D meets him. 1D kind of interacting with it a little bit, trying to take it away, but Camarino does maintain possession.
So I know I've been talking a lot about Get Over and this player's map awareness. I've been talking about Slothish and the striking potential and sort of like that ability to hunt for goals. But I want to further talk about Becky as well on this league side. Quickly becoming one of my favorite players to watch, just how aggressive Becky is in trying to be that physical player, looking for bumps, looking for demos, even if the ball is nowhere near it. And the crazy thing about Lincoln is they'll understand, they'll communicate, and they'll immediately attack where Becky has been able to create space, as we nearly see Get Over get that one through right there. It will be Becky now starting to follow through. This bump and demo game, though, coming from the Lincoln side, has been so difficult for the Chiefs to react to. Camarino had the shot, but just couldn't quite find a way to put it in.
Yeah, I think he just tried a tiny bit too hard to get this out and away. Now, opponent did not get the redirect on it, did not get the second hit, but it was also a little bit too wide. Still, just like that, that followed up with a very weak offensive push from the other squad, and just like that, Chiefs
Open
still
net.
on defense. Get Over putting up the second. That's his second shot on goal and his first one to make it in.
Okay, so at the start of this replay, you can see when the setup was made, both Becky and Get Over were actually in the back of the goal, had to drive themselves out, reposition, and then they each went for the shot. Like, that should not work. That should never work. And yet somehow Lincoln is finding ways to score goals in these near impossible situations. Some days, some nights, everything just seems to fall in your favor. And right now, Lincoln, they've got just over 100 seconds remaining. They've got the 2-1 lead. If they can hold on, they're going to be our champions.
Yeah, and this is just going to come off the back of a lot more offensive pressure. Play the same game that you have been playing, Lincoln. You'll be able to take this one away, or at least, I mean, they have a lot of opportunities here afterwards. Even if you do drop one game, that is not going to be the end of the world. And also, at the end of the day, we don't like stomps. We want to see as much Rocket League as possible. Big hit back on Over. Big hit back on Over. That's the Chiefs now on defense. Get Over, getting to it. Back to the middle. Becky is there and receives it perfectly like a package in the mail. 3-1 now for the side of the Chiefs. Looking at 75 seconds left, Formal.
Oh, look at that car control. They just are showing no mercy. Bungalow Bill thought they were going to be able to get there first, but the late flip just kind of puts Becky in that perfect spot, and they put it in. This is a team looking the best that we've seen from them at the perfect time. It's the grand final. It's 1 minute remaining, and it feels like Lincoln are on the cusp of a victory lap. 1D gets bumped by Get Over again, still recovers, yet the defense is able to get there in time.
Yeah, again, that's just showing just how good 1D is. When Bump comes in, he realizes he's just got to literally stop to re-angle his car and get back to this one. It's just the willingness to move slowly when that is required, whereas Rocket League is obviously a game that really doesn't seem like one's going to do you much good frequently. Almost always got to go fast.
Oh, no!
And that is going to be Get Over technically awarded with it. I think this is 1D with a bad touch on the bottom. Yeah, that is.
Oh, man,
and he blocked it away from
Bill.
Yeah, he blocked it away from teammate. That was, I'm not sure if he just read this as an opponent when it was really a teammate. I'm not sure if he was trying to get a big boost in the corner. I'm not sure. What I do know, Formal, is that led to the fourth goal for the side of the Loggers, and there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to take a miracle and then some, I feel, for the Chiefs to come back in this. 20 seconds remaining. I'm counting this as the victory lap. I'm claiming they are our champions now, because in a undefeated, clean sweep, it is once again the Lincoln Loggers who are going to be our champions.
Nicely done. Yeah, there's not enough time here. This game decided, done, and dusted. 4-0 on the stream. Who would have guessed it? We only had, what, one of those across the regular week, regular days? What, Thursday and Saturday and now Sunday? Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. The the Lincoln Land Loggers keeping a lot in the tank for this one, showing off in the grand finals. 4-0 fashion, really solid win, a very solid win. The closest of all these games was the 6-3. The very first game, the 5-4. After that, though, after the 5-4, the score difference of 1 in game number 1. Lincoln Land really just coming out swinging, winning by no fewer than 3 points across those second 3 games.
It's really sort of, I think, aligned almost with their run through this event, where this is a team that, strangely enough, starts slow and gets stronger as things progress. If you go back to that first series, it was a it went all 7. Semifinals, well, they did drop a game, and then in the grand final, well, they're warmed up, they're ready to go. Yeah, that first game was the closest, but once they get into that rhythm, this team looks so tough to beat. In sync, mechanically, they are there and a deserving champion.
Yeah, 100%. Especially again when you have like 1D is just doing a lot there at the very end. I think they kind of realized like, you know, you want something done, you got to do it yourself, but the execution thereof just so frequently results in 1D either being like in an ill-advised position, we'll say, or getting bad touches on this ball, either to take away from teammates like we saw in the very last goal, or to actually send this ball rocketing towards their own goal, and that did result in a couple own goals as well. Now, again, this is a Lincoln Land Logger squad that won by no fewer than 3 points in games 2, 3, and 4, so maybe not would have mattered so much given that 1D didn't put in a whole lot of goals against themselves. I don't think he put in any goals against them in game number 1, a game that was only decided by 1, but still, perhaps that's just a little more theory crafting at this point, Formal.
Yeah, all I do know, and I could say this 100% certainty, fact, truth, write it down, get it tattooed on your arms. 1D is going to be having nightmares about, you know, our good friend Get Over. Because the way how Get Over was just able to track 1D throughout was quite phenomenal. I haven't really seen sort of like one player shut down another that hard. I mean, we commented back in that game, you know, even the times when 1D had to make these amazing recoveries, it was usually because Get Over was right in his face, fighting those bumps, fighting demos at times. And that is just executing on a game plan. And the cool thing about this Lincoln Land side is that, yeah, Get Over might have the best instinct, but Sloths as well as Becky, like when these two can synergize on that attack, they can do some pretty phenomenal stuff. That car control we saw out of Becky towards the tail end of it all was great. The car hunting ability to go for the bumps, go for the demos, even when the other two are stuck on defense, Becky is still on the attacking side, just bumping and ramming Bungalow Bill, saying, no, you don't get to play either. It's almost like a rule 1, but not an official one, and they just find ways to make it work.
There's the rule 1, like, I will not stop bumping you till I at least get a demo score or more. I'm with it. Really, really aggressive plays. And again, I think that a lot of this is indicative of how you don't always need to get the demos. Minor little bumps like this, even if they come like a little bit harder, if they come a little bit softer, frequently that's all you really need to just eat up that crucial 3/4 of a second or something Formal. When a player is trying to set up a angle on a ball or a pass onto player, it's going to be enough to stop that in its tracks. As it is, we are going to be going to a very short break, but after which we'll be coming back, little interview action. Only winners in the interview box as well, but before we go, I want to give a shout out here to Athletes Unheard. They're actively making the world a better place as they're working with athletes that do suffer from mental health issues. Coming through here, and a lot to be said for Athletes Unheard, Formal.
Yeah, and also a big thank you for, you know, all those cookie lovers out there, particularly two that I want to point out, Lenny and Larry and their vegan cookies. You know, they've got no soy, no dairy, no artificial sweeteners, just good stuff to put in your body. So a big thank you to them as well. And guess what? They're even delicious. So it's everything you could want in a cookie.
Everything that you can want in a cookie. There's the tagline right there. We'll be back with you guys after a very, very short break. Little interview action coming at you with one of the winning members of this Lincoln Land Logger squad. Don't tune away, because I might take it personally.
As we are on the pitch underway, opening kickoff, it's a bump from 1D that puts
a slice across the middle as Camarino takes the second for Waubonsee, realizing exactly where he needed to get to. 70 seconds, and get over, puts this one right up and over as the Loggers take the lead with 68 seconds left.
Camarino has been so good on the attack, but this time right here, I think it was the pressure from Bellman. Go for it, gets the touch and puts it in. A 5-4 lead for Lincoln.
Just the aerial escort right here, and Becky's one for the task. Love to see it. This is really, really solid handling in the top, and the
really great to come to fruition as we hit our final 5 seconds.
Camarino up. This is the last real run here. Only going to get one more bounce. That's it. Grounded ball. Loggers take game number 1 after the comeback here with maybe on the last minute or so. 5-4. Bringing them out. Is that a? That's going to be on point. I love how Slothish is Waubonsee Chiefs, and that's going to be Wendy putting it in for Slothish. Now I'm going to say it's keep away situations and get it game 2 is Dustin.
Yeah, I mean it is keep away absolutely, and although Wendy may have been the one who pinched it in, and then there are goals. And Slothish is going to add another to their total. That's 4 in this game. I've tried to think back. Like, I think he's now hit double digits in this series alone.
Well, he's got 4 of these goals in 2 other games. Fantastic shot. Slothish actually does touch this one, but I believe that was going in regardless, right?
Put that clear. Now, Becky didn't get the goal, but 100% Becky made it happen. However, here comes Camarino to strike back.
There you go. Tied up situation. Not something that Waubonsee has enjoyed in a little while. One more goal, and they'll actually be taking this. Chiefs still on defense. Get over, putting up the second. That's his second. Get over, getting to it. Back to the middle. Becky is there and receives it perfectly like a package in the mail. 3-1 now for the side of the Chiefs. Looking at 75 seconds left, Formal.
Oh, look at that car. Once again, the Lincoln Loggers, who are going to be our champions.
Nicely done. Yeah, there's not enough time here. This game decided, done, and dusted. 4-0 on the stream. Who would have guessed it? We only had, what, 1 of those across the regular week, regular days? What? Hello and welcome back, Rocket League fans. We got Becky to come on in here and give us a minute of his time after that 4-0 game. Becky, of course, of the Lincoln Land Loggers, 4-0 over the Waubonsee Chiefs. Becky, you with us?
Howdy.
I'm sorry?
What's up?
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said howdy.
Oh, howdy. Howdy. There you go. That's a nice American salutation right there. I'm sorry I didn't catch that at first. But yes, congrats on the 4-0 victory here. A little spicy action in the grand finals. You guys took it a little bit farther in some of the other games, but did not have any time for the Chiefs in the grand finals. Now I want to ask you, game 1 was a 5-4. I'm just going to run through the scores here just in case people are just joining us here. Game 1, 5-4 for the Loggers. Game 2, 5-1 for the Loggers. Game 3, 6-3 for the Loggers. Game 4, 4-1 for the Loggers. So if you know math, and I barely do here, I'll be honest. Games 1 score looking a little bit different from games 2, 3, and 4. I want to ask you what changed from games 1 going into the last of these 3 games.
I mean, we know that we played Waubonsee during the regular season, so they were going to be preparing hard for this matchup, and I think it was just a matter of getting a feel for how they were going to play, and then just taking that into those next games. So they played really aggro, and I know Wendy was looking for a lot of bumps and boost stealing, so we just had to take that into account. And then I kind of did the same as well, started looking for more bumps myself, just playing that more aggressive play style.
I get you. A little mirror play is coming through there, and it obviously paid off in spades. Now, as a general team, you answered kind of the individualistic play a second ago. As a team overall, was this kind of a standard day for Lincoln Land?
Kind of. We knew that we could have ran with the series we played yesterday. We knew that those 0-1 games just aren't really what we were expecting. But then we took how we were playing from that and just kind of refined our play style. Played some comp games beforehand, typical warm ups, and just went into it with a good mindset and ended up winning.
There it is. There it is. Just keeping the game plan alive coming through. What Becky was referring to, of course, is yesterday that going down to a game 6 against the Jackson Jets ended in 6-2 fashion, so pretty handily for you guys. But that game 3 and that game 4 was both 1-0s. One of these going into overtime as well, like the full sudden death being initiated on that one, and very narrow losses. Lincoln Land obviously winning that one, pushing it in to the grand finals. Now, last question here, Becky. I gotta ask, where's the name come from?
Back in like 6th grade, we were kind of on a skit or something, and my last name's Beck, and one of my friends just stuck a Y on it, and ever since then I've been running with it.
There you go. There you go. The antics from the friends resulting in a nickname or a tag yet again. I love to hear it. So, Becky, at this point, again, thank you for coming on in and giving us a minute of your time after the game, and congrats on the 4-0 win. Pretty one-sided there in the grand finals against the Waubonsee Chiefs.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me, and thanks for casting.
Hey, not a problem. Not a problem. Always enjoy it. Formal, you back with me?
I'm always here. I was
there
listening.
It is.
I was judging.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
How'd I do?
I think you did well, although I was hoping, I wanted to hear a little bit about that triple touch, though, and whether or not that's a reoccurring shot that we see in the Becky arsenal. I'm just going to assume it is, though, moving forwards, because, I mean, it was great to hear from Becky, obviously. Had my 2 biggest pop-off moments did come from that player, the triple touch and the 15-second bump play, each of those of what you love to see in Rocket League.
Yep, it really does not get much better than that in incredibly tough angles, incredibly tough asks. But at this point, just want to run through the organizations, the people that make this more possible. Again, that is our producer, that's Sam Price, producing away and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We really appreciate that. Shout outs to the Army National Guard, as well as Athletes Unheard, Barbasol, the 100-year-old shaving cream company, Linny and Larry's, those gamer cookies, Legion by Lenovo, that crucial esports hardware, as well as Reveal Suits, the official suit sponsors, the tailors perhaps of the individualistic players and teams here in the CENC 2021. That's the Collegiate Esports National Championship. With that, though, Formal, I believe that our Rocket League cast has come to an end. I hate to say it. I'm FBI Tugboat, joined with my man Formal. And we got anything else for the good people before we move on into Overwatch?
Thank you all for watching. Thanks for continuing to support not only university games, but Rocket League in particular. And yeah, let's get to that Overwatch. I'm excited to see how that's going to play out.
Absolutely. You got Lemon Kiwi, you got Leg Day taking on their VALORANT afterwards with Trooper and with, I had the name here just a second ago, Tristan, I believe. Did I have that right? There you go, Tristan Cast. There you go. Almost had it all there. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll be back with you guys, getting a little bit of Overwatch action here in just a minute. Don't tune away.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, We will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
At a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
At a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been aborted, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Gen Z is a stalled
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
While I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I hope you came packed and ready to go and you are comfortable because we are going into the grand finals of the NJCAAE League. It's leg day, it's Lemon Kiwi. We'll be bringing you through all that action.
We have two star-studded teams ready to battle it out for you today. And it's going to be a long one, ladies and gentlemen, so grab your snacks. Make sure that you're hydrated. Tell your nan that you're going to be away for a little bit because it's going to be a best of 7 in Overwatch. And you know what? This can go on for a little while, but here's a quick look at how we got here. As you can see, the two teams that we have left are Bryant and Stratton, Bobcats, and Wake Tech.
Oh boy, I mean, I think they clearly deserve to be here. Those semifinals went by quick. Wake Tech defeated Finger Lakes 3-0, and then we saw the Bobcats of Bryant and Stratton take down SUNY Broome 3-0. And with how well they performed in their group, there is no surprise they're here. But some of their compositions and some of their strategies, I think, is what is really unique about these teams, and how they're going to clash is something I don't think we're ever gonna predict like that.
Yeah, there are some very interesting takes. Can we get one of his rosters up on the screen so I can take all of your through? We've got Wake Tech up first. And one of the things that struck me first about this roster, Lemon, is that they're the only roster I have seen in Overwatch for a long, long time, since about 2016, who consistently run Mercy Lucio. They run the double main support. Fox likes to play on the Mercy, and Dapper Dino is a little bit of a monster on the Lucio. I remember back to an Eichenwald in particular, doing their best Toby impression with some double boops on a bridge. Whereas Jimmy Games and Crimson King, both those guys are incredibly flexible.
Yeah, it's tough because Lucio doesn't output a lot of heals. You usually employ that Lucio for the utility of the speed, and the sound barrier can be really useful to counteract these huge tank ultimates like a Gravitic Flux or Graviton Surge. But with Mercy, you have limited heals there as well because it's single target, and usually Mercy players are you employ a Mercy for the blue beam, that damage boost for those ranged people. Kind of mainly Fox is sticking by Crimson King's side, who either plays the Ashe or the McCree.
Yeah, Crimson King, sort of a long-range hit scan. Let's say default for this team, but I wouldn't say specialist because we have seen him move over towards other roles. But definitely Crimson King is the first one to pick up McCree, is the first one to pick up the Ashe. Jimmy Games, I think we've seen a little bit of Junkrat from him. We've seen a lot of Tracer as well. I think both of these guys are going to give their opponents a run for their money, and so much rest, like you said, on the back of Fox here. Because not only do they need to be giving over the blue beam to damage boost, but also as the primary healing output, as a Mercy, they need to move around the battlefield incredibly fast. And that's because, well, Lucio has AoE healing, but can't really target it onto someone who's low. So Fox has to have a priority list in their mind permanently of who's going to be given precedence when it comes to the Mercy healing.
And you thought that was the weirdest part. They also run kind of a lot of double off tank of Titanium on the Zarya and VPAX on the Roadhog, which we haven't seen the double off tank in quite a while, just of how important a shield is to take up and mostly hold on to that space.
Yeah, Titanium has been an absolute monster when it comes to that Zarya, continuously clearing the way and hitting good graviton surges. Jack the Hero, of course, is also on this roster, as you can see in the bottom left of your screen, but we yet to see them actually come into a game, so we can't tell you as much about them. What we can tell you about is the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats. Let's move over to our second roster. And Lemon, if I was going to say that one of the teams is a favorite coming in, I'd have to say that Bobcats, they have a slight advantage.
Oh, yeah, that semifinal, I don't think they died. I don't think they lost a fight. And
I think Cole might have died to their own rockets more than the enemy.
Cole was in fact crazy. Like, his Pharah was uncontested. No matter if there was a McCree with MRC pocket or anything thrown at him, Cole was, I think, so free in the sky, and it kind of just outshined the rest of the team. But of course, this is a team effort. I'm just wondering if that Pharah is still going to be so chillin' when he has to go up against Crimson King.
Especially Crimson King, who might be damage boosted by Fox here. And that's one of the things that is going to be quite an interesting matchup to look at, because Culver Crazy loves to play on this Pharah and just be incredibly audacious playing against double hit scan. You often get the 2 versus 2 because the pharmacy not dying to a hit scan can often be mischaracterized as the hit scan not being good enough to counter a Pharah, but in actuality, that's a 2 versus 1 with the Pharah pocketing the Mercy. But when you've got a pocketed hit scan, it becomes a 2 versus 2. That's a lot more of a fair matchup, where the hit scan's got a much better chance of killing the Pharah. However, every single member of the Bobcats, even if we haven't said their name in this intro, you can bet that we're going to be scrubbing it in the match because they love to do some wacky stuff. Narwhal in particular, really, really good on the Winston. As a Winston main myself, I'm a bit of a fan.
Oh, that's some big compliments. I'd say as a support player, I would say big fan of what Say Wolf and Friendly Giant are doing for Bobcats. They play a lot of Bap and Mercy or Ana and Mercy, so going for a lot more offensive utility compared to the Lucio Mercy, more of the speed and defensive utility of Wake Tech. And this is just not the meta you're seeing from the pros right now, but that's just why I love casting the collegiate scene, is because they kind of invent the meta almost before it becomes popular, or they kind of test things out. It's the experimental period, and we saw how much even the double off tank was working for Wake Tech, so I'm not going to complain about any of this. Let's jump into our first map of our first to 4 grand finals.
And immediately, I have questions. Jimmy Games is playing main tank. Jimothy? James?
All grown up.
And Titanium has moved away from the Zarya, which is usually his territory, and is currently being played by VPAX, who usually plays main tank, so that Titanium can play May instead. So the Wake Tech Eagles, they're coming out also a little bit different, and Fox has abandoned the Mercy. They're going to be playing on the Baptiste instead. So it's going to be Baptiste Lucio versus Baptiste Mercy, and this means that in our first engagement here, there's definitely going to be a lot more damage coming out of the Bobcats as they begin, because not only are they not suffering from damage drop-off, but also they have the straight-up damage of the Roadhog, whereas the Zarya needs to charge up first.
Oh, what a stun from Crimson King, Friendly Giant, at the end of the Congo line. I'm surprised that Fabian and the Friendly Mercy there were just that separate away from the crew when they did not spot this rotation from Wake Tech. But as those cooldowns come back, look how they come charging in thanks to that speed of Dapper, but they could not dodge the hook and didn't have the VPAX bubble in time to save Crimson from OBL. So with that first pick from Bryant and Stratton, and they actually lost point control too. They reestablished back those shields. That self-bubble god from VPAX starting to get frozen up as OBL. That might deny the healing, but looks like OBL was able to survive thanks to that immortality of Saywolf.
The Mercy has returned though. VPAX going to fall. The only tank that's going to be coming back is Jimmy Games returning on that Wrecking Ball, and they are going to be able to pile drive into her back, do a lot of damage. OBL falls as well. A little bit less bulk on the point right now for the Bobcats, but they still, Lemon, don't have control back.
my god, Cole is just picking everybody off. He's got the fly spotter and the bugs are swarming towards that point. And it was a bit of a ring around the rosy, but Bryant and Stratton have regained control.
Cole's crazy, man. At least Wake Tech here. They've done a really good job of identifying their win condition, which is to out-rotate Bryant and Stratton. They have a speed advantage with Lucio, and that's what allowed them to really catch out Friendly Giant last time. So Friendly Giant is going to have to be a lot more proactive with how they want to take their disengagements.
Oh, that's not a great first person you want to lose, especially that biggest source of healing from Wake Tech now gone with Fox missing. So you can see how they're kind of taking their time, gathering some energy. That was a good pull from the Orisa Narwhal right into the pile drive, but Crimson King, if he was on that tracer, he would have chased down that ball, but kind of limited mobility to get that done. So another pile drive, I think, forces Fabian back with Cole down. That forces the Bob out towards the point. No DPS for Bryant and Stratton as the Valkyrie help support tanks. Titanium is just baiting towards that Blizzard. The grab was thrown for VPAX. It only gets the Orisa, and here's plan B of the Blizzard, but a fortified Orisa can just walk on out of that.
However, they will eventually be taken on down. And that's going to be a recap. 69% gained by Bryant and Stratton. A very nice performance thus far, but Wake Tech Eagles are going to be looking to do even nicer. I'd love to see a slight bit of patience here on the amplification matrix. Wait until Bryant and Stratton have moved past their high ground and towards the point, because their disengagement capacity with the Orisa is incredibly limited with no speed boost. So you can make sure that they're trapped in front of this matrix.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the AM Matrix to come out, but OBL just decided to drop a little present at the staircase, kind of literally trapping where the Eagles want to come out of. So see if they can off the Ant Matrix. Not getting a crazy amount of picks, but that's a great opening one, along with OBL. Cole with the second. And, well, Jimmy, he's going to be leaving that situation. So Bryant and Stratton will try and flip.
Man, Cole's even more dangerous with a Mercy pocket. Those damage boosted headshots can take off most of his eye yourself. 250 without the damage boost, and a little bit more with, I think 325. That's your mental maths for the day. Am I collegiate ready level with my mental maths? Oh, the big thing that Bryant and Stratton have coming into this next fight is the combination of a pile driver and the Dragon Strike. The pile driver really good for limiting movement, and OBL used this to great effect last time to set up that Dragon Strike. Here they go again.
Oh, OBL trying to push them into the dragon while trying to dodge a few mines that think themselves and going through the Ant Matrix. So with Fox down, Dapper low, I don't think Wake Tech have a lot of resources, but they do have a lot of damage, just pushing them into the mines of Jimmy as he goes on the hunt. Coming down through the last fight, 85% point flip for Wake Tech.
Jimothy is his own assist. Managed to knock Narwhal into one mine, it bounced him into a second mine, and then into a third mine. And Jimmy? Oh no, Jimmy was feeling himself a little bit too hard right there. A little bit of feed towards the end. Overtime is going to be triggered right here as Dive members of the team have brought themselves to this area. Can they remove them from the... Whoa! From the ammo, they never got there!
Crimson, he just doesn't stop. He's going for the fifth kill. Disgusting. 100 to 99 ends our first round.
Oh my goodness. Jimmy probably went forward there to maybe, I don't know, try and stop him from touching the point. Was unable to catch the Tracer or the Wrecking Ball or even the Winston. But unfortunately, when Saywolf put down that Immortality field, Fabian, Narwhal, and OBL didn't want to confine themselves to such a small area. They're growing up as diving heroes, I mean, they want to go out and see the world. I don't need to stay here anymore, Dad. Unfortunately, they kind of did. Crimson King getting so much value there off the Deadeye with the patience. They could have easily gone for the single kill there onto Fabian on the Tracer, but patience there definitely paid off because Crimson King knew that they were safe.
Off we go to downtown. Duel of the McCrees, but a difference in DPS. Titanium, Hanzo, Cole back to his shenanigans on the Farah. So I'm wondering, Bryant Stratton, are they going to want to stay inside these buildings? Behind the shield of the Orisa, that seems to already be missing a shield. Fabian rolls forward, thought he got a shot onto Fox or VPAX, who are already low, and that's the danger of a Lucio Mercy setup. So you just got to play things slow. You don't have a lot of heals, but just no shield for protecting Wake Tech. So Cole was raining it down, but shots were found by Wake Tech on the point. will get the cap first.
Bryant and Stratton looking a little bit more mortal than we anticipated for any of you who saw the semifinals. Bryant and Stratton, I don't know if they lost a fight. Wake Tech, it was a little bit closer between them and Finger Lakes. There were moments where I wasn't entirely sure who was going to come out on top, but right now, Wake Tech are looking so good. And Crimson King is really the tip of the spear when it comes to that. Really doing a good job making sure that Cole isn't getting any space to work.
Well, Crimson King, he also has a Deadeye again. Oh, but you don't want to beat this guy in the dark hallway. Bob being around the corner finishes him off and probably didn't even have time to hold it when Jimmy was sitting in his face. And VPAC's there too, trying to climb up in energy. As Cole kind of backing off. Friendly Giant. Not so friendly anymore after that, I think. But Wake Tech pretty good so far.
Jimmy with a late assassination as well. That one's not necessarily about the overall damage it does, but the damage to the mental right there. Trying to tilt Cole a little bit, potentially. The peel wasn't there from Narwhal, unfortunately missed the hook, and now with 56%, Cole's got to find a great way to use this barrage. Maybe force out some defensive utility with this early minefield.
Yeah, those mines ended up maybe locking out Crimson from the point, but he seems pretty safe mid, but Bryant and Stratton might kind of react to that and push forward. But now that VPAC was by Crimson's side, look how they're just dominating the midfield, and especially with 100 energy, VPAC has to become target number one.
I'd love to see Cole go around the flank here on the right-hand side from our current perspective and allow for Narwhal and OBL as this double off-tank, very dangerous approach to take a huge amount of Wake Tech Eagles sort of focus so that Cole can come in from behind and get value out of this barrage. Alas, they're going to be going over the top, everyone coming in from the same angle.
Oh, the barrage into the... Oh, actually, he was barraging his own grab, his own team, trying to maybe protect them, but the Dragon already came out from Titanium. Thank God a bunch of kills already there. Bryant and Stratton just trying to extend this overtime, but separated away from each other. The pocket is on OBL because he's probably charged up, but no ultimates are left to save the Bobcats from an inevitable defeat. 100-0 for Wake Tech. After that first round went to 100-99. What a flip around.
This was just a great understanding of how to take their Wrecking Ball engages. It felt like there really was... Like, we came into this, we were describing rosters, we're like, Jimmy, excellent flex DPS. Could play the McCree very well. They play around high ground incredibly well as well. And then Jimmy just rolls out on the Wrecking Ball and on the right heart as well. And that level of flexibility is such a huge asset to the side of to Jimmy's team. It's incredible that he's just been able to roll out in the first map on what is an alternate role. Like, I can't think of two roles that are more diametrically opposed, really, than hit scan, DPS, and main tank.
I just thought Wake Tech had a really good understanding of the areas of the map that they had to control. And even when it was just Crimson King and maybe Azaria by his side or something, it just, whenever they were segregated, just isolated by themselves, I never saw really a lot of aggression from the Bobcats to dislodge them, especially people out of position. And even though Cole was on the far, his signature far, and that could be such a detriment to what Wake Tech were putting up. You know, the Zarya is not a great counter to that. They only had a McCree as an answer, but there just wasn't a lot of space creation from the Bobcats.
I think a part of that might come from the fact that they make friendly Giant play the Mercy, and it means that they're denied a huge amount of the space claiming that can be had with the speed boost of a Lucio, which Dapper Dino, as we know, basically just sticks to permanently. And it means that you don't have to spend a long time poking, and it means that you can really make your engagement incredibly fast and make sure that all of that space is claimed, because you don't have to fight for it with an early poke phase. You could just skip that because you're fast enough to get in their face really early, and that's working out very well for their McCree.
Well, this is a first to 4 grand finals. So we got a lot more Overwatch yet to go, but it was Wake Tech that took our first map, and at least the first round went 99-99, and it took a lot of compositional swaps. I mean, even Jimmy was seen playing the Hammond or
we ended up with 2 Wrecking Balls. We began with we began with pulled pork, also known as Orisa Rotog on one side, and Ryan Zaya on the other. And towards the end of 100%, like, there were Wrecking Balls. I think they were playing Wrecking Ball, Winston Dive on one side with a Tracer, and I was like, I think maybe Zaya Wrecking Ball on the other side alongside of McCree. So it all kind of turned into a miasma, a hero soup towards the end. However, this is a chance for the map to be picked by Bobcats. So maybe they'll choose one that's a little bit more conducive to the aggressive Farah playstyle.
Well, like you and I always play the guess that song, guess that map, and that sounds like Numbani. Also, I think the robot lady said Numbani at the beginning, so I kind of
Athena gave it away. Athena giving us a spoiler alert. The map chosen, it does seem, has been Numbani, which is pretty cool because I think Bobcats are going to be very much. They're going to be relying on a good first point defense here. Is the long and short of it. They will, however, have to attack first. But the way that they're going to be defending this is likely with the pharmacy, and it means that they can kind of sit back a little bit more, allow Narwhal to play on that Winston. However, given that we know Narwhal is a fantastic Winston, this is a really good map to pick. I'd say the 3 maps where you are always going to face a Winston check in Overwatch, regardless of the meta, Numbani, Dorado, and Watchpoint Gibraltar. So if we go a little bit further in and we see Bryant and Stratton needing to pick even more maps, I would not be surprised to see for Dorado, especially Lemon, because it's another area that's really good for Farah.
And this is where you have an important difference of supports as well. When you have the Ana, which is more offensive. You have Dapper scouting. Okay.
I don't,
probably heard.
I think Dapper's fine. Like, they know Wake Tech's going to play Lucio. No surprises here, right?
Right, but yeah, Saywolf, those nanos are going to be so important and generated quite fast just because of how much damage Narwhal is going to be taking. Well, Dapper, I guess you're speed boosting V-Pax and Crimson King along with the dive, but Brian and Stratton already in the top right, raining down rockets on the point. You see Wake Tech kind of staying safe in the top left side.
Well-placed headshot from Crimson King. Look, Cole can't really peek for that long. They're going to have to use the coach gun here to get up to high ground. And now for the second phase of the attack, delivered by Cole the Crazy Express package of 2 direct rockets. That's beautiful.
Oh, man. The fire versus fire. Kind of wasn't expecting that. We were hyping up Titanium Zarya yesterday, and they're kind of matching Bryant and Stratton on things that they like to run. So, oh, okay. It takes stolen away. Dapper was slept, and you see Jimmy Games has to be the last one to touch, maybe preventing that second take. Reinforcements are around the corner, but it will be an off-angle push from V-Pax on the ball. Maybe can finish off Fabian, but no, healed back up by Friendly Giant. So this point pretty much secured.
Unfortunately, it seems like the comms weren't quite there in terms of who was low enough. V-Pax decided to slam inside the Winston bubble and damage the tanks rather than catch Friendly Giant and Fabian. Narwhal so aggressive here. Crimson King might be able to be rezzed if they can clear out Narwhal. And I think that is going to be the case. The resurrection will come through, and Dapper Dino will not take too long to return. V-Pax server has had to move away from the Wrecking Ball to once again go onto the Zarya. It's a double bubble mirror right now, but a little bit of a range advantage goes the way of Wake Tech because they have the Ash over McCree. Well, not anymore.
Oh, not anymore for sure. And they're making sure they cannot be resurrected, taking up that real estate. Narwhal's also getting a lot more burst heals from the Ana. Still far away from the Nano. Will be the Valkyrie first, just a damage boost and follow off with the dive. V-Pax slow about to reset their energy. And the bubble might have helped Fox stay safe, but I think Wake Tech are being pushed all the way back. That's just kind of what's scary about this section of the map, just how snowbally it is for the offense.
Oh, somehow Fox gets away with it with so little HP. The solo grab here onto V-Pax. Going to be returned to a fray, are you? We say no. Bob's going to stand in front of the cart now, so isn't going to be moving anywhere while that's contested. And Saywolf going to be burned on down by the Tesla coil. If Jimmy Games can get there, the finisher will have to come through from Titanium, but they can't get any finishing blows here.
That's a little messy when you had to invest the grab and the bob to contest the card.
Blocks out.
So close, right? Because they went after Saywolf, but then Narwhal came back with a primal rage and ended up just kind of tossing up the late fight of that section. Looks like point B was still earned though, and a lot of ultimates were used to make that happen.
A lot of time in the bank, though. Bryant and Stratton have more than enough to build up a second full rotunda of ultimate should they desire it. But if Cole can get a good flank here with this Farah, might not need that much. So many fragile targets that they can just burn on through and not much in the way of mitigation.
Well, Jimmy didn't live too long. Already 2 and 3 down for Wake Tech, and this is where Brian Stratton, you want to play aggressive. You go to those spawn room doors and deny any space. This is already going to force V-Pax to swap now to the ball, hoping to touch and maybe save Crimson King. He's still dueling with a Winston on left side. And Fox maybe thought they could go for the Resurrect, but the Valkyrie wasted. Thought they could go high up in the air, but Fabian finds the shot that matters a few more meters away, and this time it gets humongous for the Bobcats. One last barrage to rain down on any last contesters and Eagles. Man, this is not looking good to keep this going.
Oh, Fox stunned out of a res there by Fabian, who was low on health, but guess what? It is once again Saywolf at the back, ever reliable when it comes to that healing. Maybe the silent carrier of Stratton and their Bobcats here, just being able to consistently pump that out at long range and keep that cart moving, and that's what allows for such a gigantic, gargantuan time bank of 4 minutes and 3 seconds. 100-0 on downtown of Busan. Evidently, that does not weigh upon the Bobcats' mental, unless they happen to be angry, in which case I can see it.
It was just fight after fight. We didn't see I don't think the Bobcats lost really a fight. It was maybe back and forth on the point, but they snowballed into B, forced out 3 ultimates from Wake Tech just to hold on to B, and then they had nothing left. They were still resetting at C when Bryant and Stratton just kept diving him and diving him and diving. They were always down. Wake Tech were always down a person or 2 and never had a full 6 for a fight. And that's just Bobcats punishing mistake after mistake.
I wouldn't mind Fox flexing their hero pool again. We saw the Baptiste on Busan.
Hello.
I'd love to see an Ana here. Ana has such great sight lines on Numbani, can operate in relative safety on the cart. And it's sometimes imperative to try and support these diving heroes. Alas, with Jimmy moving away from the Winston and back onto the Wrecking Ball, they're going to be a little bit less reliant on healing. It's interesting that Wake Tech Eagles now are basically creating what we'd call a self-sufficient tank line. V-Packs can heal themselves with the Take a Breather. Jimmy Games, moving fast, has easy access to quite a few mega health packs on this area. But Crimson King's not really going to have anyone to defend them apart from Dapper Dino.
I guess the turret can be a good, something that can negate against Pharah, Tracer, something that come out, and that's a lot of CC to lock down Jimmy, so Bryant and Stratton are fine on this defense. Wake Tech, you don't have to wait for Hammond because they will get back pretty quickly. You can just focus on getting into position, which seems like the position that Wake Tech care about is pushing coast side with the Pharah.
Cole, he's crazy. He'll opt into that door with a pharmacy from across Numbani, eh? No dramas. Jimmy for now, though, playing it low. I imagine they want to make the same rotation again, but without something like a Zyber, where you're so vulnerable to getting hit with a flashbang and a Phantom Hammer, just like that.
Jimmy, that's the second dive and the second death with, yeah, the flashbang, the sleep. That's becoming a little bit too much for Jimmy, but that's also the game plan. Like, do you go Winston? Do you go Diva? Zarya? There's a lot of things Jimmy can swap to because he's just not really adding value to what Wake Tech are trying to do. But even OBL zero energy should be able to get one last kill. Pushed away by Jimmy again, and Wake Tech maybe can go towards the point after these kills.
I mean, you had a 5 versus 6, and then suddenly Velucio comes out of nowhere and kills 3. What are you going to do about that? Jimmy's finally found their man, but they aren't going to be able to take out this Torbjorn before the Molten Core is fully casted. It's going to be Deadeye versus Deadeye, but Crimson King comes out on top by 1. Loses their life for the... and Titanium. Oh, an unfortunate landing.
Oof. Wake Tech almost that second take is 0.3% away. One last touch, Narwhal. He's got the primal. I think the nano, I don't even know where that nano went. Either way, Bryant and Stratton don't have their Ana. Friendly Giant in the middle of a Resurrect. Limited resource with Bryant and Stratton, but Narwhal is buying time with his primal, but he's dancing in a minefield. Good job by Jimmy to lock that down, but 2 kills from the barrage of Titanium. That will be enough for Wake Tech to get this point up.
What a hero play from Dapper Dino to open that one up. They picked an overly aggressive Fabian, they booped Saywolf off the map, and then they finished off OBL to make sure that they could not brawl with the huge amount of energy that they brought to the fore. OBL's energy, however, is now going to be reflected in that ultimate charge, which is almost ready to release a Graviton Surge. Dapper Dino needs to save this sound barrier. Titanium's taken out 2 hit scans thus far. And this is a very nasty angle to deal with, because you've got to move beyond physical cover to ever get a shot onto Titanium unless you clear through top first. And it appears that that's what Bryant and Stratton are now going to be doing.
Oh man, this is so much space being created from Wake Tech. You even got a sound barrier if you need to save anyone, and you might want to use that for the OBL grab, but I think OBL was trying to climb to the high ground so you had a better sight on the enemy team, but already getting warded away by Titanium, just peppering them down. Great shot from Fabian. Wonder if Fox can get that resurrect, flying towards it. Fabian wants to prevent it, and oh, yeah, Fox will sacrifice the life forward. The sound barrier from Dapper was used too early to allow that to go through, and OBL's grab shot after. Trades back and forth, but the tanks of Wake Tech deep into enemy territory of Bryant Stratton don't have any healers anymore. So not much he can do by holding on to point B.
Dapper Dino found the value they needed there out of the sound barrier. I'm not sure what came first out of the graviton and the sound barrier, but all I know is that they intersected, overlapped, and it kept Wake Tech alive in that fight. Fox traded themselves out right there with the resurrection for Titanium, feeling that in the midst of that fight, perhaps with the additional damage of a Farah on high ground, it was going to be too much for Bryant and Stratton to deal with. And now they've moved Culver Crazy over onto the Bastion. This certainly is questionable, especially with no shield.
Oh, just, yeah, bait them coast and then whole hog them all off the point. But Fabian posted up and killed Fox and Titanium. He's so good at punishing the resurrects of Fox. And he just, there's got to be a bubble. There's got to be some fuel. I guess when you run a Roadhog, there's really no one you can help but yourself. And a Bastion taken down from his perch by Titanium. A resurrect, another
what a boost.
Very confident resurrect from Friendly Giant, gets away. Good move from Dapper for sure. This is a big time bank. 1 minute down. The re-engagement Bryant and Stratton is online with the nano onto the Zarya. Lots of energy there. Shield down from Narwhal, who has the primal. Looks like Wake Tech are backing off.
The new front line, the new Colossus, and a newly missed hook there from VPAX. Crimson King catches a 100 charge mortar on their way out, and I'm afraid that one's not going to be survivable. Wake Tech, though, still have a pretty healthy ultimate bank right here. OBL could be gone. So could Narwhal. If they can connect the last shot, 27 HP, but that's going to give so much charge over to Saywolf.
Everyone for Bryant and Stratton needs healing. There's only so much Saywolf can do. Barrage from Titanium, I think, on top of the cart. And Wake Tech need to keep Fox alive. Fabian picked off Titanium. Do not go for the reds here, but one last contest from Narwhal. A grab is missed, and Wake Tech about to get this one in. And a couple minutes slower than Bryant and Stratton, but this is still a really large time bank.
Yep, still good enough. They are going to be able to use the sound barrier here to reinforce themselves. Titanium returns with something a little bit more fist-centric with the Doom. However, 3 members of Bryant and Stratton have now got onto the cart, and this is beginning to be a little bit dangerous in terms of how it can affect their time bank, because these stalling heroes, they have one-shot potential like that.
Oh, Crimson down. Okay. I think with no healers, Bryant and Stratton are still in a lot of trouble. This is not about winning the fight for Bryant and Stratton. This is about taking time away. And when this fight has taken over 30 seconds, that's maybe a bit of a flub from Wake Tech. You got to talk to each other, and that should have gone a lot quicker. But just finishing the map is still a good job, but that leaves them with 145.
I'm really shocked that Wake Tech couldn't finish that a little bit faster up against the initial Bastion. Like, when Cole went Bastion, with the with the Winston and the Zarya up against a damage-boosted Farah who can essentially two-shot you, and a Roadhog, and people don't miss those hooks on turret Bastion, you know? Like, it's fairly easy to grab. Somehow, we saw Cole manage to kill Titanium. Or rather, kill VPAX during a whole hog with the Bastion minigun. Fairly easy to do. The Bastion minigun does do around 450 DPS, and there's no real mobility available to the Roadhog when they're using their ultimate, and they can't take a breather either. So that was the ideal setup that may have given the opening to Stratton to start whittling down this time bank. Still, Wake Tech here, I think the pain point Lemon was definitely trying to take first. They were having a couple of issues. They left Jimmy high and dry, to be frank, when it came to taking these engagements. And I wouldn't be comfortable seeing Jimmy make the same engagement again onto a double hit scan, which is going to be a lot of damage onto Titanium as well. What they really need is a Zarya or a Diva to escort Jimmy.
Yeah, maybe. Separate defense high ground positions from the Bobcats. OBL has already used Bubble, and Cole is already dead. Friendly Giants getting stunned and punished for maybe trying to go for that Resurrect. So with 2 down for this defense, of course Wake Tech are going to get on this point. Titanium knows that Fabian is the biggest threat, and that's for a good reason. They trade 1-to-1. Wake Tech with the first take. Fox able to bring Titanium back, and I think this is good enough to get the point done.
I love the change here, Lemon. When it comes to Jimmy's tactics, we didn't see him go for the high ground against the double hit scan. Instead, he was more of a brawl assist character, looking to get these finishing blows, get chases when people manage to move beyond the crosshairs of either Titanium or Crimson King. And this is a much faster take than they had before. So this map remains winnable, but Titanium's down with a Helix rocket. Okay, Cole, you're just flexing now. The Fox is going to get the rest.
Oh man, they keep. Oh, good hook from VPAX just to get that Winston away from the Mercy in the middle of that Resurrect. And man, it's scary when you don't have a Zarya. D.Va has to be your next best bet to peel for these Mercies when they go for those reses, because it's really important to get that extra person back and to forgive that first pick. Kind of slows down the pace. Cole has been found by Titanium again, and there's a whole hog pushing this Winston off the map. And there's only so much Matrix someone like OBL is even gonna have. Meanwhile, Saywolf delivered a nano boost while they were being taken down. There's no support for the defense of the Bobcats, and this is how Wake Tech are trying to snowball.
They swarm like mosquitoes. They come in from so many different angles, Lemon. Jimmy in the back, trying to play it safe. 134 HP. They can't really tax the healing resources. Still, they're going to give it a go. I don't know if that one was really worth it going up against Cole and their tactical visor, but now you've got to try and beat the Roadhog in close-range combat, and it isn't always a good idea. Dapper Dino still here, and Crimson King! Oh my goodness, on the flank with the triple Mad Boy!
Oh, you dropped this King. He almost even got that soldier off the point. Someone has to keep touching for Wake Tech. They were supposed to win this. Crimson King has done so much for this team. Now the Bobcats only have OBL, doesn't have self-destruct. Narwhal could be coming back with Primal, but I don't think they'll be able to touch. You'll want to save this for point C. Wake Tech doing so much with how little time they had.
You can't let Fox keep getting away with this. They are an absolute magician on the Mercy. I don't know how they managed to keep that card contested against what should have been the ace in the hole of that self-destruct.
Narwhal's back on the car with the bubble and the barrage. The sprinkles on top. Titanium doing it to him dirty. And oh, even onto the pilot D.Va. Disgusting. Wake Tech back at full force, even with that Resurrect. Inching closer to the final part of C.
The time bank no longer really matters that much when you've got this much distance. Jimmy and VPAX both down. The tanks are gone, but now look at this. They need to stay on the cart, but Narwhal's got access to the Primal. Can knock everybody back, and that's exactly what they've done. OBL coming in from the back of the point, rolls on through, get off my cart, and that is the win condition that Bryant and Stratton Bobcats needed. But they are going to be kicking themselves for this defense.
So you point out that important boot from OBL, but also that Crimson King was so far back, actually starting to make a flank on the left side, maybe getting close to Deadeye, or just these small flanks is what McCree is supposed to do. But if Crimson King would have been with the team, could have hit that flashbang on OBL before that boot went through and maybe keep this card still rolling.
Maybe so. I need to see Wake Tech get a little bit more value out of this first point. First point of Numbani, Lemon. It's a little bit geographically unique in terms of how hybrid maps work. If you think about King's Row, sort of a de facto favorite hybrid map of everybody and their nan, think about how close the attackers spawn to the battle sites that are chosen on point A. It's incredibly close. There's a huge attritional advantage with the defenders spawning in the subway such a long way back. Eventually, if you trade, you are basically going to win that. But Numbani is unique in terms of how point A defenses work, in that the attacker and defender spawns are essentially equidistant, and the only real advantage that attackers have when it comes to their spawns is easier access to the high ground on their run back. So you really need to be able to get a huge amount of time bank drained on this point A defense.
Far push though for Wake Tech. We'll see if Bryant and Stratton can keep up. They had several extra minutes with a really successful round one push. See if that'll still be the same, or if Wake Tech really learned their lesson and Narwhal's just not getting close to a Roadhog. That's the last person you want to try and 1v1 as a hook comes through from VPAC, but must have gotten booped or didn't get the finishing blow. So Bryant and Stratton are losing a lot of health, and it doesn't seem like Saywolf can really heal everyone back up. They're taking so much poke, and Bryant and Stratton couldn't do anything.
Narwhal there making a dive, but oh my, did they just get... They got melee environmental kill credits, so Titanium's getting a little bit of extra ult charge. I think Narwhal probably could have stayed on the low ground and maybe tried to body block for a friendly giant res after Fabian tried to play around here and actually got picked pretty early. I'd like to see a play for high ground, and that's exactly what they've done. Dapper Dino punished for a errant peek here by the Hanzo, and that's a risk that you're always going to run. But OBL's off for high ground now. It's going to be much more difficult to secure.
It's going to be just hard to dislodge VPAX from the high ground too, and oh, Fox dangerously low. OBL's gotten this 2 picks this fight, probably because they're getting higher and higher energy, and Fabian, I think with the nail in the coffin, gives Bryant and Stratton this point.
VPAC's going to go down, but a minute and a half drained. It's better than last time, Lemon. That much I can say. And 2.5 minutes is by no means a huge amount of time to get through Numbani point B. There could be the capacity here for a snowball.
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of the danger of going past your bubble as Winston, and the placement of those. The burst comes in waves from Wake Tech with the Fire Directs and Crimson King, who just doesn't miss. OPL's getting higher and higher energy, and I think he's ready for a grab. And there's with no Diva, no one's gonna stop him. He throws it out, the dragon on top, and you saw the defensive barrage from Titanium, and it's a 1-to-1, but surely this could even be resurrected if they really wanted to. Bryant and Stratton losing maybe 1 or 2 that fight, and getting a lot of ultimates out of Wake Tech.
I think VPAX was considering making space for the resurrection right there, but Fox opted out, thinking that Wake Tech are close enough now with Jimmy to be able to get a second contest here, and they'll be able to use a minefield to try and clear the car out. Still, Narwhal likely going to be given a nano boost right here to clear through multiple people, but Saywolf could decide to go... Oh, they see 9. Oh, no. And they got a double... Oh, that's tragic, Lemon.
Well, you also nanoed OBL, and this is maybe a good time when you don't have Friendly Giant or Cole. Bryant is not in the best position, but OBL is just lasering away all the health pools of Wake Tech, making them low enough that I think Narwhal and Fabian can finish the job. That box of victories around the corner. Good dodge on the hook. VPAC's just trying to stay alive because the reinforcements are still coming back from the defense, and this is the last fight for the win.
Oh, they've lost Friendly Giant. Can't resurrect yourself, and the peel isn't quite good enough for Narwhal as VPAX delivers a damage-boosted hook shot. Fox on point, as always, with that Mercy. And now Wake Tech, as we head into 30 seconds remaining, what looked like a ace in the whole map for Bryant and Stratton Bobcats is beginning to look increasingly perilous. They're going to be going up against a whole hog. They're going to be going up against a sound barrier and a Valkyrie, but they are going to have a graviton from OBL, and Narwhal has began. They've already been countered by the whole hog. What a huge play!
And a big pick onto Cole, because OBL, he's supposed to grab. They're looking for a grab Dragon Strike finisher potentially as the grab has to come out. Cole gets resurrected, and maybe you don't even need the Dragon. The Deadeye from Fabian got so many picks. Wake Tech only have 2 left, and Bryant and Stratton still have to push a couple of meters, but Titanium, a 2-for-1 trade, weakens Bryant and Stratton in the final moments. Wake Tech have respawn advantage, but can they touch? Will be up to VPAX. He's on the ball. Jimmy on the Reinhardt, still charging back. Crimson has the pocket of Fox and buying a lot of time. Goes towards that Ana of Saywolf, who has the nano. Has to give that one over quickly. Friendly Giant is 1 HP. Could not get finished as you see Fox has to bring out the pistol. As this could be anyone's game. Only 3 left from the defense.
Jimmy, he's going to fall down soon. It's going to be down to Dapper Dino alone to keep this contested. Titanium comes in, trying to land for rockets. They're flying too high, too close to the sun. And Bobcats will eventually make it work off the back of what was such a scrappy exchange of punches, of slobber knockers, of uppercuts. Oh my goodness, Lemon.
Oh, I had to sneeze there for a second, but wow, the series being 1-to-1.
I'm allergic to good series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, no, maybe no surprise that Bobcats ended up winning this when you have several extra minutes to attack, but at the end it came down to the 3 versus 3. I think Titanium, the swap from off tank from the first time we casted him into the semifinals to playing some fire and matching up against Cole has been really entertaining.
It has been incredibly entertaining, Lemon, but that was such a close shave considering how much of an advantage was gained there by the Bobcats. But you know what? When it comes to close shaves, there's only one product that you should look at, because our CNEC Collegiate Finals here, 5 NJCAAE, is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's leader for a close, comfortable shave. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. And with that beautiful plug done, Lemon, we're going to head to a quick break.
Would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
The teams have patched up their wounds after that pub car park fight of an Umbani, and the next map has been chosen. We're going to be jet setting from the heart of Africa all the way over to the Russian tundra, as Wake Tech, our losers from the last map, have chosen to go to Volskaya Industries.
Pretty exciting. I think this is a great map pick for them. Obviously going back to maybe some double hit scan that we saw from before. And with that Mercy Pocket, I think that's going to work out great to just add to their range, add to the damage. But I think our big question mark on our foreheads, as you can see, is what are the tanks going to do? Because they've been kind of swapping around Jimmy Games and Titanium. And I wonder, you know, the roles are being swapped, the heroes are being swapped in the process. So what's really going to defend these DPS is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, our DPS appear to be playing thus far on a, better say limited space allocation. Our tanks are, they're getting wild. The Roadhog sort of has a dynamic in Overwatch where he creates space through fear, which is kind of weird. Like, what Roadhog does is every 8 seconds, he projects a zone of influence around himself, which is like, if you are within this zone of influence, if you don't have cover, if you don't have a shield, you are going to get hooked and you are going to die. And that's how Roadhog generates space as a tank, and by being a deterrent to a dive. And Narwhal found that out the hard way diving against VPAX, because with the 10% buff, the damage on the scrap gun, Winston gets absolutely demolished by a Roadhog, especially when Winston's headshot hitbox is essentially in the middle of his body, kind of like D.Va, because of how he works as a gorilla. And it means you're going to be able to hit a lot of headshots when you get that hook and absolutely leave a Winston on the back foot. However, Narwhal is abandoning the Winston for now. I think this might be one of the first Sigmas we've seen over the course of these rounds. And Fabian and Cole here, how they counter-rotate the enemies will be incredibly imperative, because they're both playing these long-range heroes that have some disengagement ability but can't really deal with a second phase of a dive. If they are forced to use a early coach gun or an early lunge, then a second phase of a dive from, say, a Tracer or a D.Va could leave them high and dry.
Yeah, the Roadhog just is kind of a selfish character, if we're being completely honest. You know, his whole kit is really to benefit himself, and while as a Zarya or a D.Va, just why Roadhog isn't meta as much as before is Zarya and D.Va can help the entire team, especially D.Va, because of how low her cooldowns are, to be able to zip zap around with her boosters to attain high grounds to push people off of them. Or you have Zarya, whose bubble is really good against Doomfist. You have someone who's going to be in your backline trying to execute your supports. A bubble can buy just enough time for that to not go through. But pauses are done. No more pause, champs. Bobcats are defending.
Force champ is out. Game champ is in. It's going to be Jimmy playing the Winston here. I think this might be a slightly new hero to the repertoire. Usually played by VPAX. Titanium already taken out, and I wonder if Titanium will be having second thoughts looking at the back of a damage boosted Ashe, who, remember, does have a Sigma shield to give him a little bit of additional life in this duel.
Man, OBL is soaking up so much on that left side. As soon as he's able to heal back up, you also get damage reduction from that, so you saw how OBL was living way longer than they should have. And with that first pick on the Colt, you see Wake Tech stepping up to that point, needing to maybe make sure Jimmy is healthy and good to go. And the heals are quite slow with Lucio and Mercy, so the pacing might be kind of very fast and very slow, but what a hook from OBL. And staring right down at the Wake Tech, who are going for the res. The bubble might have saved Fox as OBL unleashes the whole Hawk and mini pack group and gets bubbled off, and that's Wake Tech with the first point cap.
Well, we learned the hard way how the Winston and the Roadhog interact that we talked about earlier. However, Roadhog's going to be put away. Titanium there got a great amount of value, I think, from flanking around right behind us, essentially, from our current camera angle to get on top of Fabian before they could adequately react. And that was even with Fox being Elster, I believe, trying to heal up that tank line. But even now in action, this is going to do a lot of damage to Jimmy, but they need to keep VPAX alive. They want to hit the barrage with the Graviton Surge, I imagine.
Maybe. See a big jump from Jimmy all the way at the back, taking a lot of rockets from the side. The grab is thrown from Wake Tech, catches a bunch. Immortality from Saywolf bought them time, as only Friendly Giant is the healer for this team, and Bobcats barely have anyone left. Wake Tech are about to get on this point with leftover ultimates. Jimmy Games is resurrected. Titanium, I think, is still coming back from spawn, and with this Bob holding on to the front line, Wake Tech, as long as he dodges Dragon, should at least get a take out of this.
VPAX uses that Dragon for additional energy. We're going to be sitting at 100 right now, and Friendly Giant needs a topper. There's the Valkyrie and the Sound Barrier as well. From the top, evidently safe within the loving cushion of the additional shield. Titanium rains down pain and rains down justice, but will only claim the single one. Now it's down to OBL to spin to win and try and drain this time bank, but coming in one by one will be the Bobcats. Narwhal first on the docket as they're desperately trying to remove Fox, and they'll be able to do so. So the main source of healing for the Eagles is gone. Alas, they still have 5 and they still have a chance. An excellent boot will divert OBL from having presence on the point, but they need to remove this guy as fast as possible, and you bet that they will.
4 minutes and 9 seconds for Wake Tech, and really impressed by their focus fire. I know Nimbani, we had some questions on how quickly people can finish up fights when they're 6 versus 3 sometimes, but looking at that Bastion instead of the ball from, I think, of OBL that came in was really important, because that Bastion was not only going to burst down the bubble, but probably everyone inside of it. So really quick reactions from Wake Tech, who I think it got a little hairy at the end, but thankfully the Resurrects and the leftover ultimates that Wake Tech had of the Valkyrie, the Grav, the Barrage, the Sound Bear, I think Titanium was the most enabled person in this lobby.
Yeah, Titanium got so much love there, but I've got to give a little bit of love to VPAX, who managed to survive Lemon for such a long time with a huge amount of energy, and essentially became the primary DPS for Wake Tech in that fight, as well as being able to try and open it up. Although their Graviton was somewhat scuppered in overall effectiveness by a well-placed Saywolf Immortality field, they could not kill VPAX afterwards. Despite a very close call, Fox was on it quite early, and maybe that did allow Titanium a little bit less space as they were respawning to try and get some long-range poke, but keeping VPAX alive there was priority number 1 for Wake Tech, and their identification of that win condition was imperative in getting such a luxuriously large time bank of 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Let's see. Will be Bobcats on this offense. They have the Zarya and the Hanzo, a pretty important combo of the Graviton Surge plus the Dragon Strike. I think it's an easy fight winner, but with the comp that Wake Tech have, they can play split from each other, so I wonder how really patient Narwhal is going to be with these grabs.
Crimson, they're in a very exposed position right now, and OBL might be able to do something with that, and once again, VPAX is going to be taking a lot of damage, but look at where Titanium is playing right here. Very difficult for any long-range damage to be delivered to them. Narwhal will not get out with energy. And Bryant and Stratton, they are having trouble claiming space right now. Remember that the rest of them are going to not really be able to join OBL on these dives. Fabian gets Titanium, but this should easily be raised if they can get Fox up here.
Yeah, no
Maybe the Resurrection isn't available. Oh yeah,
Maybe.
they're going to have to rush him back. Okay, so there is a slight opening here for the side of Bobcat. As you can see the OBL right now doing a little bit of scouting, being the recon ball. could look for an early knockoff here. If they could knock the Zarya into the midst of everybody, that would be great to follow up upon. And that's exactly what Narwhal and OBL are going to do.
Fabian wins the McCree duel, the offense, and a 6 versus 5. Already on the point. OBL is taking so much attention. There's like 3 or 4 people chasing him at all times. As Narwhal lays that bubble in front of Mega Pack's side, the Eagles have to break that open. They go to the high ground. They're about to get jumped on Narwhal again, who might be needing some heals pretty soon. So I'm wondering where Saywolf and Friendly Giant are. And they're actually getting counter-doped by Jimmy. So that could have been quite impactful as the mines from OBL, the dragon from Cole. Narwhal is resurrected, and this point is being taken back over by Wake Tech as 3 or 4 versus 2. The finish from Wake Tech, but 80% delivered to Bobcats.
I think Crimson King just rolled into the minefield. OBL wants to try and play for that cheeky last tick right here. It's going to be Fox who actually comes down to keep it contested. It's Glock o'clock, and that's enough to scare off the hamster. As Fox is going to return to dutifully damage-boosting Titanium, who needs to build up to yet another barrage. VPAX, that's a beautiful knock right there. This Zarya could be doomed, and they are.
Yeah, Fox, smart move to go back towards their towards their DPS with the Valkyrie, just supporting the distant damage as Fabian's getting dove on by a Primal Rage. Goes back towards the point. Oh, I thought maybe the bubble or it would have knocked them away from the point, but Fabian's dead. I picked off Dapper, and Fox is the only healer, but against Saywolf is the lone wolf from Bryant and Stratton supports. I think with that Narwhal Primal, this should be enough kills to get this point A online, as long as you make sure that Jimmy can't contest. And that Zarya is removed, so Bobcats with point A.
Dapper Dino there being the earliest pick was so imperative. Look how close they are to that sound barrier. That could have been the difference maker, Lemon. That could have been what stopped Bryant and Stratton from capping the first point of Volskaya at all after such a huge investment. They will now be able to try and stop the snowball using that sound barrier, though.
Oh, those rockets are going to be so deadly, too. I think I saw Wake Tech go to the Mega Pack side on the left. The mines are going to trap them there, and the sound barrier that they ended up using was just so they didn't lose anyone else. But one more rocket and Crimson could be dead. He is healed back up. Fabian! The shot that matters into Jimmy as he pounced. But with these trades back and forth, it is Wake Tech with the respawn advantage. Almost that final shot for Fabian. The shield might have saved Titanium. Fabian's on the point, surrounded by the defense, and I'm not sure the rest of the Bobcats were ready with that.
Yes, the lingering influence of Jimmy the Gamer. Put down the Winston shield, and unfortunately for Fabian, just rolled back into it to deny that final shot. VPAX is going to be able to finish this round as well with a considerable amount of energy, and that's going to make them quite deadly to Cole as they come in. Remember that Zarya's beam is actually hit scan, so if the Farah flies a touch too low, that Zarya becomes increasingly dangerous.
See, Wake Tech are playing so deep in their objective and their point. Jimmy Games with a soft dive just to see who's on that high ground, but getting low. Narwhal's going to make the call that the Bobcats should go. The Valkyrie starts the barrage on top from Cole. Immortality. Cole was still in range, so never actually dropped. As a Primal from Jimmy goes after those supports. Oops, Saywolf gets them dangerously low. And that's an important pick. Brings Friendly Giant as the only healer for this offense. A tick and a half is earned, but Bobcats need to secure the entirety, or else Wake Tech will go up in the series.
Well placed there. They are going to be knocked into these mines, but that will only be additional healing and additional energy for VPAX. That was a very cool approach, Lemon, to go for that maximum vertical range immortality field and barrage to try and keep Cole in a position where they could stay alive during the barrage and do damage. But unfortunately, Wake Tech just found a good amount of mitigation in avoiding that incoming damage. Jimmy's going to be given the bubble. He's likely going to have to leave now as Fabian comes up on the elevator. No, it's descending. It's going back up. Doesn't descend again, but no one else will be dropping.
Ooh, good flashbang shot. Headshot onto VPAX. See that Fox is exposed for a second. Deadeye from Crimson King. He has to demand all the attention of Bobcat. He has to be target number 1. Crimson King should just be deleted every single time, because I swear he turns around every single fight that I think Bobcats start winning.
And Crimson King was so happy when he saw a random immortality field get thrown out towards an R1 on the deep dive while he was channeling there. I was like, oh, I guess you guys die then. Cool. Good trade, good trade, good trade. Go next, go next. Cole's gone down. They're going to be going next. They're going to get resurrected here by Friendly Giant, but that just provides a little bit more space for Titanium to get some early poke. They're going to be forced out early here. And now, the amplification matrix in mid is going to zone people away.
Oh, Crimson King so low, getting the puck in, and also the Valkyrie from Fox.
What?
Oh, Biel's mines. How is the Mercy that low, especially with the far end? This guy probably dropped down to help the tank. Dapper 2 dies with Sound Bear. Bobcats, this is the time to finish off the point before these ultimates do come back.
It needs to get into overtime.
The Deadeye, and no one can touch. 1 minute left for Bobcats.
Oh, that was so clutch from Bobcats. They had about 10 seconds left in the time bank, Lemon. If that had been stalled to overtime, this would be unwinnable. They'd have to play for the draw. But Dapper Dino, unfortunately again, a sound barrier stood between Wake Tech and victory. On point A, caught by the Deadeye, 5% short of the sound barrier. That could have been Bobcats held on first and Wake Tech winning on their map pick. On second, dying with the sound barrier, unable to deal with the amp matrix, unable to deal with the minefield. Dapper might have to be a bit more laissez-faire with how they're going to be using that sound barrier in future when it comes to potentially final fights. And now Bobcat, they have their capacity, they have their chance to come back, but it is against almost insurmountable odds.
I mean, Bobcats had more time. Was it Bobcats that had more time on Nambani and got the job done, but not able to keep up that pace on Volskaya? I mean, over 3 minutes is 4 minutes almost is a significant change. I mean, that's 4+ fights extra that Wake Tech are going to have. So Bobcats at the very least need to get point A, because 5 minutes, I would just hope that Eagles can get that in 5 minutes. So Bobcats, if they want to make this winnable, got to lock down that point A.
Took them about 3.5 minutes last time. I mean, let's see what they've learned. Remember, the last time they managed to win, it started with the packs getting a little bit too aggressive. OBL getting a good knockoff. Dapper Dino gonna be in a lot of trouble here, and that demands the attention of Fox, but this is gonna mean that Jimmy isn't gonna have as much healing as they need, but the accuracy isn't there to catch him on the disengage, and Fox to the rescue yet again.
Yeah, Wake Tech kind of over on Mega Pack's side. Cole is raining down so much damage. See Jimmy trying to dislodge that Ash and Mercy pocket of Fabian, and Friendly Giant is still chasing after them. Meanwhile, Wake Tech were able to win the frontline war and even get the resurrect off the Dapper, so they're almost at full force. And Bobcats, they are so low, they only have Zaywolf, who's also getting pounded by VPAX, and as the time runs out, Bobcats don't have anyone. They might have OPL, but they don't have any hope of getting any percentage done here.
The communication right there. I think Jimmy fell down, but was like, you know what? Friendly Giant is so low. Fox, get in there. It's Glock o'clock. You've got to be the Alpha Mercy. The call was answered. And Wake Tech Eagles have a stalwart defense that gives nothing away. And now Bobcats, they face a mountainous task. 5 minutes, 33.3%. That's what stands between Wake Tech Eagles and winning on that map pick and claiming a lead in our grand finals.
Yeah, that was tough. I think Bobcats could have punished the Winston that they got low, and maybe could have been more aggressive to react to that. I think they had their attention split a little bit of having their Ash and Mercy getting tossed up by, I think, a Primal Raging Winston, or just a Winston in general. So Bobcats were just never in a comfortable power position. Maybe they were just always waiting until they could punish something from Wake Tech, but it was Wake Tech that was just separating them and conquering each one.
Divide and conquer. It felt like Dapper Dino and Jimmy Games. They played a bit of aggro roulette.
Yeah.
Each taking Bobcat's attention one at a time, but they managed to disengage rather safely. And in the meantime, it was Jimmy who managed to find Fabian and Friendly Giant and harangue and harass them so thoroughly that Fox was able to get a killing blow. on an incredibly low mercy. Now Wake Tech, how are they going to claim this space? Once again, they are going to be opting into the Farah. Remember, a good flank from Titanium around the left-hand side last time. Got an early pick onto Fabian and opened this one up, and already Fabian's in deep trouble.
Yeah, VPAX also delivered that bubble to Jimmy a little early. The bubble had dropped from the Winston, so you kind of want to layer these. But Titanium's in your backline, and he's got a direct rocket with your name on it. Oh my god, the 2 kills and the 3rd! Onto the sleeping Fabian and Megapack's side. OPL losing that mech. And that is Wake Tech starting to accumulate that 33%, and no one from Bobcats will be able to touch. So will be Wake Tech taking this map. Go 2-1 in our grand finals.
All right there, that's a well-earned emote from Titanium. A couple of very well-placed rockets, and it was just an excellent strategy from Eagles to really shepherd Bobcats into that tiny space. Here's Crimson King with your play of the game. And this was imperative for Eagles. But Crimson King, we say Titanium's name a lot, but Crimson King is often a backline that's softening up these targets to allow for Titanium to get the finishing blows. Very often just hitting shot after shot, making sure that those tanks are always a bit soft, making sure that those healing resources are being consistently taxed so they can't be added into the hit scan duel between Crimson King and Fabian.
Yeah, I just really like how aggressive Wake Tech were in their dive. They knew what position they had to push, and then they knew their plan A, their plan B, and where to go afterwards there. And the fact that Titanium just concusses himself, gets right in the middle of that fight, and I think everyone's attention was onto the tanks of, okay, the Winston bubble and the Zarya bubbles were down. Usually you'd make the call, okay, those cooldowns are out, let's focus the tanks. But then Titanium comes and then like direct rockets everybody. So it was like really hard for the Bobcats to realize, okay, who is the threat that we have to assess first? And by the time they kind of were making or having those conversations, Wake Tech had killed 3, and they only need 1 fight to win the map. So that's just unlucky.
Yeah, well, Wake Tech, I feel like they definitely could have had a slightly cleaner defense, but I mean, I ain't going to split hairs when you're staring down a 5-minute timeout. Evidently, they picked that a lot more for their attacking side than their defensive one. And, well, I think it's fair to say, if we look back to how we introed this match, Lemon, it's not going quite as we expected. Wake Tech, we thought, might be a slightly weaker coming into this just because their semi-final was a little bit closer, whereas Bobcat semi-final was essentially a formalized execution. There was no fighting back from their opponents, really. It was just dominance, and we were like, okay, these guys look pretty much invincible. I saw Fox tweeting that they'd have to scrim incredibly hard to go up against such mountainous competition. It feels like in the 2 days they've had to prepare for this, they have been scrimming incredibly hard.
Wow, yeah, this final is turning into something, and the fact that it was 1-1 and it was clapback after clapback from Busan 99 to Busan 100 to 0, like there's a lot of adaptations, and especially when you have players playing off role, like you kind of, as casters, we keep our expectations, pretty low of like, okay, we're used to seeing Titanium play the Zarya, and that takes a lot of time on the tank role to just know how to take space, how to hold space, how to control your cooldowns, how to play with your other tanks. And then to go from that to go to a Farah is, very different skill sets.
Yeah, you guys can go climb some space by the sink, though. Make sure that you're hydrated because you're just going to need a couple of minutes for this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NJCAAE Grand Finals. But we've seen a lot of success from both these teams. But chat, have you thought about your future? Have you thought about your success? Well, you should go to nationalguard.com/esports to find out how the Army National Guard can give you benefits. Full-time, part-time, twice on Sundays, once on Mondays, whatever you feel like. You can incorporate Army National Guard and get benefits while you do something else part-time. So check out nationalguard.com/esports to find out more.
Maybe you could be a full-time esports professional while also helping out your state, your country, and your community. So you want to go and check them out. And of course, they do nice things like support broadcasts like this that bring you all the esports action that you could ask for, especially maybe a Slobberknocker 7-map series in our NJCAAE Grand Finals. Currently, Wake Tech, Eagles in the lead. Bobcats a little bit behind, but they get to pick our next map. And we're going to be going to Escort, and we're going to be going to the beautiful Mexican town of Dorado.
I mean, Wake Tech got to pick Volskaya. They kind of rolled on it. Bobcats got to pick Numbani that one time. They rolled on it. So maybe whoever has the map pick is just especially the experts of that. So, you know, if kind of we're following the trends, it doesn't take a PhD to maybe predict that Bobcats have something up their sleeve when it comes to this map choice.
I feel like Dorado has often been what I call a Winston check. And when it comes to Winston checks, usually I would look to Narwhal here to really be the opener. But it feels like thus far, neither of our teams have really been embracing dive DPS. We haven't seen Sombras, we haven't seen Tracers, we haven't seen Genjis, we haven't even seen Echoes. So maybe there's some room here for a bit of a shift towards faster DPS. People who are a little bit better at following up that Winston, obviously on first point, especially moving out of the gate initially, is going to be slightly difficult given what we need, given what we know about these teams in terms of their tendencies. You can imagine that they're going to do the high ground wrap defense around the path of the cart using things like a soldier, like a McCree, damage boosted Ash especially, and the defensive Pharah here is also an option, but the defensive pharmacy does mean that the other 4 members of your team can be a little bit more vulnerable because you have to put so many resources into maintaining that Pharah.
I'm just a fan of also the way Wake Tech move around the map, just the power positions that they tend to push and control, and to get Crimson King in areas where his Deadeyes pop off. We saw how successful that was on Numbani. Incredibly close map though. Came down to that, overtime fight at the end, but it's a Bastion that emerges from Fabian though on the defense and no far from Cole. So a big swap up as you were maybe predicting like that.
Well, Bastion does at least make the Winston check irrelevant. Winston is what I'd call heavy useless against the Bastion. Will get melted in approximately 1.1 seconds by the full damage sentry gun. Under a second if of course they have a damage boost, which is going to be applied by Friendly Giant. However, there won't be a huge amount of shielding power here. It'll only be Narwhal's experimental barrier. So a damage boosted Pharah, maybe an Echo, a Hanzo in particular would be very good here. And OBL going to be isolated. Titanium, looking at this, are they going to go over to the Hanzo? What's the choice? They're going to go to the Echo instead. Yeah,
oh, they
Jimmy,
heard you say we want some Echo.
No Winston. No Winston. I'm afraid this may be the Winston tech. It may be the Winston check usually, but most teams don't play the defensive Bastion here.
Yeah, I just think you need some more heals if you want to dive a Bastion, especially burst heals like an Ana, a Sleep, a Bio. A lot of things can just shift that Bastion out of position. I think a Lucio, it's just, it'll help them get up there, but it won't, I don't know, the boops are not going to affect the Bastion also in turret form.
The Reinhardt would also be a pretty good option here. Reinhardt very good at closing the space towards a Bastion and then being able to get the charge, especially when there's no enemy Reinhardt to counter-charge it or a Doomfist to be able to get that mutual stun. But now it's going to be very difficult for Wake Tech to really take any peeks against this Bastion. It's going to be down to Titanium to poke in as Jimmy's going to try and make the engagement work. That's a nice bubble, but there's so much damage here.
Yeah, it's a bird. Play. No, it's Jimmy from the sky. Slammed right down onto the Bastion, and they might have removed the Bastion with the instant res from Friendly Giant, the immortality used. And you see that Wake Tech are putting good damage, but they're taking a lot more. And without Fox, you only have Lucio heals. This is just not going to look good. You got the whistle of death from Fabian. is ready to blow away the competition. Wake Tech are definitely respecting that Bastion and starting to step back. And this is where you don't really have damage mitigation for that Bastion. Usually you play Diva, great hook. And looks like Bobcats bought themselves some time, I guess.
Oh, Titanium there was counting on having the second life of the duplicate. I would have loved to have seen a duplicated Roadhog there, just being able to grab that Bastion. And I'm not sure why they've decided on this tank line for Wake Tech when I think for a Roadhog would be so much better. A Diva would be so much better. They're going to use the Graviton here. It catches both of the enemy tanks, but they're going to get so much healing from the 900 DPS, by the way.
Where even is Crimson? I was gonna say, I don't see Crimson, and Titanium is 1 HP. This grab, I don't know how many kills they could get. They managed to get 1, but it forced all of Bobcats at the end of point A, where Crimson loves to just barrel roll into them and kill them all. And as they get lower, Titanium with the focusing beam gets extra DPS. So Titanium's on fire for a really good reason.
Deepax hitting a nice Graviton surge there, making sure there was no real space for Fabian to operate in once Narwhal and OBL were taken care of. Titanium's going to wrap around the back right now. Remember, they still have access to that duplicate if they need it in an emergency. And emergencies will come fast when you're up against the damage-boosted Bastion. OBL playing around the back. Might try and get a surprise hook here. Onto Fox would be the most valuable of targets.
Yeah, literally, who do you duplicate at? I would be personally a fan of the getting a Gravitic Flux, though, as OBL might be thinking of a hook. It doesn't land it, but that right click shredded Titanium. Fabian with the finish. The flashbang, I don't even know if that hit, but the headshot surely did. Fox would be able to resurrect, and Dapper not even bothering with a sound barrier to maybe think this fight is winnable. I think Wake Tech are just going to push as much as they can and then reset.
Yeah, the cart was still moving, so Dapper Dino and Crimson King just played for the distance, and if they get held here, that could be the game changer. What I want to know is how Jimmy's even going to get an engagement here. Like, the ideal, I suppose, for Jimmy, when you look at the composition they're up against, is to knock Narwhal off the high ground and leave him isolated by himself so that he can be picked apart by multiple members of Wake Tech. And then once Fabian is revealed afterwards, it'd be easier to take him out.
Well, Jimmy's sure taking a lot of attention away, playing that bottom side. Already forced out the OBL whole hog, but I think it's pretty an open area, so Jimmy was actually shot down by Cole, and Crimson King probably got hooked up by OBL. So this is just the defense having the power position of the map, and Wake Tech not really pressuring that at all, because Jimmy was on low ground going bank side when I think he should be trying to barrel up here.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Narwhal here to save the Kinetic Grasp. Knowing that they're up against potentially a Deadeye, I want to see that Kinetic Grasp used in front of Fabian when the Deadeye is going to be firing, but they've already used it right here. This could be an opening for Crimson King. That's a lovely boop as well, but Dapper's going to be trading their life for it. And now Fireman's just going to play a little bit more mobile. No need to stay in turret form when you're not up against a huge amount of threat and you don't have your Sigma to really peel for you with that shield.
Yeah, the only person that Dapper can really go for a boot for is Cole. Because if you go on Save Wolf, they're just going to jump right back up. The only person who needs a long rotation is Cole, and even then the staircase is on their side of the map. So Wake Tech, they're trying to just push the cart and bait the defense down, but OBL's fine contesting it. He can soak up a lot of damage and just stand there, and it's Wake Tech that don't really have anti-healing. They only have a flashbang from Crimson to stop it, and he's still trying to duel Cole.
I feel that Crimson right now needs to just use this Deadeye and swap over to Hanzo. Like, long-range poke here onto Fabian combined with Titanium would be really good.
Oh, the copy. Wait, was that a copy on what, Mercy? I don't think that's the one they wanted, but Wake Tech maybe getting a resurrect. No, that was even Friendly Giant not getting any res, especially in front of the OBL whole hog. Jeez Louise, 45 seconds left for Wake Tech. They have so many ultimates. They've had a sound barrier for at least 3. We'll see if Dapper will get a chance to use it.
I'm so surprised that they can... Oh, there we go. The Hanzo. 30 seconds left, but we see it. This is going to provide a lot of good poke against Fabian right here. Some very good angle control, good high ground control as well, but you are going to have to break through. Oh my goodness, the damage boost is just so deadly, and guess what? Crimson King's just coming from the front, and Fabian is more than ready to meet them with the tank shell. Welcome back. I'm afraid that Fabian wants to say goodbye really quickly.
I think Jimmy will have to mine the cart or something. I hope that he can swing up and mine the bastion quickly. The mines come out. I don't really. Oh, they're actually on the cart, so it doesn't really affect a lot of people. VPAC's through the grab, about to die. Fox in Valkyrie form, doing everything they can. But man, this setup of Bobcats was going to be almost impossible to push into. WakeTech would have to have the most effective dive, or even maybe going around the backside of Courthouse. Either way, just WakeTech, every time they stared at the Bastion, they blinked and they died.
Fabian getting away with sextuple murder. My goodness. Must have quite the law defense team. I'm so surprised that WakeTech continued to play that Wrecking Ball. It felt like they continuously just wanted to see if they could sneak the cart past, but after the 5th attempt at the back cap, you know that OBL is going to come down and contest that again. It's no longer a surprise. Alas, the past is the past, and WakeTech now have a very clear win condition put before them. The easiest thing to do would be to hold on A, especially if Bryant and Stratton want to try and play with this Bastion again. It is slightly viable, I suppose, to play it on the payload. It's not the ideal payload shape for the Bastion. You'd be looking at one like Route 66, which is much better for the Bastion, with sort of like the flatbed at the front rather than the flatbed at the back like you have on Dorado. But it feels like WakeTech don't know how to deal with a Bastion, so why not exploit that?
Yeah, and I thought there was maybe some weaknesses around the Bastion composition. Like, you had only a Sigma shield, which is not really known as a main tank. It's kind of a secondary tank, so I think that shield could have been shredded and dealt with, but WakeTech were constantly staggered, or Bobcats were constantly staggered. So let's see. Now they're on the cart. This time, it's not gonna have anything that really accesses that high ground besides just raw damage, so WakeTech probably can get some nice ult charge here, but shield's already broken from Jimmy, and Fabian gets hit by a rock, and looks like Fabian might be needing some healing soon, but Bobcats haven't stopped moving the cart.
Yeah, Bobcats yet to make their rotation, and well, Narwhal will take a lot of damage, and there it is. Jimmy finally claims the first kill, but there's potential here. Maybe they may be resurrected. Friendly Giant opts out, and Jimmy's going absolutely mad on this Sigma. Where was this? Where was this? Last round. Crimson King has activated. And you know what, Lemon? While it is an impressive defense, now that I know Crimson King has a good Hanzo, I'm even more confused.
He's a good everything, man. He's
Where were you hiding
really
there?
impressive. Where are you putting this? And okay, you got a challenge from Fabian. You got down to half health and couldn't heal back up in time. It could be Resable. You see Friendly Giant going for it. Top right high ground earned, but OBL gets shredded by Titanium. And resurrection from both sides. Mercy down from Fox. WakeTech not having a lot of healing. Need to play market side as Bobcats take over that high ground. Crimson lets them go into choke because this dragon can be really impactful. He unleashes it, but there is still a Lucio behind, and Fabian will be cleaning up. The dragon won't be eating anybody up. Bobcats advancing through.
The chain of communication there, evidently incredible that Fabian could get 2 kills with 1 focusing beam, and also getting the opening pick there onto Fox. A risky position made to make sure that Titanium was well equipped for 2 versus 2 was punished by Fabian, who looks like a very good Echo right now, especially in Echo versus Echo duels. Definitely focusing out the Mercy first, which is much better because, well, that focusing beam, it can get a lot done.
The hook! Oh, into the whole hug. Disgusting. And now knows that the supports are in bank and, well, doesn't even the chase after Fox. That was a lot of pain to WakeTech, who are staggered from each other, and they still have the high ground, but OBL doing such a good job trying to dislodge him from there. Fabian with the follow-up. This is what I wish WakeTech did on their offense, is just take over this power position of the map. Bobcats know what they have to do. The mines from OBL trapping every single one, and Fabian, he doesn't have the focusing beam up, but if he did, oh boy, y'all would be so dead.
Deepax might be able to rescue this. Still so many mines to deal with. Friendly Giant dies before the resurrection can come through. There was an attempt from Sable to keep them alive with that immortality field, but ultimately it was fruitless. And speaking of fruitless, Narwhal, you may be bashing away at multiple people, but I'm afraid the numbers simply are not in your favor. Attrition has come around again. It's come a knocking, and you will pay its due. OBL just going to have to disengage right now as Bryant and Stratton appear to have transitioned onto a almost entirely dive-centric composition. Cole is going to be playing essentially a duo here with Say Wolf. His friendly giant goes down early.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, but Crimson King is a menace on this high ground. OBL's doing a really good job of pressuring them, and when these mines come up, I could see Wake Tech being forced down from their playground, but Deadeye's on line 2. V-Pack's already hooking that Winston, getting them low. It doesn't force out the bubble, so Crimson King at any moment, this Deadeye could be big, but it's cold from the low ground, actually from the back of Courthouse. They didn't see this coming. But now one last touch from Jimmy and Gravitic Flux. I don't think it did anything. And the box of victory is right there. Wake Tech were up in the series and they cannot touch. And Bobcats on their map choice will even it up.
What a plan, and what an execution from Cole and OBL. You know that they're going to try and hide away from that Deadeye, so get them hiding, get them grouped up, where it's safe, in cover. Then OBL hits the perfect pole driver here to make sure they're all stuck up in the air and they have nowhere to go. 3 kills for Cole, opens it on up. And wow, each of these teams, Lemon, they are so effective on their chosen maps. You can really just sense the personality of these teams as it comes to it. And the Bastion defense, it flummoxed Wake Tech so thoroughly.
I think it's tough to say, and maybe not surprising that I think Bobcats just have the better tank synergy. They really have a good understanding of what areas of the map that they have to push, mainly OBL on the Hammond and Narwhal wherever he's following up with. But I mean, you can't really shade Wake Tech on that because they have their DPS player playing tank, or a tank that also plays DPS. They're playing off role, so you saw that Jimmy didn't maybe have that level of understanding that OBL had, kind of pushing in bank a lot, while OBL was more on high ground focused, and how much pressure someone like Crimson King was taking on that McCree because of OBL's presence.
Yeah, if you don't stop that Bastion as well, if you don't find your ways to break through that shield, like you said, Sigma, they're not a main tank when it comes to their shielding power. They are definitely an auxiliary tank. It's an auxiliary shield. It's for emergency use only. Not really a very effective frontline. Damage boosted Hanzo alongside that Echo could have taken a lot of space away from Fabian. And if you don't take away that Bastion space, you're going to be dining on a lot of pain. But hey, if you'd rather dine on something a little bit better than pain, you should check out one of our sponsor, Lenny and Larry's, because these guys are making the complete cookie. And each tasty cookie has 16 grams of plant-based proteins and 10 grams of fiber. They're 100% vegan friendly, and I like people that are friendly. So if you want to check them out, because they support esports, because they support collegiate, you should check them out at shopsenc.com, because they're shockingly delicious.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'm looking at double chocolate, some snickerdoodle. Oh, I'm so hungry right now. And especially getting some protein in a cookie. Usually when you eat a cookie, it's all about them carbs and sugars, but me likey a healthy cookie. But me likey also the fact that we're going into a map 5. This is a first to 4, and we're just going the distance. Map choice equals map win, apparently. The math seems easy. That was back on Dorado. That was Bobcat's choice. Now we're going back to Wake Tech to see where they want to send us to next.
Well, it's going to be Control, and I'm trying to remember. It was actually Busan that we saw from Wake Tech last time in the semifinals, and we've already had Busan. So, what kind of Control map would they like to go to? At least I think it's going to be Control. I can't say that I've seen the best of 7 before, because the rest of the bracket has been best of 5s. Given what we know about their hero pool, maybe Ilios would be a good choice. There's a lot of good area there for a McCree to try and play around. But the thing is, when you go to control maps, you start looking at things like, if you want to go to Lijiang Tower, do you have a good Symmetra player? If you want to go to Ilios on a pool, how is your Mei? How is your Tracer? And we haven't seen so much Mei thus far. We haven't seen any Symmetra as far as I'm aware. And Tracer has been strangely absent. It feels like it's been forever since we've seen an Overwatch series without a Tracer involved. We know that Jimmy can play it, although Jimmy's currently playing the main tank, so who knows?
Who really knows? Yeah, for sure. When it comes to Control, I feel like it's a big test of communication within the team, because it's just every single team, even the pros, it's a circus to watch, it's a circus to play, and you got to know how many people are left, how many people you have, and you just have to have a really good ult tracker, which I wish we knew more about Wake Tech and Bobcats to really know who's the shot caller, who's the leader, and who's keeping track of that, because I think we've even seen on Busan and other maps how maybe some of that communication has broken down from either team, of you're kind of using ults in a 3v3, either that or they think it's just winnable all the time. And I like that win mentality. It's very positive. I like those type of people in my life, but I also don't like whiffing grabs 1v5. So we'll see how kind of more structured this control is now that we've been through 4 maps.
I believe that their choices are between Ilios and Nepal. And, well, if I go back to the heroes that I mentioned before, Nepal, pretty important to have a good Mei right there. Nepal Village, in particular, is a perfect geography for Mei to play on because that enclosed box can be entirely closed off by a well-placed Mei wall. On Shrine as well, Mei is incredibly overpowering, but also we talk about Tracer, how important she is on control because she can claim so many finishing blows from good poke because the control maps are quite open and they allow you to get behind the enemy team quite easily because there's no inherent defensive high ground position which can really be exploited on initial fights. Tracers are incredibly important for getting into the backline and finishing off kills.
Well, it's 2-2 if you are just joining us in the NJCAAE finals between these two teams, Wake Tech and Bobcats. I like to just say Bobcats. Bryant and Stratton is a little too long, whatever. But we will be taking a short break, so our teams are all good to go. They're all hydrated. You should go and check out some of our sponsors during our break. We'll see you guys after this.
It's 2-2. Both of our teams are locked in an ancient and epic battle. And we're going to be jet setting to where the epics first took place. We're going over to the Greek Isles, the seat of democracy, the seat of learning, of maybe modern civilization. And this is where we're going to decide which of our teams has the advantage. And we'll go to match point here at our NJCAAE Grand Finals.
Ooh, I'm stoked for this because the first Busan map was so close. 99-99 in that first round. I think the Sanctuary it was, and then round 2, 100-0, the clapback on downtown. We'll see how things have changed because it's been 4 maps now, so both teams have learned a lot about each other, the weaknesses, the strengths, the mistakes that they punish. And it starts on Ruins, where the McCree duels are going to be good, but is there going to be a sniper matchup against Titanium Fabian? Let's see.
Jimmy remains on the main tank. That means that we're unlikely to see a Tracer, in my opinion. And we could see that sniper matchup. Fabian picks up the Widowmaker. Titanium here is going to be at a slight disadvantage because, of course, the Hanzo is not hit scan. But I do believe that at this range, Widowmaker suffers from damage drop-off, whereas the Hanzo does not. So if both of them were to be in the classical sniper perch, it would be much easier for Titanium to be able to survive that.
At least it's easier to hit these long-range shots as Widow, but I see a Roadhog kind of inching towards the left side. And Mercy Packet from Friendly Giant, not really focused on Fabian, but maybe on Nicole and healing the rest of the team. What a hook on a Friendly Giant, and then Saywolf down too. Both supports removed from Bobcats as they were hoping to get the cap first, but it's Wake Tech in the driver's seat.
What a coalescence upon a single target as well. VPAX hits the hook onto Friendly Giant, the greatest of potential hooks, and that was nasty. And instantly you saw that Jimmy and Dapper were all over that hook target, making sure that even if VPAX didn't even hit the shot, that they were going to be down. VPAX has been an absolute monster thus far on this Roadhog. Has already forced the usage of the Immortality Field, and Fabian finally picking up that Tracer has already been denied by Titanium.
Ooh, he is scary, especially on Mega Pack side as the Mercy Pocket already close to Dragons. I think if Bobcats push this narrow lane too, VPAX is a whole hog with their name on it.
Dragon? Where will Dragon Strike go? Right now, they're looking to once again deny that Immortality Field first. Titanium will be able to get away from this dive, but no, it's going to be Cole from a long range who manages to finish it on off, and Fox is going to be caught out.
I was waiting for this whole hog to do something. Cole with the Deadeye, yikes, that was so good. I think the change to the Tracer from Fabian 2 kind of helped them close the distance, apply pressure to Titanium, and with that first pick, Bobcats were able to roll in.
Yeah, it feels like Fabian and OBL did a very good job there. Oh, hello, Jimmy. It's time to make a choice, son. Oh, the choice has been made. They're going to try and survive it, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to give it a go. No college try. Get 1 mega. There's a second one available, but I feel like they're being closed in upon over here. Jimmy's just making a little bit of space here. Saywolf elsewhere has been taken down, and Dapper Dino gonna fall.
And these supports, Fabian chases both down. Wake Tech don't have any healing. You know, VPAX can heal themselves, and Jimmy already knows where all the Mega Packs are scattered. Crimson and Titanium. Looks like they won't be able to puncture inside this point. Still occupied by the Bobcats. And look like they're chilling for now.
Painfully aware of those Mega Pack locations is Jimmy, but now OBL has the advantage when it comes to the minefield. Remember, that was all in all almost a 5 versus 6. You could say it's a 5 versus 5 because Jimmy was permanently in the back, but Saywolf was instantly picked off by Titanium, and he needs to use this Dragon Strike because he's kind of wasting charge at the moment. He's held onto it forever.
That first pick, or actually 2, 6 versus 4. The Dragon to zone off the left side. They're chasing after this Roadhog of Narwhal, and you with all the healing and everything destroyed as Dapper uses the sound barrier at the end of the fight, which I don't love. Usually you sound barrier at the start of a fight to kind of sound barrier engage into them, but oh well.
Sometimes you just gotta turn up the music when you're partying to celebrate your victory. That's just how it be. Jimmy's getting a good scout here, knows where OBL's going to be playing, but can't take the 2 versus 1. Crimson King needs to be careful about potentially being knocked off, and Fabian there, taken out by the combination of a Peacemaker shot and a Pile Driver.
They even chased down OBL, so this is 2 picks for Wake Tech, 85% plus. Last fight that Wake Tech have to win for the round.
that earlier mortality field as well. It's going to mean that undermanned will be Bobcats as they come in for his final touch. Will even be able to contest it. They will be able to, thanks to Fabian and OBL.
Oh, you got a split push from Bobcat. I think the Roadhog, McCree the left side, a few people to the right, and it splits the attention of Wake Tech as the McCree dual trades. Bobcats up by 1 and now 2 with that Resurrect, 99% for Wake Tech, and don't think they'll be able to hold on for the flawless one. Bobcats should be able to flip as long as they don't run into a mine. Fabian is making me clutch a little bit. It's kind of scary. And with that pick on the Fox, yeah, Wake Tech did everything they could to stall to 99, but it's Bobcats' turn now to play flawlessly.
There we go. Fabian taking out that final mine there to make sure that Lemon's blood pressure doesn't get too high today. Jimmy going to be caught out on their disengage next to Fabian, but guess who else has been caught out? Just a perfect hook there from VPAX, and Jimmy's going to get resurrected. This is a 5 versus 6 power play right now for the Eagles, and they can claim so much space. Cole needs to deny it with a dead eye, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Alas, they didn't hold it for long enough to be assisted by the pile driver like last time.
Got the Deadeye, got the mines, a great hook from Narwhal to cancel that Deadeye from Crimson King. See that Bobcats can use these mines, can use the Valkyrie, but Friendly Giant might be down, but I think Say Wolf, as long as they stay alive, should be enough to keep Bobcats still standing, 99 to 99. The whole hog pushing them off. One last touch by Jimmy.
They cancel the mines.
I think those got canceled, yeah.
By the hook.
Wake Tech have to touch.
Crimson King was the one. Johnny on the spot. Will they be able to get the Doomfist there? The answer is no, and even if he was, he'd be instantly eviscerated by Narwhal. Excellent usage of the late whole hog right there to keep Jimmy off that point. And of course, deny afterwards the mines. What a play from behind there for Bobcats, especially playing undermanned with Fabian being caught by that hook from VPAX. It's been a tale of 2 Roadhogs, it feels like, Lemon. And that tale is only going to become more and more verbose, more and more dramatic as we move over to Well, and there's all the more capacity for some nasty environmental kills.
I think Fabian's Tracer has really surprised me in a good way. I don't think we saw a lot of Fabian Tracer, but the fact he took down Titanium's Hanzo, he pulls Dapper with a stick, he's had these solo picks that have been really good for Bobcat's chances in these fights. Now go over to Well side, the Tracer comes back, and he got the hooks into the Wells. This is my favorite game mode in Overwatch, is tons of hogs, 1 hole.
Who will be going in first? It feels like Fabian's going to be the first one to enter the grave as Titanium's going to make a little bit of a haphazard approach here. Remember, against the Baptiste, that's one more hit scan threat that needs to be addressed. Get in midair here is Saywolf, and that could make them easy pickings, but as usual, Friendly Giant will be on top of things. Why are they damage boosting with McCree right now? You got to heal up Saywolf, and they will manage to. I was just impatient, Lemon. Nasty leg day.
I'm that support who's like, why am I not getting healed when I'm in a very safe position and my tanks are getting pounded? So good cap from Wake Tech, the double boop from OBL. Okay, that's an opening.
Yep, that's about as good an opening as you can get. OBL has managed to grasp onto this point with both hands, and now we're going to try and get the contest. Still, Dapper Dino wanted a similar bit of magic, but has been denied, so as Titanium moves forward with a dream. But remember, they died over the well, so they're impossible to res. Even if Fox did want to go for that, the flip will eventually come through, and OBL has access to that minefield because of so much damage done from a double boop.
Ooh, what a flip. And what tank play? I think we said that, you know, how much of a fan we were of the Bobcats tank play. Now they have mines. They can really place it in any entrance. So they kind of have to scout this out and use their ears, see where everyone's coming from. OBL is making his impression of a fan. Now drops down. Here's they're coming left side. Lays the mines right behind the tanks and gets ready to push them into it. Meanwhile, you have a barrage from Titanium that was quickly canceled up by Cole. And the Pulse whole hog. That was a huge investment of ultimates from Bobcat.
And Fabian really discovering the power of Tracer on control, able to find Fox again and again. And that was both of Wake Tech's major playmaking ultimates right there. The Graviton and the Barrage, what they were counting on to have the power to flip this one over. Remember, the Farah definitely not as powerful on the attack as she is on the defending area, because people have to move into your line of sight, whereas you have to cross into Cole's line of sight here, which is very dangerous, especially when they have the Deadeye.
Oh, one last shot. Crimson would have deleted Fabian, but it's Cole with a better clap back. The stun on Titanium, but the high ground kind of hard to reach. Cole proves me wrong, and he's just dominating that midfield. So Bobcats just have to depend on him. Narwhal gets to go on these soft flanks and heal himself back up. Wake Tech chasing after that, a hook, but the bubble from Jimmy prevented that hook from, or at least the execution, but Bobcats still with point control as Eagles look to flip it, and they managed to do so right in front of all these people that could have contested.
Nice boot there from Dapper, and Friendly Giant's just going to join them in the well. Despite no real playmaking ultimates and potentially only the whole hog expended, Eagles will get it towards the end. Bobcats really dropping the ball right there. Maybe Narwhal taxing the healing resource a little bit too much on that flank, trying to get something done onto Crimson King, but we've also got to give credit over to Jimmy. With the body block of that bubble, keeping Crimson King in the fight was imperative.
Pulse spam misses from Fabian. Titanium with the punish. I'm not sure if that was even in a resible position, but oh, that's okay. Fabian can get back pretty quickly. It's just, I wonder how they're gonna get Titanium from out of their skies. It's really just pocketing Cole and the 2 shots. That's why you do it, but you have to go for that real estate to prevent the resurrect. As OPL drops the mines and drops himself off the map, and you got Jimmy with a grab onto the supports. Can't get rid of the immortality quick enough, and Saywolf might be able to get out, but if Wake Tech want to be aggro, those supports are sitting right there, and I guess so is Fabian.
Oh, OBL, that's a very sad time. Narwhal also going to be incredibly depressed right now. Narwhal and Friendly Giant both taken down by this barrage. All Titanium needs to do is be very careful here with how they're going to attack. Oh, are they going to go for the early environmental? Is it bullying time? Isn't going to work. A little bit too late on the cast right there, so they're already past the kill zone.
99% Wake Tech have leftover ultimates, can even start with the Valkyrie. Fox activates it. Dapper has a sound barrier if they get too close. Deadeye in effect for Cole. Uses it immediately, drop down to below half health. Fabian's trying to pressure the right side. Crimson with the Deadeye unleashes, picks up Narwhal, and Friendly Giant can't resurrect. Saywolf with the Ant Matrix is the sole healer and the last chance for Bobcats to get back into this, but the boot from Dapper removes Cole, and there's only the Eagles left in the sky. Dapper, of course, this is the map for the guy. 100 to 86, and going into round 3.
Man, Crimson King was diamond hands on the flashbang right there. I think they wanted to save it for Fabian on the Tracer. Never ended up using it, and I think a flash fan onto OBL would have been a little bit better advised, but still, I'm nitpicking. Wake Tech still managed to win the round on well, winning out where environmental kills are at their most dangerous, but this area is kind of in between. There are high grounds where you can get those hit scans value, just like on Ruins, and there's the danger of environmental kills because the sides of this point are lined with such beautiful, beautiful death lemons, some beachfront real estate of grace. Unfortunately, a visit to there will take you a long time to get back.
OBL is going to take him on a swimming date too. He's gotten so many environmentals trying to keep up with what Dapper can put on the board, but Bobcats kind of assessing where they should dive first. OBL with the initial scout, the bubble drop mid for Narwhal, quickly shredded up by Crimson Titanium, who were already not only in the skies, but in the high ground, dropping over to Minipack's side. The point is going to be unlocked in 5 seconds. You see that first move from Bobcats. The hook misses from VPAX. So I think Bobcats should be able to cap first, but as they transition from the mid to the point, you got to see the Eagles try and separate that.
Fabian for now basically shepherding people into the kill box that is going to be provided by the dive tanks. Jimmy could find themselves in trouble here. He's going to be forced to recall by those boots. But guess who's getting close and personal? Titanium, I think, is in the box right now, playing out of a chimney. Santa's home, baby, but you ain't going to like this present. Plenty of Wake Tech players on point, and this is going to be a flip over before you know it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you have to use recall just to not get booped off the map, and then that cooldown is what, 9-10 seconds, so you kind of don't want to be as aggro as you can during that time. And then missing the pulse, not even waiting for the resurrect. I mean, Fabian wasn't going to be able to 1v6 anyway.
They've decided that Titanium's too much of a threat, Lemon. Double hit scan here, and a pocket, and a Baptiste. This is a very dangerous area, a very dangerous scenario for any Pharah player. The only way it could get worse is if one of these off tanks was playing on the Diva.
Oh, that's an early barrage of Titanium. He's traded out. I don't think it can be resurrected, though. Dapper gets a boot kill on the friendly Giant. There's no supports for the Bobcats at all. And the point is still being controlled by the Eagles. I think OBL was there to touch and just maybe draw people back away from that choke, but Bobcats are struggling a little bit.
The distraction proved enough to allow Narwhal to get a kill onto Crimson King. However, Titanium's still around and Fox has joined them here. It's Minefield versus Minefield. I don't know if Jimmy's was actually effective on the point, but now Titanium's going to have to flee from 2 DPS at once, and it's going to be a very difficult job. Friendly Giant flies into the mines. Evidently, they were somewhat effective and on point, but still, WakeTech are in control of this. Cole could fall down lately, but Jimmy isn't going to be able to win this duel against Narwhal. It's down to Crimson King to get their revenge, and they bloody will.
Man, just a temporary flip and a little bit circusy again from both teams, right? Not having that clear reset, just pushing and fighting until there's 0 people alive from your team. So have to be careful of how much time is being wasted there and who has the point control, because that kind of stall is going to favor the team that obviously still have the point, and they're going to keep stalling forever. WakeTech with 2 opening picks, 1 being resurrected, still a 6 versus 5. Cole is still coming back. Fabian with attack visor right in the face of Jimmy, who's just going to keep pounding him, and at least Friendly Giant is there to keep Fabian still alive, and Narwhal with the hook on the Crimson King makes an opening for Bobcats to get on the point.
Instantly loses the Deadeye. Narwhal right now being an absolute menace. Grabs Fox as well, drags them into the mine. Zello Princess, have a look at these. That's going to be Bobcats being able to put this one on back, but not without significant investment. The Valkyrie, the Tactical Visor, the Mines, and the Amplification Matrix Lemon all used right there. WakeTech are going to have another chance at using this barrage, but they don't really have much in the way of protection for this barrage. It's going to be Titanium and their 200 HP. That's about it. Jimmy Games can maybe follow it up, but protection for during the channel, minimal.
Yeah, as long as you can remove these McCree and the Soldier, maybe Titanium will be okay. Tag Visor even was pressured back by Jimmy, so that didn't have as much value as Fabian would have hoped. So high ground approach from the WakeTech Eagles. Having the mines too. Jimmy's gonna look to where to place this as the barrage rains down from above. Titanium stuck up, and the mines on the other end as they try to escape. The pincer maneuver from WakeTech. 4 kills and more. 99% for WakeTech Eagles too, and as they flip this, overtime will come into effect, and Bobcats can even get there in round 3, game of 5. Eagles will secure it 3-2 and 1 map away from being our champions.
And it's for WakeTech tanks who come alive to make that happen, Lemon. An excellent combination of a double kill Whole Hog and a triple kill Minefield. Here's OBL with the double boop, in case anyone was wondering how it happened. Sometimes people just get a little bit arrogant with their positioning. They put their back to the well, you roll on through, and it's as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen. How to take Ilio as well in one simple step.
It's all according to the script, because we had WakeTech Busan, Bobcats Nimbani, WakeTech Volskaya, Bobcats Dorado, WakeTech Ilios. Whatever map happens next, I'm assuming Bobcats not only are going to pick it, but they could win it. We can go to just a game 7.
I'm not sure what map type we're going to get next. I'm going to ask production for that. But once again, yes, it will be Bobcats who get to choose. And if we go to something like Escort or Hybrid, I imagine that, like, given what happened on Dorado, maybe they'd look to play something a little bit Bastion-y. Like the Fabian Bastion, it just took so long to identify a counter for that from the side of WakeTech. And it feels like often WakeTech are sort of winning out in some fair DPS duels. Like we're seeing Crimson King go absolutely huge today, able to get a lot done. It feels like, for me, WakeTech right now have a bit of a mechanical advantage. But I feel like Bobcats are able to get a lot more done off coordination between their tanks and their supports. It feels like they're much more in sync with, like, getting value out of the focusing beam on the Echo, for example. Fabian's often able to find targets who are under half health due to the communications. We've seen setups for Deadeyes from things like pile drivers. And that is where a lot of strength is coming from for the Bobcats. Whereas, it's fair to say, WakeTech, they're scrappy but lovable, and they're good at aiming.
Oh, lovable. Like you give him a little pat on the head. But If you guys want an advantage in your gaming experience, you should check out Lenovo Legion. Their Y25 monitor is just more than enough of everything you could ever need, especially for your Overwatch experience. So a 1 millisecond response time, 240 hertz refresh rate. You got a 24.5-inch FHD IPS panel built in with NVIDIA G-Sync compatibility. The Legion Y25 monitor is something that I think many pros are either are running or running something similar. Those are the specs you're looking for. Go to Lenovo.com to see how you can pick up one of their fancy gaming monitors, because that's how you're going to get your advantage in your gaming experience. But looks like our next map is ready, Leg Day.
High refresh rate, lower input lag, more headshots. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be leaving the Greek peninsula over to a star-studded Hollywood. This is possibly my favorite map in the entire game, Lemon. And once again, I feel like Farah's on the menu. Like, Farah on the offense here, pretty good on first point because you can play over what we call security, which is that sort of, that small blue room through which you can sort of maybe creep a little bit on the right-hand side if you don't want to go through the main gate. And, well, I asked if we're going to see the Fabian Bastion shenanigans again because WakeTech didn't know what to do about it last time, and it seems like we are.
It's just, Bastion in general is just really it's hard to punish, especially when you have a mixed up tank line of tanks that are either DPS or DPS that are tanks, whatever it do be. Jimmy, a lot of pressure is going to be setting on his shoulders of how he's going to redirect these fights, how he's going to initiate them, and how BPAX is either the timing of those bubbles, because you don't want to have it too early, you don't want to have those bubbles too late. We'll see how they're ready to deal with this Bastion. There's only a Sigma shield, so the shield break could favor WakeTech here.
Is it too early for me to already? But yes, Jimmy Games is leaving the Winston. Okay, identification. Are we going to go Rotom? Are we going to go Reinhardt? Are we going to go Diva? We're going Sigma. Okay, not the worst, not the greatest poke, but VPAX I think is also going to change here. What I'd really like to see would be Fox back on the Baptiste, because when you put down the Immortality field, like just behind cover here, there's no real availability, or there's no real way for Bryant and Stratton to destroy that Immortality field, so you should be able to poke out that shield for free.
Well, Titanium got poked out for sure. Great hook, and even the... Oh, I thought that was a counter boop or something like that.
It was a counter hook from OBL.
So lethal Lucio in your back line. OBL's getting pounded at the front, able to heal, get back up, and WakeTech are back at their poke phase, and I think Fabian is back in position, right? I think Fabian's still up.
Fabian, I think, is returning right now. That's a big hook as well. Here he comes. Alas, they aren't able to kill Narwhal off the back of that hook. The counter hook from OBL does not connect. Fox can move forward here with the Valkyrie, but remember, that Bastion turret, its hit scan, it can do a lot of damage to a Mercy in a very short space of time.
And the shield is still healthy, kind of getting Fabian back to that high ground. Yeah, when you all hear the constant brrr, of course, the Bastion's not there anymore. A great Dragon just to move them out of position. The Immortality just in case. The tank configuration, raining hell from above. And that was a critical hook to miss for BPAX, because that means this Bastion is still doing damage. And Crimson Deadeye gets eaten up by the matrix of that Sigma. And Cole will be finished off. Even a Gravitic Flux is being invested, so a little bit much from WakeTech, but I think the job is done.
I think that sometimes when you have the lingering trauma of Dorado Point B, you want to just make sure that you can break this hard point where Fabian would be able to get a little bit more value. Fabian seems like they're going to stick on the Bastion at least for now. They got forward spawn, and the spawn area was denied when the cart was captured, so they couldn't change heroes. So I wonder if they are going to change to something like a Widowmaker, or maybe their own Hunter a little bit later on. But for now, they will be trying to play this hard point. That's a beautiful hook right there, but look at the drop down. They don't want the packs to be here at all.
OBL doesn't want anyone to be here at all. He's just whole hogging towards the cart, going on an off angle. Dragon Strike from the offense, pierces through the lane, separates Fabian from the rest, and no punish from WakeTech to really take up that space, go for a hook. Now Fabian is free to rain down, and Bobcats, or WakeTech, sorry, have dispersed to different sides of the lane, and a flank from VPAX. Great hook, and I don't even think that went through. Either way, WakeTech back on the cart.
I mean, when you get that split on the Bastion, this is where you need to be taking advantage of having the Luke's here, right? You need to have like 6 people on top of that Bastion in no time. Narwhal's going to face up against a pocketed Sigma, but only needs to stay here for a little while longer. Titanium somehow's in the midst of all of this, but will be able to survive. And Culver Crazy once again has access to high ground and a Deadeye. So, but what's this Oyster Lemon?
Ooh, good hook from OBL. But again, it's not just the one hook when you're going hog v hog. You just need to keep chasing that, especially when those critical cooldowns are out. Cole looking for the final shot to finish that victory. It's just Kim. Meanwhile, there's a Sigma. Jimmy by himself, brawling out, trying to dislodge these DPS of Bobcats. Tank configuration, Deadeye, Gravitic Flux, and a Valkyrie use from Bobcats. Annihilates the Eagles from the card. And no support means no fight for this attack.
Good God, Fabian's getting a lot of value off of these configuration tank ultimates. OBL left behind. Thanks for waiting for me, bro. Always appreciated. And it feels like they're often opening picks here for Eagles that are being counteracted by good ultimates from Stratton Bobcats. Culver Crazy and Narwhal probably could have waited a little bit longer on that combination of the Gravitic Flux and the Deadeye. Oh, look, they're actually trying to boot them off high ground here.
They tried to Dragon Strike where Fabian was being resurrected. It was just a little early, I guess. Because Fabian was still in his immortality form or whatever. And Wake Tech managed to maybe get them off the high ground. Bobcats have their backs against the wall on the left side. And they could be going for a flank. Saywolf got stunned. Maybe from a long-range accretion from Jimmy. Either way, Wake Tech don't have their Lucio. There's an Matrix and a Bastion.
Yeah,
and that's
leave.
a note from me. Yeah.
We leave these. 900 DPS, not something that we want to deal with. V-Packs, both those hooks are going to miss. However, up top right now, Titanium trying to win the duel against the Bastion, but guess what? With self-healing and the Mercy Pocket, no dramas at all. The damage boost proves too much of V-Packs, and now it's open season for Fabian. They're maybe trying to play on the cart right now, and somehow they managed to kill up here. What a great Storm Arrow from Titanium, and what a great shield to facilitate the race.
Oh, the boom from Dapper almost prevented that. Fabian's back on the cart, but Wake Tech have the high ground, and this is the position you need to get them off of. Narwhal already going up there, has the Gravitic Flux. Fabian was up the elevator, and everyone got off of it, and Fabian stayed on and died. So Wake Tech pushing the left side, all nicely grouped up for this Gravitic Flux of Narwhal. Gets them dangerously low. Narwhal dueling out with Jimmy, should be able to win that, but Crimson has been a threat on this high ground. Drops down to deal with the tanks, and Wake Tech need to win this fight because there's only 32 seconds left in their attack.
I hear a configuration tank. It's already claimed Dapper Dino. Will Crimson King be able to survive this? Titanium and Crimson, they have a split here. They have Narwhal surrounded, but Friendly Giant is just keeping them healed up. Why weren't you healing Crimson King is my question right now. They were so low, but maybe Titanium need a little bit more TLC. Jimmy Games needs to get in here, use this Gravitic Flux on the group targets. They have nothing to deal with this bar an Immortality Field. That is a fantastic Flux, but they cancel it!
Canceled! Oh my god, Wake Tech's now using the Valkyrie Ant Matrix from the defensive Bobcats as Wake Tech trying to zone them off. Saywolf starts to fall back as Wake Tech just want to stay on the cart because it's overtime, and a Dragon Strike will pierce through the right side. There's only 2 of the defense left, and now 0. That's point B for Wake Tech in a minute and a half left.
A minute and a half, and Fabian has finally been forced off. Oh, wait, no, they're going back to spawn. Bastion's back. I can feel chat resident sleeping already. they are not fans of a Fabian Bastion. You know what? I don't think Wake Tech Eagles are as well, but they finally moved over to something with a lot more shield break. I think this is a lot more intelligent to deal with this Bastion. You can just burn him down so easily with a damage boosted Hanzo, and of course the damage boosted Soldier as well. I would love to see a Baptiste from Dapper Dino, but sometimes you're just a Lucio enthusiast, and I've got to respect that.
Oh, good minds from OBL, but everyone was able to be sped out thanks to Dapper. Now that Bastion is over on that left side. Bobcats have a healthy shield, already claimed 2, and Wake Tech, nothing you can really do about this right now. Even an opening pick, they'd have to wait for Fox to get back.
There is a chance they might be able to sneak an arrow through, but yeah, the resurrection from Friendly Giant. Fox has finally moved over onto this Baptiste. I would have liked the Baptiste Mercy, but I'll settle for the Baptiste Lucia. They can make a big engagement here with the overwhelming health given by the sound barrier. They can get on top of Fabian.
Okay, back on the card, getting a few more inches. Gravitic Flux from Narwhal, and a well-timed sound barrier from Dapper saves them. Allows time for them to heal back up, and even bigger Gravitic Flux from Jimmy. 2 down, no healers from the Bobcats, and Fabian not left to keep this cart going. Narwhal is behind, buying time. Dragon Strike to the left side. Overtime push. Someone has to touch the Bobcats, but the tack visor from Crim 6, or not Crim 6, but thinking of another player, Crimson King and Titanium finished off the reinforcements. That's a great overtime push.
Oh my goodness, it looked like they might not even get halfway through point B, Lemon. But then, the Baptiste with the Immortality Field, essentially the greatest ability in the game. The poke composition. I love how Wake Tech Eagles definitely learned from Dorado. They may have been very slow to react on our escort map, but the second they saw that Bastion, Jimmy was out from the Winston. VPAX was away from the Zarya. They went over to the Sigma, they went over to the Roadhog, and it presented so many more threats for Fabian to deal with, and Narwhal had a lot more trouble managing that shield.
Yeah, I guess am I really wrong because like Crim 6 is like a Call of Duty player, and that's what Crimson King ended up playing, is just Soldier 76 Call of Duty, and that's what kind of ended up bringing me to Overwatch, of just like, oh, learn Soldier, he just goes burr, and that's kind of what Crimson King ended up doing the whole time. Their range poke was just so good, and having only a Sigma shield for Bobcats proved that kind of once that broke, everything behind it also broke in half by the Eagles. So I think they did a good job of doing their best to dislodge that Bastion. It did cost them a lot of time. Like, I'm really surprised they got through to point B.
And the completion on point C as well. Just bonus for Wake Tech Eagles here. Remember, they are on match point. They can claim the entirety of this tournament by winning out here on Hollywood. And that's a great start. Fabian's going to be instantly resurrected, but that's going to do a little number on the mental, just for the tilt of going up against the Hanzo when instant death is only ever one arrow away.
Yeah, well, Crimson King just poked the forehead, and you saw from OPL's perspective just getting deleted, and resurrecting in front of a Hammond like that, that's just not great. But OPL knowing that could happen, occupying that real estate, now they're raining hell down on Wake Tech, and their DPS in the back line as Dapper can only just try and boot them away. Crimson's trying to boot them away. Fabian is deep in that back line. Jimmy has to drop soon and give some shields to Titanium and these supports who want to keep this point contested, as Bobcats might be satisfied with only one tick. After losing friendly Giant, they're hesitating to go for more.
Yeah, they're having trouble claiming the space here with Jimmy being on that high ground. However, Fabian's going to go and give it a challenge, uses the beam, and they are going to get the finish. But Kinetic Grasp is nothing compared to the power of one focused boy.
Dodging around the shield, it's almost broken, but Bobcats are now on the point, about to get a second tick, and the Eagles tanks are away from the DPS, so they're not able to protect them. And as they kind of fall back, they are trapped and separated from those healers, from those reinforcements. And Bobcats knew to punish this positioning. Got on the point. 5 minutes now to push point B, and they're going to stagger Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy kind of staggering himself there by putting up the shield. You can't stagger me, I stagger me, says Jimmy. And Wake Tech might have trouble securing the high ground now, as Narwhal's going to, of course, have that shield advantage. Not going to wait for Cole on the elevator. Okay, bro. That's sometimes just how it be. It's just the realities of life. VPAX is going to end up coming up here alone. It's going to have to burn their shield, and now they might be a public enemy.
Oh, Gravitic Flux getting at least 2 and removing
Jimmy
those
gets
supports.
nothing.
Narwhal with the 3K, and Bobcats have been pushing this whole time.
The Gravitic Diff. 3 killing blows for Narwhal. Jimmy misses. The circle on the floor. The old point-and-click adventure game for Sigma not working out very well, and Bobcats have got a heavy time bank as they move into the final battle for B. They still have 4 minutes. They still have 3 ultimates.
It's like Fabian with the copy. This is going to be a fantastic ult if they can get it online. It's taken little bit of time, and you start with zero energy too, which is not the most fun microwave I've ever played with. Throws up the grab. Dapper uses the sound bear, which only benefits half the team. The tanks weren't in range, and Wake Tech, now that they have that rooftop control, looks like they're able to get those picks needed. Bobcats now have left the cart in a critical position very deep into point B. It's going to be so difficult for them to get back.
Yeah, the thing is, Lemon, as we come back, their entire commute is going to be peppered with damage-boosted ash shots and arrows from Rahanzo. So there's always the capacity that they might lose someone, just like what happened with Sable. Titanium got a headshot onto that Baptiste, and Friendly Giant was so invested in damage-boosting the copy Zaya that they couldn't get a resurrection.
See Crimson falling back to Card, dealing with these mines, so no one accidentally runs into it. That's a good teammate. But they have the Bob, so if they need to give up space, they can also just throw Bob on Card and keep contesting it, as Bobcats have the best positioning on this high ground, but with the bubble up in their face and Mortality's about to be broken, I don't think Bobcats are going to stay there too long.
Yeah, I don't think it's advisable to stay here for too long either, but Jimmy's going to make sure that they are definitely going to be regretting this decision. Saywolf could be staggered so hard right here, but you've got to be careful about this Roadhog. If he hooks you, that could turn sour real fast. This is a brand new threat that OBL has swapped over to. They no longer want to play on the Wrecking Ball. The Hog instead means that Jimmy's going to have a lot more trouble skirmishing against the squishy members of Bobcat, so I like it for that.
Oh, goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Jimmy.
Oh, it's CC for our main tank. How uncanny.
Bobcats back to the high ground. Great opening pick on the Titanium. Fabian down 2, and this is where you want to try and prevent these resurrects. Fox gets away with theirs. Friendly Giant doesn't go for theirs, and now VPAX with the grab combined with the Dragon Strike is another team wipe in favor of the Eagles, as Bobcats left with 1:30 left.
I know I've been wrong about Hollywood Point B before, specifically the last Hollywood Point B we cast him for Bastion defense, but Bobcats aren't building up that impressive an ultimate bank right now, and they've swapped over onto the Winston. This is going to be good for trying to deny space from Crimson King and Titanium, but they need to really get some value off of this Deadeye. For Duplicate, I wouldn't mind seeing double Winston, just to make sure that there's 2 phases to a dive and that they both can't be addressed at the same time. Fabian's already been put low, and that's forced out the dynamite from Crimson King, so that's one less offensive tool.
1 minute left, or Wake Tech could be NJCAAE champions in his first of 4 finals. Jimmy's primaling, he gets the bubble, doesn't want to go too deep, still wants to stay in range. Nice shots to pick off Fox too. There's only Dapper heals left, as Wake Tech have to play incredibly slow, but how can you when there's a grab up in your face? Dapper might have to use Sound Barrier, but the side's not. Thinks this is a dead fight, and that was a good call. Bobcats used a lot, pushing the last couple of meters. Might be one last touch from Crimson King. Doesn't have time to put the Bob up. So Bobcats moving to point C.
Potential for staggers here as well, but it is a Roadhog, so it's always going to be dangerous. OBL will be healed up and goes in for yet another one, but still, you've got to temper your aggression, and no, it wasn't enough. VPAX gets it done, and Narwhal hits the wall incredibly hard. Man, those special effects look good in this studio. VPAX wants to claim a little bit more space, and now Bobcats, they're going to have to play for this first door, and then they're going to have to play for the rest of point C as well. So this aggressive positioning, it's going to work out.
The Bobcats stuck in their spawn a little bit. I think OBL might come on an off angle to maybe knock somebody towards his own team or find a good place to lay those mines. I think if you can get Crimson away from those supports and hook onto OBL, he's laid the mines, didn't cancel them, but still found a lot of space for Bobcats to break through the studio side. Dragon Strike does separate some of these members of Bobcats. Friendly Giants is down, and Saywolf with the Ant Matrix. Not enough damage and just not enough support to break down Wake Tech, as Narwhal may be taking matters into his own hands, and against the whole Hog, Narwhal ain't living too long.
Narwhal and Fabian have insisted on progress. It took the Duplicate, it took the Primal Rage. VPAX here will be able to get out, no doubt, unless a hook connects, and no, OBL's going to miss on that one. So VPAX remains a threat on the left-hand side. This is going to be an overtime push. Bobcats are playing for their tournament life. Right now, Wake Tech, if they can win a single fight, with the 4 ultimates they have to hand, almost 5, they will be claiming the championship.
Gotta keep this going if you're Wake Tech, throwing in all the ults, 13 seconds. If you can win it here, Bobcats really won't have much time to touch or say anything about it. Soundbeer invested, Valkyrie, and more. The Dragon Strike to stop anyone from helping Narwhal. OBL, the last one left, will not keep this overtime wick burning. And you guys are looking at your NJCAAE champions. It's the Wake Tech Eagles.
Crimson King may have held on to that Bob for several minutes, but that's just because they were warming up. They were charging up Bobby B to make sure that when the Bob finally hits, it was incredibly powerful, taking out the McCree, taking out the Mercy, battering down the tanks. Narwhal may have got play of the game, but I'm afraid it's only commiserations which we can deliver as Wake Tech Eagles perform what some might consider an upset for this team, coming in as the 5th seed, going up against what I believe was for 2nd in our favorites. But still, this team, I think this is their 1st year competing. They have come up big.
Yeah, big congratulations to Jimmy Games, VPAX, Titanium, Crimson King, Jack the Hero, Fox, and Dapper in their efforts of taking down the Bobcats. I mean, what a series. You were starting to ask, what's our next game time? Because I thought we were going to game 7 too. It's just so back and forth the whole time. And even for Wake Tech to win this with players playing in different roles and trying out so many different compositions, usually it takes a team so long to master something like that. And they were able to be the champions of our league.
A huge and monumental effort, and done while maintaining a very unique style as well. This is a team with a lot of personality, especially when you look at how they play the double main support. At times, I'm out here molding. I'm like, please go Ana. Ana would win this so hard. Or please go Baptiste. Immortality Field is great, but they know what they want to play. They know what Fox is best at. They know what Dapper Dino is best at, and to be honest, it's evident that these teams know their players better than I do, because Fox and Dapper Dino, they were a consistent backline, which I think was a huge service to Wake Tech Eagles.
It looks like we're going to have a special post-game interview coming up right after this. And if you guys are just getting here now, we have some Valorant coming up after 2 with, I think, Trooper and Tristan. That's going to be a blast. But we're going to take a short break so we can get one of our players from Wake Tech in and speak to them about this series, so you won't want to miss it. See you after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have a post-game interview with Jimmy and Jimmy's entire team of Wake Tech. Congratulations on your championship victory. What's going through your head right now? How does the team feel after that?
Oh, you should have saw our reaction. It was really great. We're all very excited. We've been practicing for like 2 months now.
Wow.
How did you guys feel coming into this game? I assume you saw the semi-final that Bobcats had, and they looked scary. I think it's fair to say. I think they came into this as the higher seed and as probably the favorites, but you've upset them. So how did you feel about that team as you entered the lobby?
The only reason we were the 5th seed is because the Bobcats were in a group before the playoffs, and we lost to them 3-2. We knew all the other teams weren't going to be as good as the Bobcats, so that's why we had me on DPS actually for the quarter and the semis so that we could throw them off.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because we had originally casted you on DPS and then you played tank today. So is that hard for you to switch all these roles, or do you just know how to play everything, I guess?
I mean, I've been playing the game for a long time, so I just have a lot of time on Tracer. So I mean, I didn't think it would be that much of a challenge until the Bobcats. I'm a tank main, so.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, speaking of challenges, I've got to ask for a bit of a Dorado post-mortem. What made the Bastion so unbreakable for you guys? Like, it seemed like you guys should have known a bit better about how to break that.
We should have swapped. We didn't expect them to run the Bastion, but we should have just swapped tanks. We tried like running ball and stuff, and I just got like demolished. So that's why we knew we were gonna run. We knew they were gonna run the Bastion again on Hollywood. So that's why we started. We instantly swapped as soon as we saw it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys evidently showed a lot of learning there.
Yeah, another area that we did not see swaps is kind of your Lucio Mercy setup of Fox and Dapper. So why do you guys opt for the Lucio and Mercy and not like changing to something else on maps and stuff like that? Is that just a hero preference?
Yeah, it's just hero preference. I know the meta, and we tried running it, but it was better for us to just run strats that surrounded like what we were comfortable on, so we could play the best.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I've been told that this is it your first season competing in NCJAE, sorry, the acronym is
This is actually Wake Tech's inaugural season, so we're the first team that is the first Overwatch team.
Wow.
NJCAAE, you guys came in and won your first season. Did you guys, at the beginning of a season of a group stage, suffer through any sort of game day nerves?
No, none of the teams. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but none of the teams weren't really that good. We 3-0'd every team except for the Bobcats.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that 3-0 against Finger Lakes. That was scary.
Obviously, as time goes on, like more better teams will come into the league, so it's very fresh.
You guys are gonna have to defend that title.
Yeah, hopefully.
Jeez, and you guys even have a fancy studio and everything. Was there anyone you want to shout out that's kind of been, that helped with the success of the team, that came up with strategies or kind of went the extra mile to give you guys a lot?
David, come in here. Shout out David. David watches like every Owl match. He knows like all the strats. He wasn't even like the real coach, but he came in to help, and he's honestly helped us a lot with a lot of strats and stuff.
That's awesome. I like the shot cap as well. Evidently, a very devoted Owl fan.
Yeah.
You had Jack the Hero next to you as we began this interview on the camera, and we haven't seen them actually play the game yet in your semis or grand finals. So could you just quickly take us through what their role in the team is?
So whenever I was making the team, coach asked me to make the team, and whenever I was making it, during tryouts, I really liked his attitude, and I knew it would go a long way to help us all like build like our teamwork and stuff. I knew like helping it would build what's it called, the word?
Synergy?
Yeah, synergy, exactly. He's kind of like the glue.
Aw. Yeah, you guys seem like a whole squad. Everyone's in the photo together. My last meta question, I promise, the last one. There's so much more Roadhog between both of you guys. Why do you guys like the Roadhog so much?
Carlos, he's really good at Roadhog. I don't know. He's just like, that's just his name. So we we had to adapt, obviously. So it was very hard. Like, obviously, I wanted to run Rush. I wanted to run meta stuff, but we weren't able to like get it off completely. So we had to adjust and make our own strat. So that's why we put him on the Hog, and he's really good at it.
Okay, and the last question from me: was the turning point in this series when Fox got a Glock kill on the other Mercy?
That was great. I dove them, and I was just yelling,
That literally won.
Mercy won, and then Cass flew in with her pistol and just.
She's like,
it's Glock, baby.
Yeah. Well, that's all the questions we had. Thank you so much for the interview, Jimmy, and pass along and congratulations to the whole team. You guys were really impressive to watch.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our victorious team here at NJCAAE Grand Finals. And what an impressive 6-map series that was. It could have gone all the way to 7, but the defense of Hollywood just proved a little bit too much for the Bobcats to bear.
Well, a special shout out to our sponsors that help support the stream, make this happen. The Army National Guard. Go over to nationalguard.com/esports if you want to learn about what they're doing. Barbasol for the close shave and the close series that we've been able to be blessed with. Lenovo with their Legion Y25 monitor with a 240 hertz refresh rate is amazing and will totally upgrade your gaming experience, especially if you're still stuck on that 60 hertz nonsense. And Lenny and Larry's for keeping our tummies full and our hearts full with their delicious cookies. And that's all we have. This was Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi. Make sure you stay tuned in this stream for the Valorant stream coming up after this with Trooper and Tristan, I think it was. That's going to be a blast. And then there's an awards ceremony where if you guys are a fan of Overwatch, we'll be crowning some champion there too. So thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
A rogue virus. No jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
While I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Ladies
Welcome,
and gentlemen,
welcome, welcome. Oh, I guess we're
let
big
Tristan
minds
take
think
this one.
alike.
Absolutely.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're happy to have you back here for the grand finals of the NJCAAE. It's going to be John Wood. The Blazers are back, and they want to do battle versus the Northern Virginia Nighthawks. Now, both of these teams had a great showing last week, winning their best of threes and looking fantastic while doing so. Our map 1 of today will be split. It was the Blazers' pick. Nova choosing the defensive side there, with both of the bands respectively being Bind for the Blazers and Ascent for Nova. I am joined here by the one and only, the wonderful. You saw him last week, and if you were hoping to see him again, well, good luck to you. You got him. It's Trooper. How you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic, Tristan. It is a pleasure to be here on Championship Sunday to bring you guys more of this Valorant action. Between these two teams, the way that they went through this bracket, it is going to be an unstoppable force meeting in a movable object.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And that being said, we'll give you a quick read of the roster cards here. First off, we got your Nova squad. That's Ari Tinkuros, in game known as Ari. And on the other side of the board, we got Daniel Capodice. That's that guy Cap. Jared Liberian. That's Jawa in game. Joseph Crary. That's Baker. Kalat Bezadiah, and that's going to be Hokuriku, Tommy Ho, Tentum. That's going to be your full squad for Nova. And to give us the lineup on John Wood, let me toss it over to you, Trooper.
John Wood Blazers is going to be led by Jonathan Thomas under the tag Green. You guys know him so well. He was the lead fragger for John Wood yesterday, during the earlier portion of the bracket in this event. You have Connor Purtle as Fenrir. You have Dane Hemming as Reach, Wesley Cook as Twisterman 99, and Andrew Veal as Ovi Andy. And it is going to be a great crew today, as we saw them pretty much decimate their first two games and didn't have much of an effort that they had to really fight against towards the end. They were closing a lot of these second halves pretty well.
Absolutely. And one thing that I do want to note about both these teams, I'm interested to see what kind of picks they take into Split. Now, one funny thing to note about Split is the defensive side throughout all of the Challengers tournament, they seem to have the advantage. Whoever starts on defense for Split seems to have a higher win rate than most. And so it's interesting to see that although it was the pick of the Blazers, it's actually Nova on defense for that first side. And so they have an opportunity here. If history tells us a story, it's that the defensive side of Split first half may just run away with the game.
It's always something that people have to really kind of put in the front of their head, where regardless of the outcome of the first half of a Split game, you got to realize how much more of an advantage that the defenders always have. Split has been notorious for that against attackers, and if you're able to really build at least a few wins on the attacking side in a row, it's always a sight to see, and kind of builds you guys with that confidence that once we flip sides and get on the defender side, it's going to be a lot easier to handle things. So you kind of do have that seesaw battle in the beginning, and it's going to be so important trying to get through those initial walls of defense.
Absolutely. And as I say that, all the players are ready. We'll be loading into Split in just a moment here. But one thing to know is I think really it takes a strong in-game leader to be able to bring you through that first half of Split, because you know you're going to be taking a pounding. You know you may not be able to string as many rounds together as you please or as you were hoping for. But at the same time, if you're able to get that mental reset, feel that confidence heading into the second half, knowing that you'll have that advantage, as long as your mental isn't tarnished, then you should be able to mount a formidable defense and bring yourself back into the game. That being said, we already have some early hovers here for the Agent Select. That's Reach already kind of giving us a little bit of looks towards the Raze here. I would always like to see Razes come out. Yoru also being quickly pivoted off of, as you're not exactly a lot of places in the current meta that you can bring him out. That guy Cap decided to go with the Viper.
I'm curious how these compositions are going to play into comparing what they chose earlier on throughout this event. Are they going to really stick to their guns? Are they going to maybe try and adjust things to how their opponents usually play? It's going to be one of those questions that are about to be answered momentarily, as we are waiting to see on the last moments who they lock in. I think, though, that for this map, obviously those controllers do play such a big part because of how tight a lot of these choke points are when trying to get on some of these sites. And if you're able to maintain positioning and control of that middle section of the map, and you're going to be able to cut off these rotations so much more easily and kind of just completely just shut your opponent down before they can get anything going. So split is going to be, I think, really the test of the mental fortitude for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say that, loading on to split, we see all the picks come out. Duel versus the Phoenixes, 2 Phoenixes. No surprise there. A map like Split, the run it back is invaluable to be able to entry onto the site, because usually it is that front runner that has to create the space for the team, can get hit with an off angle. But once you establish where the players are, once you get that information, it becomes a lot easier to handle. And that being said, 20 seconds before we're underway, give me your prediction here, Trooper. I mean, I guess you could already see the teams lining up towards A, and so I'm assuming we're going to see a quick hit here. Twisterman already on the iPad, playing a little bit of Flappy Bird before they can actually get out onto the site.
Feeling confident if that's what he's doing at the moment. They're seconds away from storming ahead and already going to be trying to formulate a push onto A to start off. Smokes are coming in, and they're going to be quick about this one. But as quick as they come in, Okoroku getting the opening shot with the frenzy, creating a mess of a problem over here for their opponents. Still maintaining positioning on the site, and with them dropping like flies with only the stage left, it is going to be an easy first round, I'd say.
The Nighthawks, wow, showing a lot of prowess there in their aim duels, confidence as well. If there's any a pistol you want to shut down a push, the frenzy on players that are running W keying straight at you, that's always a wonderful sight to see. He mows them down with ease. Let's get a lawnmower in his hands. As I say that, he's looking to cut the grass a little bit more. Airy with a few shots of his own, forces out the heal from Andy, who then tucks back towards Sewers, but he is trapped in right now. That guy Cap already moving forward with his knife, a little bit of riskiness there, as we see Andy just trying to play around with the smoke, but already if he drops here, the man is dead to rights. That guy Cap waiting for him, pulls the pistol, body shots galore, and that will be a finalization to the first round over to the Nighthawks, and they don't lose a single member doing it.
Trying to delay the inevitable there, but not much left to do, as they did kind of pivot down and sandwich on top of that Sewers area. And I mean, the Sage definitely playing as Spike, going to be the right call. You want to play that more conservative role so you can get those heals involved whenever that time is going to be apparent. And it's going to be really important with how Raze is on both sides, also with both teams having that Sage. You do know the splash damage from a lot of her kit is quite the annoyance for people. So when you're trying to get through these tight corridors, you're going to need somebody to kind of back you up there, as everybody is starting to separate here with just the Cypher kind of baiting towards middle. It looks like that they were baiting A to begin with, it seems, themselves. So the rotation's coming now towards mid. Let's see how they decide to play this one.
And they think better of going through that smoke A. Good on them, as they would have potentially lined up for another highlight play for Hoku Riku. He's gotten so many of those for himself so far in this tournament. And now back towards mid. Do they decide to wait out this wall? Do they actually make the noise? Let Tentum know that they're coming through, that they're rolling past. Instead, they'll wait it out. Tentum has no vision, no information these players could be here, but the paint shells will at least delay this for a little bit longer. With 45 seconds left on the clock, they have to start taking some space for themselves.
They're actually going to be doubling themselves back, walking right into Korku, who's got an entire mass of team in front of him. He actually wasn't able to get anybody taken out. It would have been a nice help, but instead only creating a little bit of damage here. You have Jawa setting in the smokes, trying to at least confuse them a little bit as the rest of his team comes back onto the site for this crash. They're able to get a couple trades back and forth here, but the plant is going to be coming in, but it gets stopped just before it gets put down by that guy Cap. And I think that is going to end this round with only seconds remaining. Nobody on that spike. That is going to be it.
Honestly, you'll take that. You'll take that if you're the Blazers.
Absolutely.
That is a lot of economic damage. 3 players is more than you can hope for. Nearly a bomb plant as well. If they were able to get that one down, then it would be a resounding victory in the long term. Despite them dropping the round, either way, they've done their jobs. And going into this round, they can get a whole lot of rifles in their hands. and potentially break the economy after they have to rebuy all these Spectres, all this armor on the side of the Hawks.
See where they decide to push here. It looks like flipping around onto B, but also just keeping themselves flexible towards the middle. The Sage Wall coming in, but getting dropped immediately. They do throw up the Viper Wall as a backup here. More people spread across. I think one of the most interesting differences between these two compositions is really who's going to be the site, the main site holder. Is there going to be anybody on your team that can play that solo site and kind of give your team that information? Cypher is obviously that front runner, but then Viper as well has been buffed as most recently, and really been kind of a strengthful position for that as well in this meta. So I like to see how this is going to really make a difference here. With, you could see the Viper Wall already up. That guy Cap is looking right down Main Street, ready to take control here. And there comes in the Blaze Wall to try and open it up, but he is in the corner, and he is just catching them completely off guard and absolutely wrecking them. Say hello to my little friend, and crushing 3 in a row as they push onto the site.
Little friend, not so little anymore. That is a big boy, and he is piling shots down range. Still 2 players left across the map, and so rotating back isn't even an option for poor Reach here. If he goes into the rope room, Jawa could fill his face full of holes. Instead, he'll get the better of that trade, but now he's got test number 2, and this time not ready for it. Hoko Riku already waiting towards the ropes, and he's got an easy shot lined up for himself. 3 rounds for the Hawks so far, and Blazers yet to really find much counterplay, especially after they run into that absolute meat grinder known as that guy Cap with his Omen ready.
Round is going to be very important. The way that economy has been going in the so far in this game, I think that now this is one of those rounds where if they can pick up a couple of frags if possible, just to get that firepower, and then potentially rotate. But right now, as they do keep that same idea as they run in a mass group right in the center of the map, they are getting slowed. Every bit of utility now coming into play here in the center portion, and leaving it up for debate if they're going to make the push. But I think that right now you can see as they creep up, they are just waiting for the right moment. You can see the more utility, the Boombot coming in. Green also helping now with the flashes as they make that push through into heaven. You have Sage now caught in the corner, but the Viper Wall actually saves her. And then she comes out, but for a moment, more trades coming back in. And it looks like that right there, Blazers were able to come out on top as they move slowly onto the site with just barely any HP remaining with these 2 players left, but Green is still able to cap Hokoriku coming around the flank with that guy Cap onto the site and shutting down any attempt for them to make a play here. That Odin has just been doing wonders so far.
Yeah, and that guy Cap just lurking on the site for so long, they don't expect him. After all that time they spent working up mid, after all that time they spent clearing out the sites, they did not think that that guy Cap would still be waiting around, but he's the B player. You should at least expect that, have somewhat of a premonition that he could still be lurking around the pillar, and he just makes himself known, cleans up 2 low HP targets without even a drop of sweat being leaked off his forward. And as I say that, guy Cap looking to get aggressive himself, throws out a bit of spam, but he's already gotten tagged up by the Cypher Cam, forced to evacuate the position. Give him a little bit more room to work with as we see the Roomba shot out immediately, much like the wall, not allowing them that utility to feel comfortable around mid. And I like this approach. You can still pivot out, you can still rotate towards A or one of the sites, but at the same time, you have to keep this committal towards mid, make sure they can't just rotate and stack a site willy-nilly.
They do have that advantage here, but the cross coming in, if they make a play with Omen at the ropes, does send the smoke through, as he is still maintaining his spot on A with the Phoenix. But those strength and numbers are going to be here in heaven if they can make the push right now. The running back going to be coming in and just throwing himself out there to get a little bit more information and hopefully pick up a frag. Not able to do, but as he got that information, seeing only the Sage up there, that gave him the confidence to push through and gain a little bit more ground. But again, that guy Cap is being annoying as ever, hiding in an angle they would not suspect, getting that 1 kill down but only 1 kill, and it's going to keep things even here for V4 as they continue on for the retake. Let's see how they're going to play this one with Blazers finally getting that spike down for the first time in this match. You do have another run it back coming in from the opposing side. That is the Blazers, who are going to be having to hold it down for a little bit extra longer, and only 1 player to go. They do have the big advantage here. Let's see if they shut it down, and they do, finally getting themselves on the board.
The Blazers making a strong case for themselves, showing why you can't ever count them out. This is attacker side. After all, it's a CT-sided map. You can have your first few rounds, but eventually we'll start putting some on the board, and for every round you lose on the defensive side, that'll give us that much more room for error when we get to take the reins. That being said, Green leading the charge for his team, using that run it back up into heaven. It gets stuffed by Tentum, who, by the way, Tentum in this heaven position is so impressive. The way he's able to play aggressive, isn't scared off by the run it back, holds his ground, and immediately takes down the Phoenix without having to give up too much space. He'll retreat eventually, but although they lose the round, I will say, impressive play from Tentum all around as he pulls out the Judge this time. He's working with Airy, and if they walk into this corner without some kind of utility setting them up, this could be disaster. Instead, they'll use a bit of a different angle with the wall, give up the rope room, allow them to have that. But instead, it is going to be much more difficult to run that B heaven split.
See who makes that next move here. Everyone just trying to play it a little bit safe. A little bit slower than they probably hoping for here. They did want to try and retaliate, but the Blazers are still taking it slow after getting on the board. Green looking to make a big play onto the site, but he gets caught off guard by Jawa, who completely takes the shot while blinded and is able to take out the Phoenix. That is going to be a huge advantage for them, as they now have to run themselves back all the way around to B. They got to make an attempt to plant that spike. They do make it happen with Reach shooting the showstopper up into heaven and not able to connect. So that is very unfortunate and going to give them a little bit more of a chance to maybe push onto the site and hopefully stop them with the high ground position here.
Yeah, and 4v4 now. Cypher camera being utilized just to make sure the flank can't be hit up here. All the players stacking towards heaven. They're going to try and burst out. They're going to get a glimpse of this. Andy knows they've dropped towards hell. So all the players are going to be able to set up their own crossfires, but it comes down to the aim duels eventually. Hokuriku good for 1. The Molly lined up just to delay them that much further. Tentum able to chime up with one of his own. Out goes the Molly. It was going to force them off the bomb out into the open. Twisterman gets 1 with his Molly, and he may have just stalled out enough time to pull this round through. He's hiding. He's just buying time. Jawa can't hit him. He's going to try and teleport himself out of there, but the bomb is too quick. He'll get taken down with it, and Twisterman stands alone.
Twisterman doing great work with the Molly placement, just like we saw earlier on in this tournament back on Friday. He had similar style of play where he was being as conservative as possible and holding on for the retakes to use those Mollies at the right moment to prevent any sense of a defuse. It was just a perfectly timed move right there for them to get another round. Back-to-back rounds on split. Like we were talking about earlier, Tristan, it really is a huge boost because it's not something that happens too often where people are going to get that huge advantage with how big that the defenders really have on this map.
Yeah, and 2 rounds is already more than a lot of teams were able to muster.
Especially so early on.
Yeah, especially so early on. And even last week, we saw teams just getting demolished on one half a split as Green. He's going to take a quick turn, has his head on a swivel, doesn't get hit up by the blind, not just yet. In fact, he returns with 1 blind of his own. Hokuriku also quick to dodge out there. And these Phoenixes are just dancing. They're playing a dangerous game as 3 members committed towards this A site. They only have pistols in hand, so their weaponry limited. Has to come down to some insane shots. Hokuriku will be put to the test here. So you see 1 player rounding the corner. He'll get a shot to the back. Got a second one lined up for himself, and he will make good on it. Already 2 down, and this could turn into disaster. He's able to recover the rifle as well. Does have the hot hands to heal himself up behind the side, and he just stands out into the open. Another head being taken off the shoulders, and this is slowly starting to fall apart. The Blazers had a great and confident push because they had that advantage in the economy, but it's all starting to go awry for them as Hokuriku is just mounting a fantastic defense. Now they have control of heaven. They can try and split up the angles. And maybe this is their avenue in onto the site, but Airy, this time it is not meant to be. Hokuriku gets a 4K for himself, and that's going to close out the round. The Blazers, as soon as they get the momentum going, the Nighthawks snuff it out.
Perfect response after those back-to-back rounds. They were able to get a few frags when they pushed onto the site and immediately used those weapons to their advantage, and it worked out perfectly. Great way for them to take a ding to their opponent's economy and also get that momentum back into their favor here. Looks like that B is going to be the push that they are going to be trying to favor. Everybody split most likely across, but as they do check for information, one of those smokes do go out towards A, but completely unneeded as everybody is going to be trying to make their way through garage. At least for right now, they are trying to stay flexible, and it looks like that potentially the mid play might be also an idea for them as they're trying to bait a few more of these players to use up as many of their utilities as they can.
Gonna smoke off rope room, try and make a mid split real quick here. Using that run it back, already getting tagged up by Tentum, who once again is not giving him an inch to work with. Now that he's gotten flash, he gets himself to safety. 20 HP left on the run it back, and not a lot of time either. They'll get that extra space to work with and some breathing room, but that's about it. With that reach, just guarding the rope rooms. Maybe they decide to pivot back towards A. It is a possibility, but there are plenty of players watching. They haven't bid on the fake just yet. The rotations haven't come through, and Jawa could get a few lined up for himself. Has the first, but traded out by Twisterman nearly immediately. And now that they have that resurrection, this should be free access to the site, or is it? Because the man who has been such a thorn in the side of the Blazers is still here, and he is ready to go already with two. He is passing with flying colors. A third one goes onto the site, but Green this time able to put him to rest. And now post plant set up. There are still 3 on the board for both teams. Tentum looking for a resurrection for himself. Jawa gets to receive it. Now onto the site they go. That guy Cap just sneaking through his own poison cloud. And all 3 of the opposing members are funneled. They're hiding behind the pillar, but they are huddled together. And this could be room for just a spring into action as Fenrir. He flips around. The last player establishes where he is. Tentum falling from the skies. All from heaven. He's an angel. And he brings the 6th round to the Nighthawks in the most clutch way he possibly could.
The conservative plays are always going to work when you're that Sage. Coming in at the right time, getting a res for your squad, give them another number to go and make that push. It's always something that if you're not keeping track of, it's going to really confuse your squad when you assume things and how many people are going to be potentially trying to combat that site. Sage coming in just at the final moments there as well and getting the defuse as the last person standing. So just as we did have a couple rounds going toward the Blazers, Nighthawks are now back in control.
Ooh, early meteor strike. Tentum going to take a fair bit of damage. Running for his life. Area the paint shells though. 2 killed. How did that happen? They walked across a minefield and they end up paying for it with an arm and a leg. Twisterman, he's waiting around the corner up close. Area gets too aggressive for his own good. He even doubles up with a nice little snap. Flick of the wrist. Tentum taken down off of the round as well. And so now the numbers evened up at 3 apiece.
That was a great idea from Airy. After they dropped down the Brimstone ult, immediately throwing the paint shells through it, assuming that they were just going to make the push anyway, and he was right. Getting also a triple kill with that guy Cap to complement it nicely and wrap up this round for another one in their favor.
I cannot believe he adjusted the crosshairs that quickly and that beautifully. All 3 players try to make the moves onto him. He swings out at the right times. He hits every shot he needs to, and it's another defense added to the tally of that guy Cap, who can do no wrong on this B site so far. I mean, the man has just put an end to so many of the Blazers' hopes.
Shutting it down perfectly, using a lot of the Odin earlier, and now getting on top of his straight shots here, winning a lot of these engagements when he needs to. It's definitely very highly important, but I like this bait that they have.
Oh,
a lot of people were pushing A with the bomb is all the way over on B. So this is a very sizable bait. I'm really interested. I like how this play is going right now, and I want to see how this plays out here. But it looks like that as they do wait it out, Sage going to be rotating back towards the middle as they do open the door for them to come back and get that free site take. Let's see if they're going to be getting the plant. They don't. They second guess it, and it looks like that they're going to be in a 2-on-1 scenario if the Cypher stays there. Tentom was the savior last time. Can Tentom shut it down yet again?
Tentom now has a bit of backup. NJCAAE can use the Viper's Pit. They have to push into him now. Suddenly, this is getting a lot harder for the side of the Blazers. But that opening kill will provide them a lot more room to work with through the smoke. NJCAAE trying to get some spam in, but it's all the worst timings possible for himself. Neurotheft will also establish where the last two members are. This should be an easy closeout from here on out, but the paint shells will tag down Andy just a fair bit. Jawa around the corner. He is playing a game of inches right now. He'll find the second headshot, and it's all up to Twisterman, who does have the molly available and an advanced spot. They shouldn't see this one coming, but he can't line up the shots, and Airy flips back around for the 3K, and what a miraculous retake for the Nighthawks.
Jawa played that so well. That was going to be a beautifully executed bait and switch. They were planting it at B when they did send most of their guys to A, but Jawa coming in and completely destroying the plans. It's so hard to plan against anything when there's going to be a guy in a one-man wrecking crew just like that. He just falling out of heaven and getting all of the shots perfectly and staying steady while they were able to at least get those final seconds down to the wire. So right here, as they do have a sizable advantage as we're closer to that halfway point, one more round, if possible, would be very optimal for the Blazers to give them the advantage here going into the next half. But Reach going to be firing the showstopper up into heaven, not connecting the run it back. Also coming into play as they are now going to make the chance that they need to do right here onto the site, but Hakoriku is going to shut them down again with that beautiful angle in the back corner. And again, he has been dominating in this position so well this map, and again, he does the same thing, just making it look easy out there.
My man must be playing on some crazy sensitivity, because these flicks that he is hitting for himself, they are absolutely insane. Green now 12 kills, Hokuriku at 13. Both these Phoenixes looking fantastic so far this match, and at 9-2, I mean, there are so many of these clutches that come down to the wire that have just been falling the way of the Nighthawks, and John Green has to feel bad about these rounds. This is their map pick, and like I said before, when you have the defensive side coming first, you have to make sure that even if you fall behind in the round score, you don't let that mental get tarnished. You can still come back. This is a heavily defensive sided map, and so you have to just try and put together whatever rounds you possibly can on the first half. As we come into this last round, it would be very nice to have 3. It is much better than 2, and it feels a lot better. Airy will be the man on the front lines, the first one that takes the duel. It's going to be him versus Green. If the trend continues, throws the Roomba over the wall just to establish there are plenty of players waiting on the other side of it.
Thinking about that push through the mid, but now baiting with the utility. All of them nearly running back around through garage to B, but Viper's going to be in that corner, waiting patiently on the other side of that wall.
Oh,
Dak start sneaking through. It's going to be easy pickings if they don't check that corner again. It has failed them once before, so let's see if they've learned from their mistakes. They definitely do. There come in the paint shells to clear her out. And now with that guy Cap going to be, again, though, still maintaining that spot, getting the first one on the angle. He is going to get an angle on the bomb carrier, but not getting the kill in time. Fenrir, though, getting a double on the site to move everybody through. Getting a third. How is he doing this with the weapon that he's got in his hand? He is still a man possessed, picking up a new weapon, though. Andy getting Reach back into the fight, though, so you cannot count them out. It's going to be even harder now with just these 2 remaining players. Jawa has been so aggressive, though, and it's been working out well. Let's see how he does already with the bomb in front of him. 4 players as well right there in tow, and he just cannot overcome the swarm, and they outlast with another round in the books, with Fenrir getting all 5, dominating the site. Looking good while he does it.
The Bulldog Bastion, the Bulldog Buccaneer, Fenrir just shows out with minimal weaponry. 2,100 credits is all he needs in his bank account, because he gets the ace with just headshots galore. I mean, it is so difficult to do that with the more difficult to control spray of the Bulldog as well. And now with them being posted up on the defensive side, they call upon Fenrir here because there is a lot of players already leaning towards the B site. He will have a single member helping him out up in heaven. But that's about it. These traps are going to have to make good on, and he does have a frenzy, and so maybe if he gets into a close quarters combat situation, he can try and use the chaos to his advantage. But he does have that camera working in his favor. He's going to see them long before they actually get onto the site. As we see Jawa already putting a smoke up towards heaven. There's a smoke screen going out for the Viper as well. Can't move through that unless you want to be dropped to 50 HP. He's thinking about it though. And with the spam ringing out, he is listening every step of the way. He wants these sound cues to provide him that extra bit of knowledge. Wall goes out as well, and so they're going to section off this site. Fenrir, oh, so close to taking some spam through the smoke. Instead, it's Airy just waiting for it to go down. He'll get the initial headshot, but it's traded out by Reach. Both the Killjoys, or both the raises with the kill apiece, as Green just starts to knife away at this wall, chop it down to give them some more access points into the site. One player waiting around the corner, the Roomba blowing up, and back goes the toxic screen. That's the curveball through, going to blind up a single player, send him back packing. But I mean, they have to just get through this Viper screen. It's so difficult. The first headshot, good for Green. He's looking for a second, and they all crumble under the pressure. That's a defuse in their near future as well, as we see the Blazers get off to a great start to their second half.
Nighthawks looked well in control for a moment there, but they got overwhelmed with the utilities, especially right where the spike was planted. And they even had a great advantage backing the Viper up into the garage, getting that long angle. And Green walks in, keeping his head completely on a swivel, getting both kills left to right. Check both ways before crossing the street is always a smart idea. This man just killing it. And it just goes to show it's no surprise that he is leading the team in frags, because earlier in the tournament on Split, he's leading the squad as well. 20 frags on the last time they played. Let's see if he's able to break that record again. Twisterman not able to pick up that double kill on the site, but still getting a trade-off. Another set of trade-offs coming in here. But you have the Nighthawks in a difficult spot with Sage dropping, and now just Raze with half health remaining. It is going to be really hard to make this thing happen with the spike down and then just out in no man's land here. Able to get a kill with the Spectre, but Reach, the opposing Raze, is able to shut things down before they can even really get them started.
Yeah, and I mean, just a solid play all around. Working against the Pistols, they do lose a few more Spectres than they would like to, though, as we see Airy onto the side. They did not respect those smokes whatsoever. They just plow through them, and Twisterman was still on his iPad by the time they were fully onto the site. Had to try and just hit the shots with some quick accuracy, but Airy just one step ahead of him that time around, and now he's got to work with a Stinger versus several Vandals and a single Phantom. Either way, he is at a large disadvantage. We see the wall early again towards mid. We're starting to see most teams favor this this pressure early on just to make sure that the wall can't get set up fully. 3 players committed towards heaven. That's a lot of people. They do not want to let them onto the B site, and they know that's the easiest way to do it. But Twister, man, I love this play. He's already at such a nice spot for himself. No way they check this. Am I right? Right?
Yeah, no,
oh, the discipline from Mary, but he misses the gun barrel. Oh, he could spring out and have them all lined up. He's got one, he's got two. No! He can't actually hit the second as the spray goes somewhere over the moon, and I don't know how that didn't connect. But I mean, Sage gets to live. She does lose her armor and her heal. It's a fairly long cooldown, but either way, you have to feel so frustrated if you're Twisterman there. I feel frustrated for the guy as Reach. He gets aggressive onto the site, won't be able to line up any shots just yet, but Hokariko around the corner. He is quick with the trigger, and he's quick with the aim. Finds the headshot to make this a 2v4 in the favor of the Nighthawks, and this is what they needed. 10-5 is a fantastic scoreline to be sitting on, especially when your enemy team is one round after this from having a completely broken economy. May actually already be closer to that than you realize, considering how many members they lost in that second round. And so maybe save is the call here. Maybe Andy decides to just walk himself out. I would not mind it one bit, especially considering the weaponry he's got. This would be decent enough to bring to the next round. Has a kill for himself, wants to pull the rifle, but this may be just a bit too greedy. He may be asking for too much here, as there's 2 players already ready for him. Airy will be the one to secure that one and end the round with a nice little frag for himself. Gets the heal as well. Unnecessary, but hey, feels good regardless. 10-5 is the scoreline, and the Nighthawks pushing into that territory. that really makes it feel a lot more unwinnable for the defending side.
That was a very close call. You do have Twisterman in such a perfect spot to get an amazingly picture-perfect flank, but right, just looking away at just the wrong moment to miss that first gun barrel, potentially throwing off when he decided to peek, and then getting caught through the wall by Airy, who is also leading the squad, doing very well across the board here. With everybody holding down positions, everybody spread mostly between A and B here, rather than favoring one specific site as of yet. We do have, it looks like, them poking a little bit towards A. Everybody still holding down in middle on the side of Blazers, just trying to waste a little bit of time, trying to get their opponents to maybe overthink this situation here. With the utility being so important, you definitely want to just disrupt as much as you can before making that play, and you do come in here with Fenrir getting the Cypher Cage beautifully planted halfway up the wall. That way he just shoots down at the feet, getting them taken out, and they did not want any parts of that with the remaining player rotating now back with the rest of the team in the midsection of this map. Let's see where they decide to go. Looks like Sewers is going to be the play here.
And Ari was able to take him out through the box with a nicely placed headshot. Couldn't get the heal from Heaven in time. And so with that, 4v4, the numbers are still evened up. That guy Cap still spraying through the wall, afraid that they may have double stacked the area. No one there just yet, though, as we see the bomb actually walking onto the A side. They don't have anyone watching it, though. They're too split up, and they're too worried about possible hits that they don't actually see right under their nose. The bomb being planted. 14 seconds left in the round. Jawa able to get one, but he should be traded out here by Twisterman, who doesn't have his pre-aim quite in the right position. 5 HP left on Jawa, who has to go the long way around. He better hope that his teammates can hold out in time, as we see the showstopper getting one. Reached, has his back turned. That guy Cap executes him with a shot to the back of the head, and now it's Andy left alone in a 1v3. One player on very low HP, but this is just a Sage. There's only so much you can do, and your utility not going to help you in the slightest, especially when you've used it all on the defense so far. It may just be another save call here, but it feels so difficult to save when it's going to be 11 rounds for the Nighthawks on your map pick.
And you know Jawa is going to be happy to get out of this round with his life with only 5 HP and holding onto that Vandal. That is going to be a big difference maker as well, as they're looking to get another round in their favor, and they do. It is going to be huge now for them. On the attacking side, as they're just a few, actually make that exactly 2 rounds away from trying to ending this map and getting that first round, or that first one, in their favor. So towards the series being best of 3, that'll be a huge blow to John Wood Blazers coming into this game.
Yeah, and 11, that's such an important number, because, I mean, you're 1 off of match point. The pressure is on right now. The pressure is beating down on the Blazers, despite this being their map pick. I mean, you obviously want to make a statement when you get to choose what you play. And that being said, this one's not looking so good for them. Green taking the slightest of angles, the most narrow of margins. Hokuriku decides not to shoot the wall out immediately, afraid that there could be a player waiting on top of it as soon as they hear those gunshots sound off. He could get swung, and so rather he plays it conservatively, waits for more teammates to arrive before they start spraying that one through. Andy, oh, the rat position. Do they check him? It's going to be difficult, considering how thick this wall is, unless they decide to take it all down or wait it out. Dakai Cap going to be trying to tag up Green. Oh, that was close. May have seen the elbow, just enough of it sticking through the wall to take a few shots. But around the corner, the curveball ready and going out. Green going to tag up a few for himself. Trade back a bit of damage as we see Airy finding the first kill of the round onto the opposing Rays. But Twisterman, he's huddled onto the site. Do they realize he's here? A few shots ring out. They should know now. Now the player waiting towards Heaven. He is pincer maneuvering from all different sides. His only option was to fight his way out of it, and he simply can't make it happen. Jawa now dropping that back down into hell. He'll be covered by the Rays wall. And Green just trying to get some space back. But it's not going to be easy. He's already out of curveballs. How's he going to get back onto the site? As all the players just trying to work slowly through Heaven, but Andy, he's going to be met with a headshot and a face full of lead. Only 2 left standing between the Blazers and a 12th round. A possible loss on their map pick. There's Green, oh, off angle. Not going to work out for him. This bomb ticking low. They just simply don't have enough time. They're going to call it off. Oh, but not before Airy gives him a parting gift.
Green about to try and make some sort of play on ramp, but as he hopped up onto the box, footsteps giving him away, and DJCAAE flushing him out, making him run away to hopefully just hold on to at least some of the economy here, as they have nearly an insurmountable comeback ahead of them. But on the defensive side, it is the most favorable thing you can ask for, although the last 3 rounds going against them here on the attacking side, they have been working this very, very nicely here. The Nighthawks have been fully adapting beautifully well to a lot of the strategies that Blazers have been pulling out. And I like a lot of how they were able to adapt to different baits and setups that they have of that nature, and also being pretty conservative with their utilities until the moment is really set in. So when we look ahead here to this round, that could potentially be our last if Nighthawks walk away with a W here. Let's see how Blazers decide to look down at this one. You have Raze's bot coming in onto the site to try and clear and get any information that they can get before they make the move. And I think they are going to get the all clear and make that move, but instead they hesitate just a tad here, as you do have Fenrir onto the site with Phoenix as well. They are just a hair away from making contact here, thinking about flashing, but they are not even in position for it, so it would be a waste. They are still being very, very patient here before they make their move.
I love the patience. I love it. They're able to draw out all that Cypher utility, and now Cypher feels so naked on that B side. He doesn't have any of the defensive tools anymore, and that's why they have 2 members committed there. As they start to rotate off, though, the hit might just come back to bite them. Switcherman waiting around the corner. He's not good for one because Airy, that is an insane flick. Inhuman reactions. A little bit of Hiko callbacks there as he flips himself around to get the opening pick and get that site secured for his teammates. Green around the corner will use the curveball. That's going to signal Fenrir. That's going to signal Jawa to turn himself back around. Green has been found out, and now a 3v5 on the site. Looks like the Nighthawks want to close this one out early. Andy, he's going to try and walk himself up, but Jawa is 1 step ahead yet again. He's going to find reach as well, give that alert to his teammates, but Hokuriku, he gets an immediate headshot for himself and taken down. This is going to make the numbers 3-2, but the defenders still down a man, and this is difficult as ever, because yes, they were able to get those first 2 kills, but how much space did they get off of that? Yeah, they get back into heaven. That's about it. This poison cloud blocking them off. They have so many things obstructing their vision and reach. On the other side of this, Airy could put a stop to it right here with the headshot. They pass by each other at kind of an awkward timing. He's going to try and hit him in the air. The showstopper gets one. Federer wants to get onto the ball, but it's already so far gone. That guy Cap kills him. He'll even get the second. Not necessary because that bomb was blowing up. Either way, it's the Nighthawks taking game 1, taking map 1. In a very impressive performance up against the #1 seed in the tournament, John Wood.
Excellent showing right there from the Northern Virginia Nighthawks, as they really, I mean, everything that they decided to kind of put forward, it worked out very well in their favor. You had everybody pulling their weight in such a formidable way. And also, you have to really give a shout out to, I mean, DJCAAE, the way that he played in that first half with the Odin and kind of just destroying any of those pushes single-handedly that went, it's going to kind of rattle you a little bit. And when you have also the confidence flipping sides, you're back on attack now. And instead of trying to play it patient on certain rounds, you kind of just storm through the smoke and then immediately want to get onto the site and just be quick about it. And then other rounds, as we just saw, on match point, they were being very slow, very methodical. They knew the ball was in their court. They knew that all they had to do was wait for their opponents to make a mistake, and it was a great, great victory right there by the Nighthawks.
Yeah, that's kind of the risk you run when you pick this split early on, when you pick it and you let your opponents get that defensive side. If they get too far ahead, it can really start to affect you despite having all that preparation done for the map and feeling confident going into it. When you lose that many rounds in a row, it just kind of gives you that extra pressure, and you lose out on a bit of that confidence. And confidence is so important in Valorant. If you hesitate, if you second guess yourself, that could cost you rounds. And that seems to be what happened there. That being said, though, we're going to cut to a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. Don't you dare click on a hot tub stream in the meanwhile, because we will be right back with some more Grand Championship action. It's John Wood Blazers versus the Nighthawks. Game 2 coming up right after this break. We'll be right back.
one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead!
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here heading into game 2 for John Wood Blazers versus the Northern Virginia Nighthawks. Now, that game 1 was a doozy, and it ended up in quite the unexpected result as John Wood, their own map pick, they get taken down 13-5. The Nighthawks came here to play today. Joining me yet again is the wonderful Trooper. Trooper, happy to have you back. And what do you think about this next map? We're going into Icebox.
I'm excited because it's not a game personally or a map that I cast too often. A lot of teams, if they can, that's sometimes the first band pick that you might see it. But we're getting to see it right here in the championship of all places. And I think whoever had an easier time on that last map, I'd say on attack especially, I think they're going to have an even easier time on this map just based on how much tighter specifically one of the sites is in comparison. So let's see how this ends up kind of comparing, especially as we look at the compositions that are going to come into play here.
And I like it. John Wood, they lose on their own map pick, and so loser does get to pick the map in this tournament format. And so instead, they'll just throw the curveball out there. I mean, who would expect to play on Icebox? It is so often banned. So many teams like to just avoid it altogether that you don't get a lot of practice on this map in tournaments. Maybe you have a few strats lined up, but it's a lot different when it comes into practice, into an actual game. And so John Wood decided to just throw the gauntlet down here. And in the grand final, this is the perfect time to do it. They don't have time to study you. They don't have time to prepare. It is time to just show what you got and to take your strategies to the next level. Airy looking to pivot towards that Raze yet again, and Raze on this map, there's a lot of useful things you can do with the boost, especially, I mean, A site, there are several ways that you can boost yourself up onto the platforms. B site Nest is a great thing to you can get on top of Yellow, you can get on top of both of the crates up at B main. I mean, there is just a lot of different uses for this for these blast packs and for these boosts on Jawa, and so I'm expecting to see them take a lot of different funny angles that are hard to deal with.
Looking at these compositions here, pretty similar on the side of Nighthawks, but now on the attacking side here for the Blazers, we're going to get a look here at a few different agents that are going to be exciting to watch, especially with Killjoy. Now, also on the Blazers side, this is going to be very important, especially when holding down the A site, especially on those solo takes for sure. Reyna as well, everybody knows, can be a huge dominating force and can really just stack and build a ton of momentum, really just making those flashy plays if you are careful and know exactly when to execute perfectly. That will be a nice compliment to the rest of their team. Also, the Sova being a change up here. Another great addition as well, as you can already see switching to Reach. This is the best tool you can imagine for these tight spots on the A site. Immediately get a recon bolt in there and decide where you're going to make your move.
Yeah, I do like having that Sova on the A takes because you're able to see any players playing towards Raptors already airy, gets a glimpse of the enemy team, immediately backs off. That is not a favorable angle, especially when you're peeking into multiple players. Instead, Baker also decides to jiggle for himself, but that was dangerous. He could have ended up getting his head taken off his shoulders as Green also just trading a few shots in and out. All the players on this map right now not really willing to commit to an all-out engagement, but they just want to try kind of fish around, hopefully catch someone getting a little too confident with themselves. And back out of A they go. Jawa throwing out a bit of spam for himself before rotating back. It's Green on the front lines, and he's got the Viper to deal with, but that's about it. Dat guy Cap is kind of alone here, and he should hear the footsteps now, but they're already on top of his head, and he turns away at the wrong time. Green gets the initial headshot, and with that overheal, suddenly this Reyna becomes so much more difficult to kill.
Exactly what we were expecting from Green, of all people, to be on that Reyna, being so difficult in these engagements and leading the team a lot of the time in frags alone. So playing on the Reyna is going to be a perfect way for them to keep building upon what they have already started, but they have to really claw their way back here, losing that first map. Let's see how they can really respond here on this first engagement now of map 2 with all of the numbers coming down onto the B site. It is barely going to be enough, but with the last 2 players were standing, yeah, that's what I was expecting it to be, really a bigger difference there, but you do have a nice play there for the Nighthawks to come in there and get that first round under their belt.
The Molly ends up landing in the middle of nowhere. I think the lineup didn't quite work out as Twisterman intended there. He just kind of yeets it towards the sky, goes down, and then the Molly lands after the bomb is already defused and the round is over. And so perhaps this is just showing that the players haven't gotten to play on Icebox all that much. While you see on maps like Split last time around, 2 days ago, we saw him in the semifinals lining up some tricky little mollies onto the A site. And he seems to have plenty of lineups memorized, but because he hasn't gotten to play on Split too much, I mean, the map is just so often banned out, he didn't actually have the chance to get that Molly lineup down, and it just whiffs. And so with that, they end up dropping the first round. They're going to try and make their way back onto the A site, this time looking like they're showing a little bit more conviction in their commitment here. Airy hopping on top of the headshot box, not getting any glimpses of players just yet. That is until Reach puts himself out into the open. They trade off a few pot shots, but no one goes down.
Yeah, they're actually going to be backing off. They don't want to make that push through to A. Looks like they're going to be trying to sneakily make their way to B, but I'm pretty sure that the Nighthawks are going to be privy to their move here. They are already sending players over there, but Viper holding that long angle, just waiting patiently, and just getting the perfect shot there on that angle with the Bulldog to start. The Viper wall also with a great angle on it to see in case anybody decided they wanted to try and peek through. Just an absolutely masterclass right here of the Viper utility that you're seeing here, and just almost keeping an entire 5-man squad, make that 4 though, all at bay while they try to push onto the site. So here comes now the remaining 3, and luckily able to get one more frag in their favor. Reach utilizing that eco maneuver right there and doing just a nice play to kind of give them what they can and hopefully throw them off while they rotate back towards this A site, but with only 2 players left. The numbers are going to come back, and they only have about 10 seconds remaining to get this plant. They have to get aggressive now. They're going to hear the plant coming in, and here come the engagements right away as they come around the corner for the angles. Baker just wiping the floor with one spray of the Spectre and opening the door for Hakoraku to get that defuse.
Yeah, they didn't get the bomb plant down. So, you know, money in the bank, money in the back pockets. They take one down with them, but unfortunately for them, the only player they managed to kill off is the one with just a frenzy. And so not exactly a lot of economic damage being done on that round. But hey, a bomb plant is still a bomb plant. You're happy to take that, considering you only came into the round with classics. And now full buys all around the board. You got plenty of Vandals coming out. I shouldn't say all around the board, though, as it is only the side of the Blazers that actually get to pick up their rifles. But they are looking to fight back here. I mean, they dropped the first 2 rounds that you saw that happen last game, and you don't want a repeat of what happened last game. I think we all know that if you're the Blazers. And so they're going to try and regroup here, reassess the situation, and with their upgraded weaponry, with their advantage in weaponry, maybe they can really put their foot down here.
On this attack here, the A site, again, going to be poked at a little bit. They just want to try and get what information that they can. They're making those slow peaks. You don't see the normal push as of yet. They're actually trying to take a slower angle here. And I don't suspect that they think there's going to be 2 players there. They might be just trying to make the push with the Sage Wall and hopefully getting that advantage over. But the move that they're making right now is actually the right one, I'd say. They're being really slow and methodical here before they make a decision. And if they knew how they were spread out right now, you bet they would definitely make the move sooner than later. With the recon bolt coming in there, I think that is going to be all the intel that they need to finally push forward. They do get onto the site, and now remaining players here for Nighthawks are going to have to come back around. The Sova helping out again on the Blazers on that recon drone to try and get more information to see where the angle comes in for where they shot the drone. Very nice idea for them to try and get a nice leg up on them, but the Nighthawks come in and get all of the kills possible as they first storm onto the site, but Green holds it down and with full confidence keeps that angle in the corner for the 3-piece.
Green is a dirty, dirty boy. Those headshots were despicable. How did he hold that angle? So much confidence in the way he steps. And you can just tell in his aim, in his pre-fires, in his crosshair placement. He's got all the confidence in the world, and he is letting them know about it. John Wood has a great leader in Green, and he is trying to bring them back into this game. 420 is the kill score. All those out there, haha, it is the funny number. But there is nothing funny about how he was able to play that site. He destroys all comers. As I say that already, he's taken some fights for himself and forcing that guy Cap all the way back into the B site.
How they started over towards that mid, but now they're solidified in making this take on A. So as they do have a nice turret to watch their back here for the flank, that's going to be a huge help now as they don't need to worry about anybody coming from behind as of yet. They're still going to hold every angle they can before they move on to the site. They do have Sage all the way in the back, playing that back line. And they're just waiting out a little bit longer to see if more utilities do come into play. And also being patient, making sure that nobody is seen as of yet. Oh, but a nice little jumping move there. Reach getting some info, but also I believe the Sage as well getting that same idea. They're still holding back, and I believe they made the choice. They're going to try and cycle their way over to B. The Viper going to be over there holding down solo for now, but the Ray is also going to be right next to her and try and spread out a bit on this angle to hopefully catch a nice crossfire with only a few seconds remaining until they do make that play. They did get a trade-off in the process, and Green still alive. That is not going to bode well, as he did start to get that heal up, going to push around onto the site. Godwa holding down on that Marshall to see if he can just clean somebody up before getting a few more steps forward onto the site. And he brings Reach back into the game, and it's going to be very helpful if they decide to get this site or make that rotation back. But again, with that guy Cap still running the entire table right now, as he does so well in that corner. But again, they're still not getting back. They're still not giving up here. With the plant coming down, they have to keep them at bay while they try and get the defuse taps in. They're going for the distractions, and Godwa getting the final kill to leave the door open for the defuse to finally come into play. What patience there, man.
Wow. That retake, despite it just being a game of inches, they were waiting on the other side of the same doorway. It just takes so long. Every player just exercising great patience there, great usages of the utility, the smokes cutting vision off. And that was just slow and methodical from both sides. I love to see that kind of strategic play come out. And it came down to the wire there. If that last planter wasn't able to get onto the bomb or gets removed from the bomb, I think we see a different outcome there. But they hold on the side of the Nighthawks. They don't give it back up, and they put themselves the 3-1 advantage, putting John Wood back on economic despair. Just a few pistols, the lone rifle onto Green. If there is anyone that can carry this round through for you, it is going to be Green with the Vandal. He's been consistent in finding opening picks and headshots alike. But I say consistent, I mean he has been the only one finding any opening picks / headshots for you to start off the round. Already the blind going out, going to try and open up some space for the team, but that one's quickly getting shot to bits before it can actually come into effect. And so no more Leers left in the kit for Green. Instead, he's just going to be holding the angle up against Airy. Out goes Airy, but out goes the headshot, and Green gets popped as he tries to contest with the man of the hour. Not going to happen this time as Reach, he's just jiggling around with the Sheriff. Can they recover the Vandal off the body? That's the question here. Looks like Fenrir will be the one to pick that one up, assumes the mantle. Start to come out. 2 players being spotted. Some spam through the wall. Not going to tag up much. That's a long cooldown that they no longer have to work with. 38 seconds left in the round. They can't afford to just sit around and do nothing. Dakai Cap already so far pushed up, rotating out towards B. It's an option, but I don't know if it's going to be a very fruitful one, as there are off angles galore. Jawa already pushed back up towards Kitchen. He can respond to this at a moment's notice. A headshot. That's already the first. Hokuriku gets a second for himself. At 15 HP, he's going for even more. That's a bit risky, my friend. But 15 seconds left in the round. I don't think you're going to be getting onto the side at this point. Fenrir goes running for the hills, but there are still players swarming all in around, and the footsteps should be everywhere as he gets around the corner. It's Baker to shut him down along with the round. And that's 4 with a flawless victory for the Nighthawks.
Another great play there by Hokuriku. With that center play, they really were trying for the side of the Blazers to make that attempt to make a run on the final moments to the opposing side to hopefully catch their team completely off guard, but Hokuriku just in the place he needed to be at the right time. They were planning to put the Sage Wall down, but he catches 2 frags before they can even get their setup properly in tow, and shutting down the entire attempt right there. A nice setup here so far with Dakai Cap, the only person on B getting the info they needed after Reach sending in the Aldrone. So it looks like already that is going to be the players for the Nighthawks moving back onto that B site. Everybody now out in the open here as the engagements are coming in much earlier than we have been seeing so far on this map. They are getting much more aggressive now, but the spike gets put down right before it gets planted. It is going to be up for grabs here, and it is not looking good here for the Blazers off the rip.
Reach able to fight back with a kill of his own onto Jawa, though. It's going to make it a 3v4, but low HP in the Brimstone makes this that much harder, especially because the bomb hasn't been planted. That's the big difference maker, is they can't reach it anymore. Fenrir tries to be the man to step out into the open, but Airy makes quick work of him, and now they're checking the flank just to make sure there are no players that can hit them where they least expect it. Little do they realize they're both just pinned behind yellow, and they're not giving them the duels they want. They're not giving them the space to work with. As I say that though, Airy, he gets himself caught out with his hand in the cookie jar. Reach, he'll get 2 for himself. Doubles up to make it a doable round yet again. Do they expect the second player here? Twister Man has just been sitting behind yellow for so long, not making a lot of noise, and so maybe they actually look over their shoulders. Maybe they feel that insecurity about a potential flank. 20 seconds left in the round. They're taking their sweet time to try and retrieve this bomb, and out on the other side of the smoke, this could get messy. Oh, the players are waiting oh so close by, and as the smoke wall goes back up, Baker decides not to swing around the corner, doesn't want to give up his own life. Oh, the bomb goes down. It's the shots that have to be found. That guy Cap starts it off right, and he is siphoning off Reach. He can't look at the bomb planter because he's got this Viper chomping at the bits. Halfway goes the bomb. Baker, he will get jiggled to ensure that he can't stick this one. Oh, and look at that arrow, perfectly done, but he peeks out too early. He didn't actually have to tap the bomb. Reach gets himself caught out in an unnecessary duel, and that's going to be the 5th round on the board as Baker holds firm.
Baker really coming into form here, playing the Sage mostly and playing that conservative role, playing that support the best way that he possibly can on the last map and this map, being the front runner, being the aggressor, and not something that you really want if you're playing against a Sage that is this insane. He's already leading the team to start off in the first half of this game, but obviously we have a long way to go here, and it is going to be very telling how Blazers are going to be able to respond to this. The Nighthawks now on the site on B. I mean, what are you actually thinking, Tristan? As far as what we've seen so far, the composition changes here so far for the Blazers. Obviously, only on attack here. but hasn't been too favorable yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these shots that they're hitting, they're insane. Airy is just picking people apart right now as we see another swing out from Green, trying to remove Airy from this Raptors position that he has been such a nuisance on, and they are just winning out the aim duels, plain and simple. That last round was a bit of utility involved, and that's the risk that you run when you try to plant shallow B as of last round. You could actually end up getting picked off by all the AoE that the opposite composition has to offer. A nice little arrow into the back corner will spot out Airy here, force him out into a spot where he could be shut down, but instead Airy is just hitting all of his shots. He is hitting all the enemy team, and he is taking them down. 4 kills on the round.
Airy having these huge rounds coming out of the woodwork here. And again, with him just regaining control of that top spot, being the lead fragger, it is going to be hard, and really trying to fight against how well he's been not just playing with his gun, but man, the utility has been also creating such an AoE effect that's been keeping everybody at bay. And with Icebox, it is going to be such a great idea for anybody that is trying to build a composition on a map like this. Raze is one of the first players you have to keep in mind, just because of the amount of chaos that you can just straight up create on any of these pushes. It's so much harder here for these teams to try and adapt with how unpredictable this can be. And now as they do start to come onto the B side here, Green leading the way with the first blood, it's going to help them try and make a choice here. And that choice is going to be rotating back towards the A site with a nice bait play. They're still wondering where the rest of them are. They do have a few seconds now with nobody on the site. Let's see how they can play this.
That's one of the great things about Reyna. She's able to use that dismiss to get around the corner back to her teammates who have the heals at ready. 100 HP yet again as we see the Killjoy using that lockdown to try and get them back towards a worse for wear position. Not able to defend the bomb as much, and with 3 seconds left they can't destroy it, and so they're just gonna need to back off, play for the second half of the take. Instead, that was actually the attacker Killjoy, and so that actually ends up buying them more time to get that bomb down and wait for the retake to come in themselves. They can just post up for these positions. Jawa goes for a bit of information, immediately shot towards the back of the head, and so he can only hear the shots ring out, can't actually establish where the players are. Twister, man, he is at a really strange position here. I'm assuming this is some kind of molly lineup he has waiting. First player removed is Green, able to get one for himself. Good for the first at the least. Meteor Strike to come out, delay the defusal for just a little bit longer, but that like a cap from the top rope, able to dunk down onto one. It's 3 for Jawa so far, but this bomb already too far gone. They have no chance of defusing it, and that's the second going over for John Wood, as they just simply use the utility to the maximum effect, and they keep that bomb ticking all the way through.
Tristan, this next round is probably the most important of this opening half, I think. Because if we do have another round win in a row here for Blazers, they're going to really start to build more of this momentum, really help out and damage that economy as well for the Nighthawks. And as we're getting closer to the half, these are the rounds that are really crucial, because as we saw on the previous map, it's definitely going to be hard to come back from that huge deficit, regardless of how well or how favorable the map might be to one specific side. They definitely have to do what they can to keep themselves as close as possible here. And also looking ahead with the opening first blood here by Fenrir, setting the stage now for them to just waltz onto the A site after the recon bolt to give them the remaining intel, scaring off the Sage. Green gonna now send himself up in front with no fear and hopefully have his teammates get possession of that site and plant that bomb, which they perfectly do. And now it's going to be up to this remaining amount of Nighthawks players right here for this retake. They do have to fight off a bit of utility as well, as they did do a great job saving before they actually got the plant down. But you can see them all running scared from Airy, from that showstopper, and does not look up at the off angle. He catches him off guard. Reach and Andy are getting the double kill back to back here to really force them to make the play here or go for the defuse. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. The shots are all over the place. They're taking every possible angle they can and doing it perfectly, and that is going to do it as well. They wipe the floor with all the remaining players, and that is going to be a great advantage for them.
and it came down to the last man. That looks scary because Green actually ends up overextending into Baker. Baker gets the kill, and with that, he actually nets himself the ultimate, able to res one, give them the man advantage going into that retake. But it was beautiful from Reach, the hero, shutting down the showstopper that really could have caused them issues. It could have either at least killed one, even tagged up more. It could have been a collateral. Yeah, I mean, you never know with that rocket launcher coming out into the hands of Airy. But man, Reach just peaks at the right timing. He hits the headshot clean as a whistle. And they're able to pull through another round. And this is starting to stack up. I mean, this is much like Split, where the defensive side will have the advantage going into it. And I mean, if you're just able to put up a good amount of rounds going into that second half, you should feel very good about yourself. Because it is much easier on the defense than it is attacking. It isn't as bad as Split per se, but it's still there nonetheless. That bias, that ease of access, as we see the Hunter's Fury coming out. Airy, he's put on his dancing shoes and he managed to avoid all 3 shots. That was some fancy footwork there as Jawa, other side of the map, he's able to open up mid with a pick onto Green. Green just taking the 1v1, mano a mano.
The Viper,
Jawa showing why they call him Godwa.
This is such a good angle here. That guy Cap is suspecting they are tired of having this bait and having them rotate. He's moving all the way up, just about into their spawn, waiting to see if they do make that play again. And I think he hears the footsteps. He's backing up just out of sight to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. But instead, it's not going to be towards B. They are making the play towards A, but I don't know if they suspect the Viper behind them there. So let's see if he can move quick enough to get behind them on the flank as they're getting set up to make this plant.
Stalling is the name of the game. As Reach, he is able to accelerate the pace just a little bit further. But Hokoriko around the wall, he's got 3. He doesn't need them to line up. He'll hit him through anything. There's nothing stopping Hokoriko from preventing this push from coming in. And the flank not even needed from that guy Cap, because there is a certain Phoenix on the map.
That guy Cap coming onto the A site said, hey guys, what did I miss? Amazing play by Hokoriko there. Just a beautiful, another multi-kill again to his name in this series. He is really just the human highlight reel that we've been seeing so far. And as you would expect here, just dominating him and getting that angle. When you have the Sage Wall drop down, you don't expect that little crack to really be such a huge nail in your coffin on that push.
Yeah, I definitely would have expected it. Hokoriko, I can't believe that worked out so well for him still. I thought it was more of a one and done position where once they establish where you are, you're pretty much dead to rights. But instead, he just stands there, he fires away, and he takes everyone down. As that guy Cap, he's playing much more conservatively this time around, and he should have seen the op barrel sticking out from Reach. So he realizes that he can't sit here for too long. It wasn't actually an op, it was a rifle that looks suspiciously like an op in my eyes. My apologies there. The wall goes out, gonna section off this site. Now the Paranoia is available for Jawa, but he can't really follow up on it himself. It's up to his teammates, but instead he gets caught with the Paranoia in his hands. Reach can't connect the shots though, and he ends up going down, forking over the man advantage before the bomb can even get planted. And this is the difficulty when you're on this B site. There are players, they have paint shells on the ready. You have to take the duels at one point or another, and Green is the man to do it. He's got the first for himself, but can't get the overheal because he had to use that dismiss to get himself back to safety because Airy was ready to trade. Instead, all the teams just taking a bit more time to reposition themselves. Maybe the possible move back towards A because they never got that bomb plan down. Twisterman on the front lines. He gets nailed by Hokoriko, who can put a stop to this push himself. The pre-fire is picture perfect. Green gets caught in a Kodak moment as we see 2 members still trying to make it onto the A site, but Jawa has had plenty of time to walk himself on over, and he's got one lined up. He'll get the headshot. 12 seconds on the round in a 1v3. Fenrir has to get the bomb plant down, and by then they are all over him. Spam through the wall will take him down to around half HP. He'll get one headshot before Airy, ever so quick, does not allow him any lease of life. It is 8 rounds on the board for the Nighthawks as they steamroll ahead.
Hokoriko in that center angle, closing it down when they do the rotation back through the spawn, catching one, and then as he's pre-firing the angle to just keep them at bay, the final bullet before he turns away happens to catch Green right in the dome piece, and just an amazing amount of timing. I wouldn't even call it luck. That is really just, it all comes down to your awareness and how well you're going to be able to keep that patience there, especially how he held the angle so well. I mean, coming down to that final bullet every single one mattered in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And while you could call it a little bit of it, sure, you could chalk it up to luck, but he was doing that strategically. He wasn't just spamming that for no reason, hoping for someone to run into his crosshair. He was trying to buy time for his team to move over, just keeping them busy, making sure they can't get across safely. And when they try and cross safely, when they try and just take the gamble to get across his spam, it doesn't work out for them. The last bullet in the clip flies true, and it will find the head of one. As I say that, though, already the man advantage going over to the Nighthawks this time around at 8-3. The pressure is starting to mount here for John Wood.
Huge disadvantage to start off this round, using or losing that extra vision that you would gain from the Sova. They don't have the Sage either, or excuse me, they do have the Sage to bring him back into the game if they choose to, but they're going to be very patient on this one and kind of hold it down for now. With the lockdown coming into play, they're going to have to retreat. A very nicely timed lockdown, I might add. Delaying the drop, and look at Hikaruku again. Not to mention Hikaruku's clone getting the double kill. Now he is still on the playing field here. Green coming back into the play after the res coming out. Right now, though, they have to push themselves through, only with 30 seconds on the clock here. Everybody getting very aggressive. They do have the Sage wall down, and it's only going to work momentarily. That guy Cap using the Odin to blast his way through and open up the choke point to hopefully add on the final kill here. Let's see if Andy's going to be able to survive. He cannot hang with that angle, and that is going to be Dakai Cap getting his 3-piece for the round as well.
Oh, and that paranoia from Jawa actually saves Hikaruku, who was caught in the lockdown. He gets detained. He had his hands. He was staring at his hands for the half the round, it felt like. But Jawa's paranoia prevents the push from Twisterman to capitalize on the players stunned up, and that actually helps out to let Hikaruku get his gun back in his hands, and he ends up getting a 3K as a result of it. And so the unsung hero of the round, and there are just so many little bits of information, little butterfly effect moments that could have gone back and forth to secure either team the round, but it's just the Hawks being that much more consistent, that much better at the team play, and John Wood is coming up short seemingly every time it comes down to these clutch scenarios.
Starting off this second half, I wonder how many rounds are going to separate them if they're going to just steamroll ahead with the lead and now on the attacking side. They do start off, though, on the much tougher A side here to try and push their way in, and they do successfully already very quick in the opening seconds here to get themselves cleanly onto the site with nearly next to no pressure from the opposition. But now as they do set up for the retake here, man, this is going to be very difficult for the Blazers to get in down a man as well, and they're all funneled into that northern side of the site. Do have them checking for the flanks, but they can push onto the site now and hopefully get set up for the defuse. They do have a slight strength in numbers here. Gabo getting the first kill, though, but getting traded off with Fenrir. He is going to hold that angle, though, through waiting for that Viper wall to drop here, with also getting the poison onto the spike and delaying it even longer. They do hold an angle to try and cover Andy, but they catch him anyway and get the remaining kills to get the round again in their favor, in a beautiful way for them to start off this second half.
And man, oh man, John Wood is in a pickle here. Losing that first round is devastating. They have lost so many pistol rounds in this series. I believe at most they have one to their name. The Hawks have been just on a demolition derby whenever those pistols are brought out. And now John Wood, they're going to have a bit more time to practice with their pistols, because second round, they have to stick with the classics and they have to stick with a single sheriff on Fenrir. Even then, if he doesn't get a lot of kills with this sheriff, if they don't get a bomb plant, he may end up not actually being able to get full armor for the third round of the game, as we see Hikaruku already giving a little shoulder action there to Green, who is just jump spotting around the corner, able to line up a few shots for himself. Just some wiggling, back and forth they go. And Green only with the classic working with. He doesn't actually decide to buy up here. Going full greed mode, as he just wants to have a full rifle for the third round of the game. Jawa instead trying to work some space out mid for its own. It's largely a default setup despite them having the weaponry advantage.
Looks like with that dancing there. Here. Yeah, actually, Reach is finally trying to get that information and deciding midpoint of the map is they had so many of these pushes rotating through that middle section. He wanted to see if he caught anybody, but not able to do that, where they do make the push onto A. The Viper wall now going to be splitting these teams together here, and they're going to be funneling now towards the top corner and maybe get through that wall with a little bit of a leg up and getting the flash out as well. Still, everybody as close as they are with the wall going down. Here come the kills. Gabo getting the first two. Twister Man going to follow up, though, and get one for his side. Hokuriku, though, giving them an even bigger advantage now. One player remaining. Blazers just having Andy to go, and death from above. Airy just flying in with the satchel charge, and a nice cherry on top of that round as well.
Someone calling an Airy 130 because, man, that kill streak came into effect as from the skies. He goes dropping down, sprays him midair. They don't call him. He puts the air in Airy right now because my man's got the Jordans on. Getting the hops through. 11-3 now for the side of the Nighthawks as Northern Virginia's own are having a great time just bulldozing through. Icebox, it doesn't matter what map pick you bring out because they are ready for it all. As they use largely the same composition, they just find success with it everywhere they go. More dancing going on early on in this round as well. Fenrir, we'll see the head of Baker only for a moment. Catch a quick glimpse. As Green also working very far forward. Has a nice angle onto Belt. One that many players wouldn't expect. Many players, though, aren't Airy. Airy is of a different breed. As I say that, Green kind of hops up. Could put himself worse for wears. His body is more out in the open, but his teammate able to cover him. Ooh, if they try and pivot back towards A, they could be in for a nasty surprise. Green has a fantastic angle.
Being a little careful here, though. They had so many rounds in a row where those opening engagements, one player dropping almost immediately off the jump, so they want to make sure at least both of these sides, especially for the side of Blazers, though, they cannot afford to be a man down on this next attack. They did favor the A site on that defending side and only having a minimal amount of members here, but look at Fenrir blasting through the wall, trying to create as much damage as possible. There goes the spike getting planted. Viper getting out barely with just enough life. Now as they rotate back around on both sides here, the spike right in the center of both teams here. And Green is able to finally get another engagement back on the side of the Blazers here. But having to blast through the smokes, they're going to have to now get it. But they can't get that defuse stopped because of the Sage Wall as well. Andy using a perfect set of his utility there to drop that wall. They had no clue as they were blasting through the smoke that their bullets were absolutely doing nothing to help stop that defuse. A very nice way for them to try and get themselves back together here.
That is some great lineup work there as Fenrir tags up a few through the walls. They try and push out onto the B site. That is an interesting strategy, one that I haven't seen employed much at all. But, I mean, hey, if it works, it works. It looked a little funny, but he got plenty of damage down, kept himself alive for the retake to come through, and it looks solid. They don't lose a single member on the side of John Wood. Maybe that's the readjustment they need if they want to bring themselves back into this game. But already Jawa, he realizes that Green, he hears those sound cues coming from the headshot angle. He wanted to find a piece of it for himself, but Green backing off wisely. He's going to get a bit of chip damage towards the head as he tries to move into the smoke. Airy just ready for him no matter where he goes. As we see more narrow margins being worked out for both teams. No one pushed up just yet, though, and so they're still kind of working on some guesswork here for the side of the Hawks. Or for the side of the Blazers. My apologies. Dart to go out, but reach. I believe that actually ended up just missing. Hits the wall right above him. Hitbox kind of something he wasn't expecting there. That's more headshot angles. They know they're starting to learn the habits of some of these players on the side of the Hawks here. Is Green. He posts up. He'll get the first defense. Open things off with the headshot, but around the corner he is blinded up, taken down by Airy, who then swings out just to make it a 1-for-1. A 2-for-1 if you count the initial kill. And with the man advantage, they are just taking their time, waiting for the teammates to come over, setting up the utility. They can't afford to lose this round. So instead, they will just play it with the utmost patience. They know the bomb just went down. They have plenty of time to work these positions over. from the shadows being used, the wall set up defensively. That guy Cap has a headshot, but Jawa gets around them. He completes the from the shadows, and he is teleported, but the bomb defusal still being stuck, and they get it in the end. Andy just standing there, knife out. He has done his job. He's won the round. Take his life. You will never take his freedom. And he has the 5th round on the board for John Wood.
That was extremely gutsy right there, holding that position. And they had just too many heads to try and click on there before they can try and get that that kill honed in on that spike defuse. Very nice way for them to move in here onto that site. With those tight corners, it's so much harder unless you have that full-on vision where you can try and make that stop. But as they look into the center now to try and lure somebody to pop their head up, Twisterman is the only person there to try and gain the information. He is definitely feeding down to his team with the smokes coming in on that attacking side to try and at least throw them off a bit more before they move on forward.
Ooh, and Green is so far forward here. Does he decide to loop around the corner? Airy already wise to it.
Oh, man.
Considering every possibility, but Horkuriku may not be the same story. There's no way they check this corner. He's got one, gets the dismiss, tries to get around the corner, but he's already being drove forward. Can't get those bunny hops. You can't just drop off the corner there. You have to keep the bunny hops going to keep your momentum forward. Otherwise, you're going to slow down and they can chase you all the way through. And so mechanics, not quite there in that situation. Maybe wasn't even thinking about it. Already you see the kills being traded back and forth, but the man advantage still over for John Wood. As the bomb attempting to go down, but Twister Man, he's got a great position for himself right over the Viper wall. He just gets a glimpse of the head, and he can take her down to delay the plant even further. Even takes down the wall along with it, but he's not expecting the immediate trade from Airy. And now in a 1v2 to prevent round 12 from coming through, Fenrir does have the lockdown. Tosses it on over, realizing they don't have enough time to rotate back towards the other site. And that should buy a little bit of space, but they're able to make room. And so this Killjoy lockdown not really going to be a threat because they were planning to play these positions anyways. I mean, these are great post plans for them. They have the double angle. If they want to peek at the same time, they can afford it. Instead, it's Airy. He'll take the initial contact, and he's got a 4K for himself. Airy is going absolutely nuclear in this grand finals. The man cannot be stopped.
Twister Man holding that higher position there on the catwalk, barely having enough height to look over the top of that Viper wall and stop them right before the plant came in. It was just a millisecond too late, and that was a big difference maker there as they finally get another round under their belt and only one round away from our championship being crowned right now as the walls come down. Fenrir holding down the angles for the op as they're waiting to see if that B push comes in. They have been favoring A for a lot of the time, but Green doing it again, moving up even farther and trying to start things off. But God, what, getting those 2 kills to retaliate here. And it's going to give another man advantage here for the Nighthawks. And it's going to be Airy again getting another kill, leading the charge and also leading in frags. The last match that we did cast between these teams as they fought their way through the semifinals. You did have them going up against Lackawanna College. Airy leaving that map with 27 kills to get themselves finalized here. And now as we look into this one going forward, you do have him holding the charge and helping everybody get set up here, waiting for that final push. The Killjoy is the only one remaining, and they get shut down with Airy again, just doing work, ending things early, and that is going to be your victory here for Northern Virginia Nighthawks.
And Airy is a menace to society. When he has a Vandal in his hand, he transforms into the Vandal Vagabond, and he just leads them into the site with such impressive performances throughout the entire series, throughout the entire tournament. Last week, we were seeing him pop off that in those matches alone. This week, he brings that same energy with 23 kills, 9 deaths in that last map. Neither of these maps were their picks. They didn't have as much preparation as John Wood, and yet they still fragged themselves out. all the agents that you want to see going big, they managed to do so. It's Airy popping off. Hokuriku picks the Phoenix, and he comes up with so many clutch plays for himself. There are just moments where he comes alive and he takes over the round all by himself. Everyone with fantastic performances all around to take down John Wood. The first map was 13-5. The second one was a repeat of that, 13-5. The final kill score all around, and these Nighthawks are vicious. They are the top of the food chain this time around, and it looks like John Wood, the Blazers, with nothing more than just prey they saw coming a mile away.
Could not have said it better myself, Tristan. That was an amazing display that we saw after going against your team that would be number one seeded, looking so damn good as they do it. A lot of the plays that they brought together on the early portions of the first half of both maps, they worked out so well, and it built them all of the momentum that they needed to really finish off these maps strong, because really leading the way and starting off that much, it made things so much easier for them to move forward and have that confidence. So it really did give them a leg up, especially on a map like Icebox, where you did mention a lot of players don't really particularly like it, don't really have a lot of practice time on it, or even games at all. So really, if you have two teams coming against each other, it's exciting because you don't really know what to expect when the strategies come into play here for this kind of a map. And we just saw a repeat of what we did see earlier today, and that is the Northern Virginia Nighthawks doing it wonderfully and winning this entire event.
Yeah, and so with that, I mean, that's going to bring our series to a close, but we still have an interview coming up as well as the winner's ceremony. And so you do not want to be moving off of your seats. Do not change the channel, the Twitch channel, whatever you want to call it. We will be back in a moment with much more fun and an interview from one of the members of the winning team from the Nighthawks. Stay tuned. One moment. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here after a fantastic best of 3 series. It was the Nighthawks taking a wonderful win 2-0 versus our first seed in the tournament, John Wood Blazers. We're here joined by Airy and Trooper as well. Welcome to the desk, guys. How you guys feeling?
Feeling good. Thanks.
Absolutely. It was a great match, and it was a pleasure to cast.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the questions I wanted to bring up first and foremost was that Icebox pick. Now, not a lot of Icebox was played during this tournament. It was heavily banned all the way through. We didn't actually get to cast any games personally, me and Trooper, up until that very last of the series. Now, were you guys thrown off at all by that Icebox coming out for game 2, or was it something that you guys had planned ahead of time?
I think Icebox would be our best map, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so when we had an Icebox pick, we just went in there confidently. Yeah, because we won a couple other tournaments on Icebox, just being the last map. So as a team, we practiced and we know what to do on that map. So it wasn't really. It was a good pick for us. You know, we felt good going in.
I think that's a great choice too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, a lot of teams don't practice that map, so it's for the most part they really try not to. Maybe it's their first ban, so it's great to see that you guys are putting in that work. And I'm actually curious if your composition changes. They didn't really there wasn't much alteration over the course of the series. So is that like a go-to strategy as far as your lineup that you guys had, or was that something that you just felt happened to work perfectly on a map like Icebox?
Well, we always have a standard team comp. You know, you notice it within all of our games. We just have the consistent. You know, we barely make any changes. But should we start losing horribly, or there's rounds being lost that shouldn't be lost, we start making changes there. But if it works, we just don't make any changes. So just keep it consistent.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a great policy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, the one thing I also wanted to kind of piggyback off of that question from Trooper is the lack of change from the composition of the Nighthawks. And one thing I wanted to ask you personally is a question I have about Raze, because we've seen Raze a lot of deliberation about the agent. Where is she viable? Where can she actually be played? Is she terrible on some of these more spacey maps like Icebox? Now, for you personally, is it Raze a pick that you feel like can go on any map competitively viable no matter what the level? Or is that something you just feel like you're personally skilled enough on that you can make her work despite her technically being at more of a disadvantage depending on the map?
To be honest, I think I'm actually trash at Raze. I cannot do blast packs properly to fly in the sky and get on site. Every once in a blue moon maybe. And Raze is something I'm definitely not comfortable with. But to answer your question, if it's a big map like Icebox or Breeze, I feel like it'd just be horrible because that boom bot, the grenades. There's just so much space to predict where it's going to go to shoot the Raze bot. And actually, I don't even like playing Raze. If I had to pick my own agent, it'd be Sage or Cypher, something like that.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Blink twice if you're being held hostage by the coaches, forcing you to pick that Raze up. But yeah, I definitely respect that you guys are able to make it work no matter the situation. Winning with the Raze on Icebox, that's a statement, if anything.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a little difficult. There are a couple fights where I just throw a Raze bot and I just know for a fact they're just gonna shoot it. It's hard, but I made it work. And my team, they're amazing. John Wood's an amazing team too. I just felt like as a team, as a Nova team, we just came together when it mattered.
Absolutely, that definitely shows for what we've seen in this event, and it kind of leads into my last question for you. Where, what are the next steps with the squad? Is there anything that you guys have planned as far as next competition, or where can we guys at least follow you guys on your next journey here?
Personally, I'm done after this because this is my last semester at Nova. I'm going to transfer out to another university. But I can't speak for the others because I'm not sure how they're going to stand within their classes and what their future plans is doing esports. I might continue within my university. I might not, but the entire time I was at Nova, I had so much fun and it was just such a great experience. And to win all these tournaments, to make friends with my team, I wouldn't give it up for anything.
Great. That sounds awesome, man.
Yeah, and with that,
Anything else,
thank you so
Trish?
much for joining us on the desk. I had a great time being able to cast these games and to talk to you, indulge you and get into your mind a little bit when it came to the winning team of this tournament, because you guys just looked fantastic through and through. And I hope you guys had a lot of fun playing in this tournament as we did casting it. So that being said, thank you all over at home for watching this, enjoying this fantastic series and tournament with us. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to be heading to a short break, but when we're back, it will be the winner's ceremony, and we will have a lot more fun and action planned out for you. Thank you so much for being here. This will be Tristan and Trooper signing off. Troopers, anything you want to shout out before we're off? You too, Ari. This is your chance.
Can I go first?
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Just anyone who's ever supported the Nova Esports, not even just Valorant, just anyone who just supported the organization. Shout out to my friends Kalat, Joseph, Daniel, John, and Jared. Those are my teammates. Every one of them played to their strongest, with all the bonds that we played over the past couple semesters. And, anyone that ever supported us, just want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I had a blast this entire weekend casting. It has been a pleasure, and it was very nice to talk to you, Ari, and wish you best of luck in your next path here.
Thank you.
And with that, that'll be it for us. We'll be tossing it over to a quick break, and thank you all for tuning in. We'll be right back.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables. But last week, I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
No jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we will sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Welcome to the CENC NJCAAE National Junior College Athletic Association Esports Championships. Over the last 4 days, we've watched over 100 different competitors try to get their respective NJCAAE titles. We started on Thursday with a bang, kind of just separated the wheat from the chaff there. Friday was a little more fun, some closer matches. And then on Saturday, we went 12 hours, so more than 12 hours of solid competition and gameplay, with 3 finals also taking place on Saturday. And today we had 4 finals. That's today, Sunday. Have concluded, so we will be giving out awards to introduce our winners. Yeah, we're going to start with FIFA for the awards here. Here are your winners.
Skill move where it's a quick turn on the ball, and I'm looking forward to seeing how well these guys perform. As I say that, when Yaldum goes through on goal, a cool, calm and collected finish. You know, FIFA's one of those games where although you're only playing 6-minute halves, there is still a lot of time left in the game, and we have somehow seen the ball being put into his own net.
Blocks him now.
Towards the back post, and it's Diego Jota with a fantastic flying header, beating Joe Gomez at the back post somehow. That should never be happening if you're a Liverpool supporter here. And we have somehow seen the ball being put into his own net.
Blocks him now. They'll just take it out to midfield, and Leslie Green's got a pretty wide open field here. See if they take it up, try to shoot it from back here. Makes a little bit of a move and still trying to look for it in, and they score their first point.
Real dominance at the back there for Liverpool.
Yeah, back to midfield. They're just going to pass it around here. Now they've got a little bit of an opening on the side. No offsides called. See if they head it in, and they do. It is tied up at 2 apiece.
It's not a surprise that you saw when Yaldum kind of, check his run a little bit there and try and keep onto the ball. But as I say, that's some fantastic one-touch football as the ball's going to find itself at the feet of Firmino. Ball stood up towards the back post, and it's Diego Jota with a fantastic flying header, beating Joe Gomez at the back post somehow. That should never be happening if you're a Liverpool supporter here. Look at that for technique. Fantastic diving header. The second game, we started to really advance high up the pitch and forced a mistake, and that's a mistake you can't make as the ball's given away to Leslie on the edge of the 18-yard box. Ball slipped through to Firmino.
Really nothing going on here for the side of Christopher Lopez, who has to make a move here. Leslie Green trying to make something happen, but it's blocked, and it's saved, and it's back in. No offside called either, so it's 3-0 now in favor of Leslie Green.
at the fact that's not a red card. He is through clean on goal there, and he's been completely wiped out by Robertson. I think you're very, very annoyed. But however, the ball slipped back to the 6-yard line. I said the game's going to get interesting, Keegan. 2 goals. Knows that he has another game to play with, right? So that's the way to see how this one unfolds. Leslie, as I say, that storms through. Fake shot onto his left foot. A fantastic finish from Jorginho Wijnaldum. I mentioned, listen, Mane is good with both feet. On his favoured right foot there, he cannot finish the ball. But already, I've told you, Leslie's going to start to play really aggressively as Wijnaldum is charging in at the back post.
It's now on the attack, pressing on the gas pedal here, pushed off of the ball.
'76, though, can rely on a little bit more of distance. Gonna go for the dribble here. I'm curious to see where 25 is going to pass it to. He goes to the left side. Oh, is he going to play the paint too? Looks like he might. Look at that, though. He's able to get the score. Almost ties it up. In fact, he's going to go overside now. We haven't really seen much of a defense from Chatty Nick. It's mostly missed shots.
Yeah, Chatty Nick, calling himself a pick and roll there. Nice. Will go to Big Londo to start out. As he won that first. And the 3 from Joel Embiid. Okay. Happen as he's driving into the paint, gonna pass over. Okay, gonna pass back to LeBron and
Bill in the 76ers. I mean, you got to take into account maybe to an extent the mental game as well. Coming off from a very fierce fourth quarter in game number 1. Now it's a bit of a shock.
It works finally. He finally gets himself out there.
After 3 quarters worth of tries, it finally.
margin to have to overcome if you're big Londo, and we'll see what he elects to do here. As now Ben Simmons calling some plays here in the top of the key.
Oh, look at the bomb and weave.
Margin to have to overcome if you're big Londo, and we'll see what he elects to do here. As now Ben Simmons calling some plays here in the top of the key.
Oh, look at the bomb and weave next can be. But as of now, not a whole lot to really go off of, Marks.
Oh my god!
Never mind, they hit 50
See
points.
Tobias or Danny Green wide open in the corner. It's gonna be a free 3-pointer.
Absolutely, beautiful work coming
Playing
on.
a best of 3, right? You're tied up 1-1. You're just in a best of 3 series. So you got to take it like that, you know. You don't look at how much you lost by or how. Big Londo making a hell of a game out of this right now.
Absolutely.
Big Londo really showing up in these last 2 games and making it close. So he does get fouled, gets to the line. George Hill, not a bad free throw shooter. Should be at least 1 point for him here, if not 2. Yeah, he's gonna land both. So now to stop Giannis from driving in, a really smart decision there. Not getting him on the free throw line and not getting him in the paint. There's now another 3 going to miss from Big Londo, and here comes Ben Simmons. Oh my goodness, the alley-oop.
You know, again, the deficit's starting to close down a little bit more. Londo's able to bring back some shots. 37 to 43 now. It's just a go back and forth, and I feel like, again, the offensive pressure has really slowed down. For a while, especially we saw off the feed and off stream, we saw 76ers.
So big shout outs to him coming in second in this grand finals. But this is a Chatty Nick story here.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We do have our interviewee here. We have Chatty Nick, who did win the series, the grand finals overall here against Big Lando. And so I think we do have a few questions up for you. What's up, Chatty? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So I think the big thing, the big takeaway, the storyline, if you could say, for the finals was that you made a huge adaptation going out of that first game. It was a really rough one for you. And so what was the big change that you felt that you needed to make between game 1 and game 2?
Well, I just want to give credit to Big Londo. He made me change my game up entirely. Usually I'm aggressive inside the paint, but he was really good at adapting to my play style, and he forced me to shoot outside, which thankfully I was able to do.
Absolutely. And is that the big adaptation that you were forced to make going to the second game?
It was shooting. Shooting's really hard in that. It's extremely hard in that mode. Like I know it looks easy, but it's hard to shoot. This is why you see a lot of teams going to the paint. So I just did my best to time my jump shot and try to stay focused.
Now, after the second game too, we did see Lando go for a big adaptation where he went from the Lakers to the Bucks. What were you expecting going into that? Did you think it was going to be a huge adaptation for them?
So my first expectation was Brook Lopez isn't as great inside and defense as the Lakers bigs, but then once he started shooting threes left and right, I'm not gonna lie, I got pretty scared.
Yeah. I actually was talking about this in between games, about the adjustments that you guys were making. After that game 2, we saw a lot of Londo forcing inside and trying to get him, the ball to LeBron and the ball to Anthony Davis and trying to force the ball into the paint. And it just didn't work out for him. So he went for the complete 180, went for the Bucks and started forcing it out to Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday and shoot threes nonstop in the early game. How did you adjust your defense to that? And when you were playing man-to-man, how did you get the right matchups for your team?
Yeah, so I usually call a timeout, or he'll call a timeout, and I'll fix my matchups. I like Ben Simmons on Giannis, but at the same time, I can't run the break when Giannis is contesting every shot.
Yeah.
And the Sixers half-court offense is hard when you have a point guard that can't shoot the ball in the game. So it was a lot of adjustments. He was smart for making that move. It just, honestly, if he just would have hit his shots, I think he would have had it, because I didn't have an answer for his outside game. I was so busy trying to contain Giannis, and I think maybe if the shooters made 1 or 2 more shots, we could have seen a different winner.
Yeah, I made note of that as well. And I thought, because, throughout the series he was using LA. So I credit it to his unfamiliarity with the releases of Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday, because he wasn't getting greens like ever throughout those 2 games he was on the Bucks. But I want to know, because I think everybody wants to know, how in the world were you playing user defense and still getting a point guard back before anybody else was back in the backcourt?
Yeah, it's pretty cheesy. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I you know what's funny is I actually played quick match to warm up, and I saw this one guy do it to me. So I learned from him, and I kind of took notes. I'm like, wow, this is. So I kind of took it to the next level, and used Ben Simmons as that. So essentially, what you got to do is you got to hope. You got to hope that your players get the rebound, because a lot of times when you take off and you don't get the rebound, you give up a 3 almost every time.
Yeah,
risky. It really is.
Well, high risk, high reward is really how you got to place things, like the grand finals of an NBA 2K tournament. But I want to give you major props because that game 1 was.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. The winners. Oh, NBA 2K, Chatty Nick. Sorry, I know I was muted there and you couldn't hear that. Chatty Nick, congratulations on your NBA 2K win. Happy to have you among the Titans here in the NJCAAE championship. Next. Ooh. All right, let's introduce our next winner for Rainbow Six, and the winner is... It's okay.
Hongu still persisting in lower garage, and with 2 attackers rotating to that garage door, he's going to have a tall order, especially against a Blackbeard. But the Blackbeard aims up high, but Hongoose is down low, and that's another headshot with the MP5 and a quad on the round.
Fear of... It's going to put them in that position. And then the barbed wire. Well, that's just a little bit of a dinner bell, but it's Zay who's going to be eating up with that kill, opening up blue control, but Hongoose is there, wants a little bit of the...
He doing...
Hello, it's me again. Hope everyone's having a good day. Sorry about all the ad reads. Normally I would talk about our sponsors, but I think you've heard enough from them. Funny story, one of my friends is actually in that Barbasol ad. His face just flashes on the screen. Yeah.
Hongu still persisting in lower garage, and with 2 attackers rotating to that garage door, he's going to have a tall order, especially against a Blackbeard. But the Blackbeard aims up high, but Hongoose is down low, and that's another headshot with the MP5 and a quad on the round.
Fear of a swing. He's going to put them in that position. And then the barbed wire. Well, that's just a little bit of a dinner bell, but it's Zay who's going to be eating up with that kill, opening up blue control, but Hongoose is there, wants a little bit of their own.
The Maverick gets to work to the bottom of the wall, but he's going to have to be careful because last time he attempted this, he was killed while doing so. The Thermite going to go for the right-hand wall in the Bandit's position. Was the Exothermic placed? No, he still has 1 left, so a good bait there. Oh, fantastic work from Nova.
Dartex looking to finish things off. Well, now you have to play it a bit safer, but, well, the big thing is going to be Hongu still alive, a huge driving force for the team. They want to find a 3rd kill again.
Ticking down for Laser's attack, and the drop in Moto, and 2 players are in short. Dartex to get 2 freebies. Oh, and he does! And it's in a 5 versus 2 as the kill feed lights up blue and all up to Unstable on the pulse. Inside of Church, he finds 1 onto Hongoose, who can't land his 20th kill, but the rest of Laser Lasers could clean this up as the bomb going down. 26 bullets in the UMP, not enough to land multiple engagements.
Huge round-defining moment. Well, with the shotgun SMG, it's a solid bet, to be honest, at this range. You look at this, the swing comes out, you spot the Capital. Mr. 50 cal gets a kill, and Toxic gets one as well. The shotgun downs 50, and Dartex is taken down. It's all down to Quacker wherever he gets on the attack. She finds a kill. They need to deal with this Roma because there's still that crossfire down below to deal with. Unstable's going to be able to find the kill. It's going down to 50 cal and a 1 versus 2 to win this out. It's winnable. You have time, you have utility, and you have a beautiful shot onto Toxic. 50 cal probably made Toxic say one of his own. Secondary shotgun's going to allow that drop into office, going to allow them to come down, and the pre-aim, he's going to get it, and Laser, they are going to go into Oregon 1 map away from closing it all down.
Laser, they still have the man advantage, but they don't have time on their hands because Parallax, he's flanking up those white stairs and he could catch the buck in the rotate, and yes he does. Trade there from the sledge, and it's down into a 1 versus 1.
Unstable's holding that angle. Dartex is going to walk right into the line of sight. Will they win the gunfight? They're going to do some damage, but won't win it. And that's it. Q Mine will go off. Zay lands the shot. Is going to be in the worst position we've seen Nova in all game. All day even. Trying to push through on just under 10 HP. Elite Jammer, just give you a little bit of information for Mr. 50 cal there to close it out. And Laser, a swift and brutal C3-0. We'll see them, the CENC 2021 champions, Kenny. Hello everybody, I am here after the end of the CENC finals for Rainbow Six Siege with the winner and the spokesperson and arguably, in Kenny's opinion, the MVP of the IVC Lasers, William Shen or Honkus. Congratulations, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you so very much for having me here.
Yeah, it's a great time, honestly, and I'm very impressed with what you did. The performance was just out of the park, realistically. I don't use those words often, but, you know, it's a special occasion, so why not? I've got a couple of questions here that I want to run you through, and I want to kind of work out what your thoughts are, what are your opinions on. First of all, I think I'm going to go right into it, and I'm going to say, in that first map of Clubhouse, what was the mental like? That's what I really need to know. The mental at that halfway part must have been really tough, going 5-1 down, and then somehow bringing it back.
Yeah, it was very rough. I think even during our first round, we took that loss really badly. A lot of our players started getting a bit negative, but I think just overall as a team, we just kept our spirits up. We kept encouraging each other despite making a lot of mistakes at the beginning.
Congratulations again to Irvine for your Rainbow Six Championship. Great esports program, by the way. If you are interested, check them out. They are winners and they are looking to win. So amazing esports program. Once again, congratulations to the 2021 Rainbow Six NJCAAE champions. I think I have the roster here as well so that we can get some recognition for the actual players themselves. It looks like we've got William Shen, Quack Duck, we've got Caesar Jacques, which is Quacker Box, Jenny Hong, which is Reverie 3, Daniel Nolasco, Fidelity, Nathaniel McAfee, Mr. 50 Cal, and Sam Burr, which is Darth Tex. Congratulations, you guys. Proud of you. Really, really enjoy and endorse Irvine's esports program. Our next winner is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It was a good run, but this winner actually gave us a really funny first game seed against one of their colleagues and friends. We saw a Pokemon battle play its way out. Our 2021 champion for Super Smash Brothers is.
Min Min has tools that can really expose some of me brawlers' weaker points. Oh yeah, goodbye.
Oh
Good
man,
Lord. My lord.
As I was just giving himself some space, regain center stage. You got to get that bike out of there, man. Ooh, I like that weight there.
Okay, jump,
Gentle,
smart
man.
Goodbye. Hit that.
All right. Ooh, okay. So Roy actually able to bring this one back, but with Ray still having the X factor, that being the waft, is going to take the game.
Like Squirtle, Pichu, Jigs, like they're in there too. But he's definitely not a heavy guy at all.
Oh gosh.
I'm pretty sure like top 10 fastest characters in the game. And of course he's been quick like that since day numero uno. So he has the ability to kind of just rip and run on this stage and just be everywhere at once. Oh, I love that. And he jump right into the downer and the patented up smash. It's a combo as old as time. Ray, excuse me, just all over him. Woo!
Yeesh, almost killing there. And see, the issue that Derek has ran into here on this final stock is, I believe, is Steve's biggest issue. So when you die, you come back with a weaker weapon. It's very hard right now for Derek. Derek not able to get to his box and get himself a better weapon. Here we go. Oh, whipping the forwards.
It certainly was, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ray here now. He went for up there a moment before, and he didn't go for up air right away because he knew grenade was next to him. He wasn't sure how much time they had. He also will be looking for down for up tilt here pretty soon. Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh!
Grenade. Ooh, in the back air.
With Roy or not, that could really mess him up. Mike. Oh! What were you doing at the...
And the pressure right there on the shield. Able to get out of there, but that back air is
a great option from above as well. I mean, just to throw right into the up air is that patented Rod setup. Oh, great stall out. Oh,
down throw.
Wow.
Smash is gonna
again, Squirtle is gonna combo you pretty well. Big or small type of character. You're gonna get comboed, and a lot of those combos are probably gonna end to get that one hit into that final hit. And he has just been on the money all weekend. But I don't want to take anything away from Milcery though. Milcery, kind of turned some stuff around for themselves after Friday. A bit of a shaky performance, was still able to clutch it. Here though, DSS is going to need a little bit more help. My lord, Jesus Christ.
But as I'm listening to you talk, I'm just watching Fox dash attack, nair, dash attack, nair, not even realizing he did not get touched on that first stock.
Look, man, that looked like, I don't know what that was. That summer game's done quick. That was summer stocks done quick. They got speed ran. Oh, my. This map, would be very difficult for both players. No platforms, of course, so it makes it very hard for land. Very hard to land, I would have thought that this would have been home for Milcery, just in terms of punishment. But friends, welcome back to our post-game interview of grand finals here at the NJCAAE Championships. Smash Ultimate, excuse me, for Nintendo Switch. Almost said Smash for Wii U, but I wouldn't mind playing that game these days either. But we have Ray on the line. Ray, talk to me. How you feeling about that performance?
I'm pretty good. It was a lot shakier since I kind of just woke up. It was 11, and I warmed up through it, and I'm good now.
Yeah, I could tell it was a little rocky in the beginning, but nothing a slight character switch can't fix, right? What kind of incited you to switch your character? I mean, you were doing so well yesterday with Fox, and then today you came in with a completely different character. But what kind of forced you to switch back?
I spent a couple hours talking to some friends last night, and just the general matchup overall, we kind of figured that Rob was a lot stronger against Pokemon Trainer than Fox, since there's a lot more footage for that on YouTube too of top level players. So we were watching those, and that's kind of why we decided on doing that.
Huh.
How do you feel about Fox as a character overall on Wi-Fi? I know I've seen players such as Comet talk about how he's just this character on Wi-Fi is just not a thing.
Yeah, that's my boy. We're on the same wavelength there. The Fox is terrible.
Man.
Yeah, but you know what though, when you're piloting him, he looks double S tier, man. A lot of your conversions
Congratulations to the 2021 Super Smash Bros. NJCAAE champion, Ray. Great job. A great job there, Ray. Really, really happy to see Madison have such an interesting approach to competition. Lots of good camaraderie. Just a really admirable performance overall. Super fun to watch, especially when, you know, you have two competitors from the same college going against each other. Trying to keep it light, trying to keep it good, may the best man win, etc., etc. But our next game will be Rocket League, and our winners are for that championship.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
At a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Gen Z is a stalled
news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3rd, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital. I put out a forest fire. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it!
Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines, but we refuse to let it pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. We will be the next greatest generation.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
Why hope? Lives don't have to end with diagnosis. The most impressive achievements happen every day during a fight against cancer. In 1987, Coach Kay Yao was diagnosed with breast cancer. Over the next 22 years, she continued to lead and inspire. On December 3, 2007, while battling stage 4 cancer, Coach Kay Yao gave her final and lasting gift, the Kay Yao Cancer Fund. Why give? Millions have been awarded, allowing the Kay Yao Cancer Fund to change lives, provide hope, and give strength. Thanks to our donors and researchers across the country, every woman's best days, most joyful moments, greatest successes, and proudest accomplishments can happen after diagnosis. Why now? With your help, we will continue to provide resources for early screening and prevention. We will support clinical studies and the development of life-enhancing drugs. We will serve the underserved. Join us and be a part of finding an answer, finding a cure. Together, we can do more, and we will do more.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Gen Z is a stalwart
news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Welcome to the CENC NJCAAE Awards Show. Over the last 4 days, we've watched over 100 different competitors try to win their respective NJCAAE titles. We started on Thursday with a bang, kind of separating the wheat from the chaff. Friday was a little more fun just because the games are a little bit closer once you get that far in the bracket. And then a gargantuan day on Saturday with 12 or more hours of games because every single one basically got pulled out to the limit. So we had 3 finals on Saturday, we had 4 today, and I'd love to start introducing our winners. So we're going to start with the first game, that's FIFA. Congratulations to the 2021 FIFA NJCAAE champion, that is Beat MD.
Skill move where it's a quick turn on the ball, and I'm looking forward to seeing how well these guys perform. As I say that, when Yaldum goes through on goal, a cool, calm, and collected finish. You know, FIFA's one of those games where, although you're only playing 6-minute halves, there is still a lot of time left in the game, and we have somehow seen the ball being put into his own net.
So now they'll just take it out to midfield, and Leslie Green's got a pretty wide open field here. See if they take it up, try to shoot it from back here, makes a little bit of a move, and still trying to look for it in, and they score their first point.
Real dominance at the back there for Liverpool.
Yeah, back to midfield. They're just going to pass it around here. Now they've got a little bit of an opening on the side. No offsides called. See if they head it in, and they do. It is tied up at 2 apiece.
It's not a surprise that you saw when Yaldum kind of, check his run a little bit there and try and keep onto the ball. But as I say, that's some fantastic one-touch football as the ball's going to find itself at the feet of Firmino. Ball stood up towards the back post, and it's Diego Jota with a fantastic flying header, beating Joe Gomez at the back post somehow. That should never be happening if you're a Liverpool supporter here. Look at that for technique. Fantastic diving header. The second game, we started to really advance high up the pitch and forced a mistake, and that's a mistake you can't make as the ball's given away to Leslie on the edge of the 18-yard box. Ball slipped through to Firmino.
Really nothing going on here for the side of Christopher Lopez, who has to make a move here. Leslie Green trying to make something happen, but it's blocked, and it's saved, and it's back in. No offside called either, so it's 3-0 now in favor of Leslie Green.
At the fact that's not a red card, he is through clean on goal there, and he's been completely wiped out by Robertson. I think you're very annoyed. But however, the ball slipped back to the 6-yard line. I said the game's gonna get interesting, Keegan. 2 goals. Knows that he has another game to play with, right? So we'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds. Leslie, as I say, that storms through. Fake shot onto his left foot. A fantastic finish from Jorginho Wijnaldum. I mentioned, listen, Mane is good with both feet. On his favoured right foot there, he cannot finish the ball. But already, I've told you, Leslie's going to start to play really aggressively as Wijnaldum is charging in at the back post.
It's now on the attack, pressing on the gas pedal here. Pushed off of the ball. Real quick, looking for the middle of the box, looking for a shot. And there is the first goal, 7 minutes in.
We know about Leslie, when under pressure, he can perform very well. And as I say that, the ball onto the foot of Jota.
Leslie Green back on the attack. Still in midfield. Now he's got the pressure on. Can he get through? Gets the line of defense. Shoots it, and it is in. By the way, Robertson given a yellow card there as the player skipped over it. But Robertson getting a yellow card, not good for that. And trying to push it up, not offside. And I believe we've got a tie game at 3.
They do not want to leave this to go into extra time or penalties, and the ball is given away, but the ball's given straight back to him. That's a mistake at the back. Could that cause costly here for Christopher? The ball twisted and turning. Mohamed Salah's through. One on goal. It's Salah! 90th minute. When you don't want to give the ball away.
Oh my
that is
God.
One man you do not want the ball to drop to. Mohamed Salah, the Egyptian king, at the death.
Congratulations again to the 2021 NJCAAE champion, Beat MD. Our next winner for the NBA 2K championship is Chatty Nick. That's congratulations to the 2021 NJCAAE NBA 2K winner, Chatty Nick.
76 though can rely on a little bit more of distance. Gonna go for the dribble here. I'm curious to see where 25 is gonna pass it to. He goes to the left side. Oh, is he gonna play the paint too? Looks like he might. Look at that though. He's able to get the score. Almost ties it up. In fact, he's gonna go overside now. We haven't really seen much of a defense from Chatty Nick. It's mostly missed shots.
Yeah, Chatty Nick. Oh, calling himself a pick and roll there. Nice. Will go to Big Londo to start out. As he won that first. Ooh, the three from Joel Embiid. Okay. Happen as he's driving into the paint. Gonna pass over. Okay. Gonna pass back to LeBron.
No, and the 76ers. I mean, you know, you got to take into account maybe to an extent the mental game as well. Coming off from a very fierce fourth quarter in game number 1. Now it's a bit of a shock.
Scoop works finally. He finally gets himself out there.
After 3 quarters worth of tries, it finally.
Margin to have to overcome if you're Big Londo, and we'll see what he elects to do here. As now Ben Simmons calling some plays here in the top of the key.
Oh, look at the bob and weave.
Margin to have to overcome if you're Big Londo, and we'll see what he elects to do here. As now Ben Simmons calling some plays here in the top of the key.
Oh, look at the bob and weave next can be. But as of now, not a whole lot to really go off of. Marks.
Oh my God!
Never mind, they hit 50.
See Tobias or Danny Green wide open in the corner. It's gonna be a free 3-pointer.
Absolutely, beautiful work coming on.
A best of 3, right? You're tied up 1-1. You're just in a best of 3 series. So you got to take it like that, you know. You don't look at how much you lost by or how. Yeah, Big Londo making a hell of a game out of this right now.
Absolutely.
Big Londo really showing up in these last 2 games and making it close. So he does get fouled, gets to the line. George Hill, not a bad free throw shooter. Should be at least 1 point for him here, if not 2. Yep, he's gonna land both. So now to stop Giannis from driving in, a really smart decision there. Not getting him on the free throw line and not getting him in the paint. There's now another 3 going to miss from Big Londo, and here comes Ben Simmons. Oh my goodness, the alley-oop.
You know, again, the deficit's starting to close down a little bit more. Londo's able to bring back some shots. 47-43 now. It's just a build back and forth, and I feel like, again, the offensive pressure has really slowed down. For a while, especially what we saw off the feed and off stream, we saw 76ers.
So big shout outs to him coming in second in this grand finals. But this is a Chatty Nick story here.
Congratulations again to the NBA 2K NJCAAE champion Chatty Nick. Moving on to our next championship, we'll be going for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Sorry, we'll be going to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The winner is Ray. Congratulations to the 2021 NJCAAE champion, Ray.
To see, Min has tools that can really expose some of me Brawler's weaker points. Oh yeah, good vibes.
Oh
Good
man,
Lord. My Lord.
As I was just giving himself some space, regain center stage. Got to get that bike out of there, man. Ooh, I like that weight there.
Okay, just jump,
Gentle,
smart
man.
Goodbye. Hit that.
All right. Ooh. Okay. So Roy actually able to bring this one back, but with Ray still having the X factor, that being the waft, is going to take the game.
Like Squirtle, Pichu, Jigs, like they're in there too. But he's not a heavy guy at all.
Oh gosh.
I'm pretty sure like top 10 fastest characters in the game. And of course, he's been quick like that since day numero uno. So he has the ability to kind of just rip and run on this stage and just be everywhere at once. Oh, I love that. And jump right into the downer and the patented up smash. It's a combo as old as time. Ray, excuse me, just all over him.
Ooh, eesh, almost killing, man. See, the issue that Derek has ran into here on this final stock is, I believe, is Steve's biggest issue. So when you die, you come back with the weaker weapon. Very hard right now for Derek. Derek not able to get to his box and get himself a better weapon. Here we go. Oh, whipping the forward.
It certainly was, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ray here now. He went for up there a moment before, and he didn't go for up air right away because he knew grenade was next to him. He wasn't sure how much time they had left. He also will be looking for down for up tilt here pretty soon. Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh!
Grenade. Ooh, in the back air.
With Roy or not, you know, that could really mess him up. Mike, oh, what were you doing at the...
And the pressure right there on the shield. Was able to get out of there, but that back air is
a great option from above as well. I mean, just to throw right into the up airs, that patented Rob setup. Oh, great stall out. Oh.
Down throw.
Wow.
Smash is gonna...
You know, again, Squirtle is gonna combo you pretty well. You know, big or small type of character, you know, you're gonna get comboed, and a lot of those combos are probably gonna end to get that one hit into that final hit, and he has just been on the money all weekend. But I don't want to take anything away from Milcery though. Milcery, you know, kind of turned some stuff around for himself after Friday. A bit of a shaky performance, was still able to clutch it. Here though, DSS is gonna need a little bit more help. My Lord, Jesus Christ.
But as I'm listening to you talk, I'm just watching Fox dash attack, nair, dash attack, nair. You're not even realizing he did not get touched on that first stock.
Look, man, that looked like, I don't know what that was. That summer games done quick. That was summer stocks done quick. Oh, they got speed ran. Oh, my. This map, excuse me, would be very difficult for both players. No platforms, of course, so it makes it very hard for land. Very hard to land, excuse me. I would have thought that this would have been home sweet home for Milcery, just in terms of punishment, but
congratulations again to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate NJCAAE champion, Ray! Moving on to our next championship, it's Rainbow Six Siege. Congratulations to the 2021 Rainbow Six Siege NJCAAE champions, Irvine Valley College.
Honku still persisting in lower garage, and with two attackers rotating to that garage door, he's going to have a tall order, especially against a Blackbeard. But the Blackbeard aims up high, but Hongoose is down low, and that's another headshot with the MP5 and a quad on the round.
Fear of a swing is going to put them in that position. And then the barbed wire. Well, that's just a little bit of a dinner bell, but it's Zay who's going to be eating up with that kill, opening up blue control, but Honkus is there, wants a little bit of their own.
The Maverick gets to work to the bottom of the wall, but he's going to have to be careful because last time he attempted this, he was killed while doing so. The Thermite going to go for the right-hand wall in the Bandit's position. Was the Exothermic placed? No, he still has one left, so a good bait there. Oh, fantastic work from Nova.
Dartex looking to finish things off. Well, now you have to play it a bit safer, but, well, the big thing is going to be Honku still alive. A huge driving force for the team. They want to find a third kill again.
Ticking down for Laser's attack, and the drop in Moto, and two players are inshore. Dartex to get two freebies. Oh, and he does! And it's in a 5 versus 2 as the kill feed lights up blue and all up to Unstable on the pulse. Inside of Church, he finds one onto Hongoose, who can't land his 20th kill, but the rest of Lasers could clean this up as the bomb going down. 26 bullets in the UMP, not enough to land multiple engagements.
A huge round-defining moment. Well, with the shotgun SMG, it's a solid bet, to be honest, at this range. You look at this, the swing comes out, you spot the Capital. Mr. 50 cal gets a kill, and Toxic gets one as well. The shotgun downs 50, and Dartex is taken down. It's all down to Quacker. Reverie gets on the attack. She finds a kill. They need to deal with this Roma because there's still that crossfire down below to deal with. Unstable's going to be able to find the kill. It's going down to 50 cal and a 1 versus 2 to win this out. It's winnable. You have time, you have utility, and you have a beautiful shot onto Toxic. 50 cal Probably made Toxic say one of his own. Secondary shotgun's going to allow that drop into office, going to allow them to come down, and the pre-aim, he's going to get it! And Laser, they are going to go into Oregon one map away from closing it all down.
Laser, they still have the man advantage, but they don't have time on their hands because Parallax, he's flanking up those white stairs and he could catch the buck in the rotate, and yes he does. Trade there from the sledge, and it's down into a 1 versus 1.
Unstable's holding that angle. Dartex is going to walk right into the line of sight. Will they win the gunfight? They're going to do some damage, but won't win it. And that's it. Goomine will go off. Zay lands the shot. Is going to be in the worst position we've seen Nova in all game. All day even. Trying to push through on just under 10 HP. The Meat Jammer. Just give you a little bit of information. But Mr. 50 Calzada close it out. And Laser, a swift and brutal C3-0. We'll see them, the CENC 2021 champions, Kenny.
Congratulations again, the Rainbow Six Siege champions, Irvine Valley College Lasers. That comprises of William Shen, also known as Quack Duck, Cesar Jacques, also known as Quackerbox, Jenny Hong, known as Reverie 3, Daniel Nolas, also known as Fidelity, Nathaniel McAfee, Mr. 50 Cal, Sam Burr, also known as Darth Tex. Congratulations again, guys. For our next game, I will be introducing the Rocket League champions. Congratulations to the 2021 Rocket League champions for the NJCAAE championship. That is Lincoln Land. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, I am surprised though, like with the way how these first two games are going. I have to admit, St. Clair is looking a lot more like the #1 seed, but there are those demos, and there is your goal.
Skipper's tied it up on the first. Little demo action near the side. Get over starting this one. Over on the defense, going to be utilizing this to try and start their offensive push. Get over the corner now, up and down, and Becky rails in another one.
Motion, how quickly these goals are being scored. I'm kind of curious when the pace will calm down. Sloth, though, trying to find get over. I don't think they're calmed yet, as they couldn't yet. 2-goal leads are considered the scariest in football. Well, we got a 2-goal in the Rocket football right now, or Rocket soccer, yet it's about to be 3.
Now back out to the middle here. Becky picking it up. Becky on over to Slothish. Slothish with a shot, and that's another one of
5 seconds or so. And if I am on the St. Clair side, it's time to play that defense that got us through the first 2 games. And that means don't let Sloth get shots like this. Time and time again, Sloths above the net will just put it through.
Slothish, you're a bad man. You're a bad, bad man. This is like online bullying or something.
Seconds left in game number 2, and we're still sitting tied.
Yeah, back and forth right there. That was a huge clear that just like that assumes the defense for Lincoln, and just like that, get over makes that a non-issue.
Well, those are times when it's beneficial to have him in that third-man role, is able to get the save. Now Cheese Ford shot. It should go in. Becky does get it past Get Over, who gets credit for the goal. Goes for a more solo settlements. Becky off the backboard, unable to find that angle.
Becky off the backboard, yes sir. Get over here, trying to get this one down and out, and Becky, no backboard necessary on this one, Formal.
Tries to play across the middle of the field, does create a bit of space. Lost looking to hold it there. 30 seconds to go, and another goal could be going in as Becky is able to weave through traffic.
It makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clearly.
That's how many feet are in a mile. Like, it literally just doesn't, you know, in 12 inches in a foot, just literally does not make any sense, man. Like,
why make things complicated for yourself? Get Over certainly doesn't like to make things complicated. Weaker touch, but now Becky has a chance to play through the wall. 1 demo, no second bump. Becky's still going to go for it. Gets the touch and push.
And also, at the end of the day, we don't like stomps. We want to see as much Rocket League as possible. That big hit back on over. Big hit back on over. That's the Chiefs now on defense. Get Over, getting to it. Back to the middle. Becky is there and receives it perfectly like a package in the mail. 3-1 now for the side of the Chiefs. Looking at 75 seconds left, Formal.
Oh, look at that car control. 20 seconds remaining. I'm counting this as the victory lap. I'm counting they are our champions now, because in a undefeated, clean sweep, it is once again the Lincoln Loggers who are going to be our champions.
Nicely done. Yeah, there's not enough time here. This game decided, done, and dusted. 4-0 on the stream. Who would have guessed it? We only had what, one of those across the regular week, regular days? What, Thursday and Saturday and now Sunday? Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Congratulations to the 2021 Rocket League NJCAAE champions. That includes Tyler Becky Beck, Caleb Kingwolf Abernathy, Hunter Sniper Goyne, Sam Slothish Nudig, Ariel Getover Nogues. Our MVP is also Sam. That's Sam Slothish Nudig. You're going to be receiving this belt in the mail as the MVP, the 2021 Rocket League MVP. On to the next. We're looking at Overwatch, one of my favorite games. Congratulations to the 2021 NJCAAE champions, Wake Tech.
As Finger Lakes managed to even zone off Wake Tech and split the point in the process. A pretty big bio from Jockia gets Wake Tech low, as they might want to think about even the sound barrier engage, but with that pick on the Snell, maybe Wake Tech thinks they are low enough, and the double dead-eye from Crimson will open up this point, and it's Wake Tech back on it. And the bubble from Titanium, I can't count the amount of times that they saved his team from these critical hooks, and almost a double boost off the coast side. Finger Lakes starting to jump off. They might have flipped it for a couple of percentage points, but Wake Tech are back.
I wish Finger Lakes there had been a little bit more aggressive with their positioning and actually joined Teishinobu in the back line. They have been resurrected up, but Teishinobu is going to survive. Did they just slam a sleeping Mercy? Oh, Fox is public enemy #1, but she's still breathing, she's still going, and she ain't going to give this up for nobody. Llama Cartel goes on down, and VPAX is going to go on an absolute tear with the scrap gun.
Trust in Tornado Mans for president. Absolutely. Wake Tech still have a sound barrier, pulse bomb, Deadeye, but wanting to wait for the whole team. Ben's actually ended up getting nano. Three one Jabber deletes the supports. Yeah, I'll say Primal Rage is not immunity, but oh, nice little punch from Crimson. Would have liked that to be against the wall. Still finish off Jockia before the immortality could save her. It's last 10 on defense with mid-TP animation. Crimson is going ham. The triple kill. Good dynamite. Crimson might want to throw this bomb on the point to separate Finger Lakes. It starts with the Ant Matrix from Jockia, and this could start shredding Wake Tech, and that is the combo we've been waiting for. Grab and Dragon equals death.
Overtime is going to be triggered right here as Dive members of the team have brought themselves to this area. Can they remove them from the... Whoa! From the ammo, they never got there!
Yeah, VPAX also delivered that bubble to Jimmy a little early. The bubble had dropped from the Winston, so you kind of want to layer these. But Titanium's in your backside, and he's got a direct rocket with your name on it. Oh my god, the 2 kills and the 3rd! We're just sitting right there, and I guess so is Fabian.
Oh, OBL, that's a very sad time. Narwhal also going to be incredibly depressed right now.
Deadeye in effect for Cole. Uses it immediately, drop down to below half health. Fabian's trying to pressure the right side. Crimson with the Deadeye unleashes, picks off Narwhal.
This gravitic flux on the group targets. They have nothing to deal with this VALORANT immortality field. That is a fantastic flux, but they cancel it!
Cancelled! Oh my god, Wake Tech's now using the Valkyrie Ant Matrix from the defensive Bobcats as Wake Tech trying to zone them off. Saywolf starts to fall back as Wake Tech just want to stay on the card because it's overtime and a Dragon Strike will pierce through the right side. There's only 2 of the defense left and now 0. That's point B for Wake Tech in a minute and a half left. Gotta keep this going if you're Wake Tech, throwing in all the ults, 13 seconds. If you can win it here, Bobcats really won't have much time to touch or say anything about it. Soundbeer invested, Valkyrie, and more. The Dragon Strike to stop anyone from helping Narwhal. OBL, the last one left, will not keep this overtime wick burning. And you guys are looking at your NJCAAE champions. It's the Wake Tech Eagles.
Congratulations again to the Overwatch NJCAAE champions, Wake Tech. This roster includes Daniel Ferrer, Jimmy Games 10, Ithiel Benavides, that's Crimson King, Ryan Davis, also known as Titanium, Carlos Delgadillo Moreno, that's VPAX, Itan Ulande, that's Jack the Hero 1592. Cassidy Sestero, that's Fox. Michael Hernandez Bernal, that's Daperdino. And the MVP for the Overwatch NJCAAE Championship goes to Daniel Ferrer. That's Jimmy Games 10. Congratulations, you'll be receiving this belt in the mail with your gamer tag emblazoned upon it forever. Our last and final game of the entire season will be Valorant. Congratulations to the 2021 Valorant NJC AAE champions. That's Northern Virginia.
No one finding the mark just yet, but some damage being done nonetheless. Up from heaven, that's Jawa starting off the round with a headshot. He's going to get the man advantage for his team. And again, on the site, they're hitting more dirty shots. That's premeditated. Already smoke being used towards A main. The Hawk to come out, blind up anyone playing ramps, but instead it's Okoroku combining with his teammate for 2 headshots early on, but the numbers evened up with some nice return fire.
Now everyone coming together on that A site. Spike carrier gets taken out of by Okoroku right off the jump, so they have to try and either make a push or retreat off this first kill, and they don't make a decision in time. Little bit of information while they can. Anomaly now going to push himself up right after getting flashed. Jawa getting a double kill, cleaning 2 of the clocks on Falcon's side. Wait for the opening in the center. Smokes coming in there. 2 kills getting put in the favor of the Nighthawks. Make that 3 right now. Formulate over on that side. But that is the one player they were waiting for to find. That guy Cap lurking all the way towards A long and taking out 2 players as well as the Spike carrier in that process. And just getting more to his name, just completely throwing a wrench in their plans here and getting the ace to finalize the round. Right now, Main Street ready to take control here. And there comes in the Blaze Wall to try and open it up, but he is in the corner, and he is just catching them completely off guard and absolutely wrecking them. Say hello to my little friend and crushing 3 in a row as they push onto the site. Play as they are now going to make the chance that they need to do right here onto the site, but Okoroku is going to shut them down again with that beautiful angle in the back corner. And again, he has been dominating in this position so well this map, and again, he does the same thing, just making it look easy out there. Really claw their way back here, losing that first map. Let's see how they can really respond here on this first engagement now of map 2 with all of the numbers coming down onto the B site. It is barely going to be enough.
Well, that last round was a bit of utility involved, and that's the risk that you run when you try to plant shallow B as of last round. You could actually end up getting picked off by all the AoE that the opposite composition has to offer. A nice little arrow into the back corner will spot out Airy here, force him out into a spot where he could be shut down, but instead Airy is just hitting all of his shots. He is hitting all the enemy team, and he is taking them down. 4 kills on the round.
Kills to get themselves finalized here, and now as we look into this one going forward, you have him holding the charge and helping everybody get set up here, waiting for that final push. The Killjoy is the only one remaining, and they get shut down with Area again, just doing work, ending things early, and that is going to be your victory here for Northern Virginia Nighthawks.
Congratulations again to the Valorant NJCAAE champions. This roster includes for Northern Virginia Nova, Ayrton Quiroz, Airy, Daniel Capodice, that's that guy Cap, Jared Liberian, that's Jawa, I love that name, Joseph Carey, Baker with a 3, Kalat Bezade, that's Hokuriku, I know you, Hokuriku, Tommy Ho, that's Tentum, and the MVP for Valorant, the 2021 NJCAAE Championships is Ayrton Airy, Northern Virginia Community College. Congratulations, you will be receiving this belt with your gamer tag emblazoned on it, and I had better receive a picture from you when you do. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the participants for all of your hard work. We appreciate you so much. Speaking of appreciation, I'm going to do a quick ad read here. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. That's Barbasol, Lenovo, Legion, Deathwish, Athletes Unheard, Reveal Suits, K-Yow, Carolina Alehouse, HyperX, iBuyPower, E-Team sponsor, Larry and Lenny's. I heard those are really good. Our organizers are the Collegiate Sports Management Group. That's CENC, NJCAAE. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will see you next semester.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes